stashed on draft. Listen, I don't want to jinx anything, but we had a freaking party the day of the draft lottery too. Didn't end well. I mean, 5 isn't bad, but when you are number 1 or number 2 bad,
when it's the worst you could have done, it is.
I'm wondering.
It didn't go well.
No, it was a little bit disappointing. A little bit was an understatement because we all walked out of there very disappointed. But here we are now, a month-ish later, and we're talking about actual prospects who can actually find their way to this Jazz organization. Everything that goes into that, whether it's the draft, whether it's the stuff that leads up, the other teams trading to maybe make some room, the amount of assets that are in this first round, 21 teams, JJ, are picking in the first 36 picks. That's not a lot. That's a few teams with a lot of different picks. Of course, the Nets are the one that stick out, but the Jazz are in that category of teams who have multiple picks. What do you do on a day like this today? How aggressive do you think the Jazz end up getting on a day like today?
I think they're trying to be aggressive. Everything we're hearing, word is that there is a lot of aggression going on, and it's not just around the draft. It's also around the league. The name Jaylen Brown is coming up. And apparently the Utah Jazz have a lot of interest in Jaylen Brown. Now, do the Boston Celtics, who are in a very odd situation with Jason Tatum missing next season, are they going to punt on next year and clear out some cap space? They've already done so by moving Kristaps Porzingis and Drew Holiday. Do they want to take it a step further, move Jaylen Brown, open up cap space room so that when Jason Tatum comes back, the following summer when there's actually free agents out there, right, to start over and kind of build new around Jason Tatum once he's healthy? The Celtics are a team that are going to look to be possibly very active in that sense.
Well, they already have been, like you said. of Colin Sexton. When you look at even when you look at Dylan Harper even at 2, and you go, are they really going to go De'Aaron Fox, and then also get Harper, and you've already got young guards in the room, and you go, am I going to go 3 young guards and say because Stephon Castle, you throw him into the mix, and you go, okay, what are those 3 guys going to do? So maybe they get aggressive and say, no, we don't need that. Or do they say, we have the luxury of saying, let's sit around and wait. Let's make it happen. We have those guards. Let's see what they can do together when Wemby comes back and is healthy. There are so many things that are on the table here. And the obvious thing is for the Mavericks, they can just sit back and enjoy and high-five each other on a successful draft, because even if Cooper Flagg doesn't end up being this generational guy, which everybody says this is going to be a generational guy. There are very few guys that we say that we give the type of respect that Cooper Flagg is getting at that number 1 spot. You still win the day because everyone knows that's the biggest no-dub pick, and you lucked into it in the first place. So they don't do anything to have a successful day, and they're not looking to move anything. But are the Spurs, the 76ers feel like they might be looking to get out of that number 3 spot. So many teams with multiple picks, so many things across the board. How are you going to get creative if you're Danny Ainge? And how do even the most recent trades over the last couple of days of the NBA affect the way that people are going to be making their decisions today in the draft? It's all yet to be seen. You have to be flexible enough if things move around the way you're not necessarily anticipating that you can move. There's an ABC. I watch a lot of F1 racing. You know this. It's interesting when you're listening to those racers and they're in their headsets and they have all these scenarios they can go through. There's all different ways that a race can go, and you'll hear the driver go to plan E, because you're like, oh, you better have a plan E. You better have a plan G. You better have it all the way down here. You better be as flexible as possible. The good news is the Jazz have that flexibility, and they got the smarts in the room to be able to make those moves.
There's a lot of things to watch tonight. You mentioned the Sixers. I look at Brooklyn. 5 first-round picks. What are they doing?
They're going to pack.
Got that little bit of a Wemby thing going on.
Yeah.
Why do the Brooklyn Nets have 5 picks? What are they going to do with that? It would be a record. An NBA record if they took all 5 picks.
They're not going to.
Exactly. So what are they going to do with those 5 picks? That is going to have a huge impact on the draft. How aggressive are they trying to move up to number 3? Is it number 4 they're trying to move up to? Are the Jazz talking to the Nets? You know what I mean? There's all kinds of scenarios that are in play. Because the Brooklyn Nets have all those assets, there's going to be a lot of teams that are interested in talking to them. So that's a team to watch. What do the Brooklyn Nets do tonight? The Sixers you mentioned. The Hornets, do they need another lottery pick? That's why Con Knippel makes sense for them, because that's a safe pick. And they're looking for a safe pick. And he went to Duke. It's close to where they are. But what are the Pelicans doing? The Pelicans are an interesting team because they just moved off of C.J. McCollum.
Yep.
They got it a little bit younger with Jordan Poole.
They're obviously doing it like at least a temporary, like a chips all in on Zion Williamson, at least to some degree that we're watching, right?
Sounds like a terrible gamble to me. If you're going to mention chips and Zion Williamson in the same breath, I don't feel comfortable with that.
He's like, did you bring the dips too? Hold on, did you say something about chips?
Taco Bell?
First of all, how dare you make a fat joke in front of fat guys at this place? How dare you? And yet it's a very good comparison. But they put him in front of, they put him at the table, at the little podium for their team at the draft.
They were sending a message.
Lottery. And it was to say, whoever we get at this spot is going to be next to this guy, and we're rolling the dice on him, and we're going to try to make this happen, and we are committed to him, even if it sounds like there have been times where they say, hey, you need to lose a few LBs, or if they go to his agent and say he's not doing his work, or they go to his agent and say his off-the-court stuff is getting in the way. They go, no, we're going to roll the dice on him. What do they do? Because if they start to look around, they could move up a good chunk
100%.
As well.
That's why I say there's another team to look at. You look at all those teams around the Jazz. What are their goals? What do they want to do? What assets do they have? All those teams could move. And that's why everyone's looking at this draft and saying, this could be very volatile. There could be a lot of movement tonight, and I expect at least something to happen. Now, you get all disappointed if something never happens when you say it's going to. What we're saying is the possibilities are there, and we're explaining why all these possibilities exist. So when it happens tonight, you can be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. You were right. That's exactly what happened. You said this could happen. Because there are a lot of different scenarios today. There's been plenty of drafts where it's pretty predictable what's going to happen. You know who the players are. You know who the team's like. And it kind of just goes as you would expect. Tonight's not going to be one of those nights.
If you are a team that's looking to move up, the possibilities are kind of endless because there are teams that I think after 2, and even there's that thought in people's minds that maybe San Antonio does get a little bit like, hey, we see how lucky we got with the draft, and we know we've already got young dudes that we're building around here. The thing that's crazy to me, that's interesting, is for people to look at a team like the most recent champions, Oklahoma City, who have 2 picks in the first round, and you go,
first champion to ever have 2 picks in the first round.
And that just is that's a testament to what, one of the we'll call him a genius because of what they've done, but Sam Presti gets a lot of credit, and that's one of those moments where they're just like, gee, I don't know, we got way too much stuff going on. The latest on that is that they could get even aggressive and move up into the top 10, and why not? When you have the ability to do it, they have 0 free agents on their books right now.
Imagine the Thunder adding Come On Malawach.
See, and that's what they've needed, right? I mean, they move off of Jalen Williams, not the J-Dub, but the Jalen Williams, their backup
take
center.
Pressure off of Chet to be that
exactly
that shot blocking presence, and
right.
you can go out and do what he wants to do out in the perimeter. You can create all kinds of options there. If I'm the Thunder, I'm targeting Malawach in this draft because I want a 7'2" guy that's athletic that can run the floor.
When the draft combine happened in Chicago, as it always does, and everybody gets done and the dust sort of settles, and we start to get word of who had good workouts, who had good combine numbers. Con Knipple had a great workout, right? Guys like even Yegor Demon, they had great workouts, and they have these things that people look at and they go, dude, I love that guy. At some point, Yegor Demon had moved up almost as much as 8, 7 even in some of those where you're like, that's crazy. Now he's kind of moved back a little bit again. But Con Knipple, who had already moved up a little bit, now, inexplicably, I don't know why these things happen. I was listening to you and Sly and Ben yesterday talking a little bit about this. It was like, why did Con Knipple get like an extra boost suddenly, and now he's number 4 in a lot of these mocks? People moving up to try to take Con Knipple. And it's just it's an inexplicable thing, but at the end, I think you have these front office guys who go, he's kind of a safer bet right now. Yeah, I won't get beat up as much because maybe his floor is pretty darn high with the shooting aspect. And his ceiling, we don't know really what it is. And even if it's lower than a guy like Ace Bailey, even if his ceiling is a little bit lower than some of these cats you see normally put in front of him, I think that people go, no, I want to roll the dice on that guy because that makes me get a little bit – I know that we'll get more for our money here with that. But is 4 too high for a guy like Con Knipple? If he's still there, do the Jazz take him at 5? If Ace Bailey is there and the Jazz don't take him, that's a very weird roll of the dice too because he is obviously the best talent at 5, and yet at the same time there's all this stuff going on around him that his people are putting out there for good or for bad for his future that I think that the Jazz have to look at as well. Every person that I've listened to or talked to about it is like, yeah, but it feels weird for the Jazz to take Ace Bailey. And that's something I want to talk to Tim Lacombe about next hour is like, is it weird to just take a super talented guy, even if you don't know necessarily if they're a great locker room presence? Is it mostly just been his stupid representation, which it almost sounds like a little bit of? So I don't know. There's so many of these things that have to go into this that these guys have to make the decision on, and we don't get paid enough to be the people who make those ultimate decisions. We'll just make fun of or we'll congratulate them afterward. No problem.
It's a much more comfortable chair, and that's why we sit in it. And then the Ace Bailey thing is going to be the key to the draft. Where does he go? If he goes 3, that makes sense because he's probably the 3rd best player in this draft. And has been the consensus 3rd best player in this draft the entire year. Why all of a sudden did it change? Well, because of the concerns about not working out. But these aren't character issues. He's done nothing wrong. So has his talent changed? No. That's why I'm kind of confused by it all. And it feels like smoke screens, and it feels like, yeah, perhaps the only thing going on here that's of concern is the fact that he's trusted people that have maybe pointed him in the wrong direction. But I've also thought about it, if you think and believe you're the 3rd best player and you were listed as the 3rd best player all year, why do you need to go work out for 20 teams? You don't have to do that. There's only one team you really wanted to work out for, unless you were trying to convince the Mavericks or the Spurs that you're the 1 or 2 guy, right? So you saw a guy went out on 20 workouts or something, and he tore his Achilles. An NBA a guy in the draft trying to he was one of those guys that's like a 2nd-round prospect out there grinding. Do you know Yegor Demon did 20 workouts? 20 pre-draft workouts. Think about the wear and tear that's doing on your body, and then he's got to go to Summer League next week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
you're
asking a lot of these draft picks.
He just turned 18. Come on.
He's young. He's got a lot. He's got a lot of.
Maybe Ace Bailey's just being smart. He's a really talented player, and so if the Jazz, if they take him at 5 and they think he's the best player available, which is what they always say, you take the best player available, then you take him no matter what, and you don't worry about the fact that he didn't want to come here and work out.
The Jazz have always felt like they've been a team that does say that fit matters, and any franchise who is worth anything, if they're smart, they will try to make some fit work anyway. You don't really know who these young men are until they get into your facilities and actually do start getting in with your guys and in with your veterans. How is the draft going to affect the current roster setup? You're going to see a lot of movement anyway. You're going to see a ton of names not on this team next year who you were used to seeing. How the names that are picked tonight, in the order that they're picked, if there's going to be a lot, I love how they're like, there's either going to be a ton of trade movement at the beginning of the night, or there's not going to be any. I'm like, well, duh. Okay, we don't know if there's going to be that much, but if the Jazz are a part of it, so be it, and we'll see. I mean, you want to see some big names picked up. You already lost the draft lottery in a way, and so now how do you make up for that? You have the ability to be able to do a little bit extra and a little bit of something. Let's see if they can make it happen. We are here at the Cage in West Valley City. The Cage is a phenomenal place. We've already experienced it for ourselves, JJ and I. I'd say JJ probably hit one further than I did, although I'm pretty consistent. I have the consistency.
So you hit for average, and I'm the I'm the boomer bust.
I've always been called like the Wade Boggs of this show. So that's kind of what people have referred to me as. Very consistent. You're always going to see me hitting.
I thought we called you Big Dumper.
Big Dumper.
I thought that.
Listen, I'll take the Cal
Raleigh of our show.
I'll take the Cal Raleigh deal as well. Ethan is the owner. He started up this project, and it's his baby. Ethan, first of all, congratulations on a beautiful place. And the setup is awesome. We got a group over here in the corner who are enjoying hanging out with one another and hitting some baseballs here. So you guys got this thing going. Where did this come from? You saw a need and you addressed it.
Yeah, so I mean, baseball is just one of those sports it's not as easily accessible as we'd like it to be. You need to go out and find 18 good players, to go play. And, our whole goal was to make baseball more accessible for even rookies or all-star players.
Yeah.
And I think we did it here. I think it's awesome. It's been a lot of fun to work on, and it's, my baseball career got cut short due to an arm injury, and I just wasn't able to really play after that.
No, it didn't. Because here we are now, living the dream, hitting home runs out of ballparks across the country here. You set me up in the Bay,
mm-hmm.
and you were like, okay, so. And I'll be honest, like I'm a guy who I played baseball growing up till I was like 13, 14
Probably
years old.
haven't won it back in like 30 years. Maybe.
How dare you, first of all, but yes. And so I get in there and I'm kind of going, all right, I don't want to embarrass myself here. And I'm watching you guys, I'm watching people hit, and I'm going, oh, yeah. And I get in there, and I'm hitting consistently, and I'm going, okay, this is fun. And then it's also showing you where it's going on the field. You're getting points. You can handicap it, too, by giving – like if I'm somebody who hits a little bit further, or in JJ's case, if he hits further than I do, which is what happens – I get my boost up there a little bit more. It's like a golf handicap. Then it makes the game a little bit more. You can do the home run derby contest. You can do it by points. You can do it just by going in there and doing some batting practice. This is all the way across the board, and it's a phenomenal thing to do. We already do it with golf. We already do it with so many other things where you're sitting there and you go, hey, let's have some fun and sit down. It's a chill atmosphere. It's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of people that have been to Top Golf that are baseball people, and they've had this idea. They've been like, why is this not baseballized yet?
Right.
And you know what? I had that idea like 10 years ago, and to think of where it's come to and where it is now is honestly just such a huge blessing. It's been awesome.
I love it.
This sounds like a great place to have like a little league party, right? Have you bring your team down here and just have a good time. All these teams just had awesome seasons. Come down here and rent a cage. Have fun for an hour or two.
Yeah, those are my favorite bookings, to be honest, is when we get just the whole thing full of just little leaguers. From 10 to 14 is usually a really good range for us. And because it makes me think of former Ethan, 10-year-old Ethan would have came to this place and thought it was just like built by the gods, just like so just excited about it. And that's how these 10-year-olds, 14-year-olds are when they come in here, and they have such a blast. They cannot stop hitting. We cap them off usually at about 2 hours, and they usually come out kicking and screaming, as they do.
So a bay, if I book my whole sales group or something like that in my office, what's a bay going to fit? And we can do it for up to 2 hours?
Yeah, so the bay rentals happen, it's per bay, right?
Yeah.
So you rent out the bay per hour or whatever you want to do. It's $1 a minute per bay, right? So if you rented out like all 3 of our bays, for 2 hours, you can do the math on that. And but for like one bay for an hour is $60,
Easy.
Right?
And
so
if you got 8 people doing it, then you split that thing up, and it's a way better way to hang out during lunch than it is just going to the corner and just sitting around in the restaurant.
Yeah, it's up to 8 people per bay. We usually with the Little League teams, we usually get like 13 or 14 of them, and they take 2 bays, right?
Sure.
So you're spending like $120 for 14 kids. Like you can't even get ice cream for that kind of money.
Right.
So the fact that they can have this kind of awesome experience, playing the game that they love in the stadiums that they dream of playing in someday is honestly just one of the coolest things.
That was one of the fun things for me. Alex asked me what major league stadium should we use. I'm like, I want to hit it over the Green Monster.
Oh yeah.
And it really looked and felt like you were doing that. It's the simulator's so cool.
Yeah, super immersive. Like you feel like you're about to hit off of Justin Verlander, here and there. It's like, but then it comes in, it's a little softer than that.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Because guys like us can hit it. All right, look, if you want to come down and give it a shot for yourself, just go online. Easy enough for you to go to online and go to their website. The Cage, it's easy to find here. It's here in West Valley, just around the corner from the Maverick Center on Redwood Road, and so it's pretty centralized for a lot of people to get to. If you want to do the air-conditioned inside thing too during the hot summer, perfect. They got drinks here, they got concessions, and it's all set up for you. So you can come down, hang out.
And it's 10% off tonight.
So get yourself on and let's get it going.
Use
here.
the promo code DAZN tonight. You get 10% off.
Get an extra
but
10.
it's got to be tonight. Come down tonight.
Let's go do it. Ethan, we're going to be chatting with you all day. I'm going to ask for your draft breakdown next time, so you better freaking be ready.
Oh, I'm ready for it.
He's got the jazz hat on. He better talk
it's the draft hat, too. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh,
How
cool is that?
Listen,
don't mess around. We're going to get the real breakdowns here. Thanks for hosting us tonight, Ethan. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to be here all night here at the Cage. Easy enough to find, get to as well. As I turn my own mic down, easy to get to. It's for you to be able to make it here. Like I said, it was easy for me to just come off the freeway. I took 33rd South, and then I came around the corner from the Maverick Center. You can get here yourself. You can go online, book it for yourself as well. More to go around the corner. We got our guests coming up. It's going to be a fun day here at the Cage. Let's get an even bigger breakdown here around the corner. We're going to get to more and more breakdowns all day. Like I said, Tim Lacomb's going to join us at the 4 o'clock hour on, but Matt Babcock is going to join us. He's an NBA draft analyst as well, and so we'll talk to him next. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us.
When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $15.19 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services, price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in Lehigh, Provo, Harriman, South Jordan, and American Fork.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Oh, yes. You know what that music means, of course, in the background. That is our breaking news from the Jazz breaking news draft desk. JJ, what do you have for us here? A little update.
Yeah, the Utah Jazz have just received word that big man John Collins has exercised his $26.5 million player option for the 2025-26 season. That according to Shams Charania of ESPN.
Oh, Shams.
So now, as a Jazz fan, you're asking, okay, is that good or bad?
Well,
I can answer that question.
From a business perspective, let me guess, and you tell me, fill in the blanks here. From a business perspective, John Collins goes, show me the money, and if you want to get rid of me, great. If not, you'll have me on the roster next year. I'll be playing my darndest for you.
Yes.
If not, you're going to have to trade me, but I'm getting that $25 million.
This is good for everybody involved. It's good for John Collins because he's got $26.5 million guaranteed next year. It's good for the Utah Jazz because if he opted for free agency as an undrafted free agent, he would go into the market. The Jazz would lose John Collins without any asset or compensation. Now they have him on the books. He's an expiring contract. He has 1 year left on his contract. You know what that means. Expiring contracts are very valuable. There's a team in Boston that would like to acquire some expiring contracts. Just putting that out there.
Hold on a minute.
Maybe there's a team out there that would be willing to move a superstar in exchange for some expiring veteran contracts and maybe a number 5 overall pick.
All right. I don't hate it. I like it.
That shows you when Danny Ainge talks about big game hunting, these are the kind of situations that help them go out and actually make that happen when there's a player available. And suddenly we're in the situation today where there may be a player out there that is available.
Did you just say that the Jazz added to their pile of assets? Boom!
Yes,
we got
they
more
did.
assets in the Jazz.
So I don't John Collins had a great year last year. His trade value is up, probably as good as it's been. Even going back to his days in Atlanta, he had a really nice season with the Jazz and would have played a lot more games had they not been, doing what they did.
All right, I love it.
There you go.
Already
good
some
news. This is good news for the Jazz.
Right.
Good news for John Collins, and it actually allows the Jazz to have more options in both the trade market and otherwise.
Love it. Already some news on this early part of the draft coverage that we're bringing you all day, all the way up till 10 o'clock. We're here at the Cage in West Valley. You can hear people taking cuts in the background in the batting cages. It's a lot like Top Golf, but with the batting cage. That's how it works. Come down, hang out in the air conditioning, take some cuts at the simulator, and beat your friends at baseball like you said you always could. Now you got to prove it. Joining us on the program right now from Babcock Hoops, he is the NBA draft analyst. He is Matt Babcock. Matt, thanks for joining us on the program, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Those types of moves we just mentioned, like John Collins opting in on his last year of his player option with the Jazz, those are all pieces of a puzzle that every front office is going to have to put together on a draft day. These and so many more facets. What are the things you look at most at teams and you go, okay, I kind of see where they're moving with some of the moves that they're making?
Yeah, I mean, I think, with a guy like Collins, I would imagine that they're not surprised that he opted in. I think that was expected. And so I don't think there's usually surprises, but I mean, it does make a difference that there's so many trade talks going on around the draft. I heard one rumor that Utah was in the mix with Jaylen Brown, and I think, John Collins opted in. He might be part of a hypothetical trade. And there's a million different things like that being discussed behind closed doors. And what I'm doing as an NBA draft analyst, I spend most of the year evaluating these kids, and now I'm trying to project the picks, which is more of intel gathering. And I can't stress it enough that the rumors that are flying, it's probably more than there's ever been, and so it's making this draft very unpredictable.
What? And you've covered a lot of drafts. What is it about this draft that is causing it to be so unpredictable?
I think just the amount of teams opening, very open to making trades, and it starts at the top with, it's number 3 with Philadelphia. I think number 4 Charlotte. That there's a number of offers that are being discussed there, and so really not knowing what the domino effect is going to be with those early picks, it's kind of thrown off the entire draft.
If you look at a team like the Jazz, that come up as kind of being intriguing because they have multiple picks and they have a lot of other things outside of their picks that they are able to work with. Plus, they've adjusted their front office, adding Austin Ainge now. What do you think that a team like the Jazz have in a draft like this when they were obviously disappointed to fall to 5 in the lottery?
Yeah, sure. Obviously, I think all the teams that thought they had a chance to get Cooper Flight that didn't, naturally they're going to be disappointed. But being at number 5 in this draft, I think they're going to have some really good options. I'm going to do my final update of my mock drafts when we get off here, and I'm going to have them taking Jeremiah Fears. And if I'm Austin Ainge, I'm really excited about that pick. Jeremiah, he's only 18 years old, but a very dynamic on-ball guard. And somebody that I could see developing into being a player that they could build around.
What do you make of the Ace Bailey situation? Is there a lot of smoke here, or is it a smoke screen that you know how the things go in the league? What is going on with Ace Bailey? How far could he fall, or is he going to go pretty high still?
I think he'll go pretty high. I'm currently going to put him at 6. I'm not confident at all that he's going to get to 6. I think he easily can go 3 or 4. Likely in a trade scenario where somebody's moving up to get him. But like I said, I think the Ace part of this is really kind of been a sort of wrench in the system for all of us mock drafters, if you will. But yeah, I think he'll be somewhere between 3 and 6, and his agents are playing games and trying to manipulate things. I think he's got a few different destinations that he would prefer over those first few teams. But we'll see how it unfolds.
One of the things that you have seen, and this is actually a question we've been getting online from folks who are streaming this on the YouTube channel, is can you get a franchise-altering type of a player drafting 5 through 8 in this draft? We talked about, since the last year's draft, we were like, no, but next year is a very talented draft. And we're seeing that because of how many wild names, I think, between 3 and 10 that we've seen. Is there a foundational guy that can be a quote-unquote superstar in the NBA between 5 and 8 or 5 and 10 in the draft?
Yeah, there are 2 guys that I've heard attached to the 5th pick. Jeremiah Fears and Trey Johnson are the 2 names that come up the most. And Ace Bailey, if he's there. And I think all 3 players, have a chance of developing into the star players. Keep in mind, all these guys are 18 or 19 years old. They're really just kind of scratching the surface of what they're going to become. And so, from a potential upside standpoint, I do think there's a number of guys in that range do have a chance to develop into that kind of a player.
Trey Johnson is a guy you have had at number 5 for the Jazz. You've worked as a scout. You can take a deep dive on him. What is it that makes him special, and the reason why he could be such a good player? And how concerned are you about the defense?
Yeah, he's somewhat of a one-trick pony. He's a hired gun. He is a scorer. He's very good at it. I mean, he had a lot of big games his freshman year in Texas. He's 6'5", 6'6", can create his own shot, can shoot off the move. Just the kind of guy that it's very easy to see him finding success as a scorer. Defensively, I don't think he's a total liability. Definitely not what he hangs his hat on.
When you look at the talent that's in the NBA draft pool this year compared to with when you kind of started doing this, what's the biggest difference and what's the biggest kind of move and shift in the direction for front offices of what they're looking for, and maybe even looking at what the Thunder have done this year to build that championship team that Sam Presti and his guys have done? How has that changed in your time evaluating talent in the NBA?
I think that the top part of this draft is pretty similar. I mean, it's really filled with a bunch of freshmen, one and done guys. I'd say the biggest difference has been with college basketball and NIL. The depth of the draft, top to bottom, is changed dramatically. The second round, major drop off this year. There just wasn't nearly as many underclassmen to enter the draft or stay in the draft, and so the depth is really taking a hit. But like I said, the lottery in the top 20 or so is pretty typical to how it's been.
We're also watching Yegor Demin tonight, the former BYU point guard. What range do you see him in, and what are you hearing about him around the league?
It's interesting. I keep mentioning the mid lottery, being the high and mid lottery being uncertain. The rest of the first round's quite a bit like that too, and I think a lot of guys are having very at least perceived wide ranges. Yegor being directly included in that. I think he could go late lottery, but it's also possible that he slips to the late teens as well. Probably loosely like a range of like 10 to 20. Again, makes this night a pretty big roller coaster because even guys like myself, we're doing our best to be informed here, but there's just a lot of curveballs being thrown out.
What's a name that you have kind of moving around maybe different directions in this draft that maybe others aren't necessarily focusing on, maybe some level of talent that you've seen in this draft that you go, I like that one guy and people aren't talking about him enough?
I think things have caught up. I mean, one name that comes to mind that I was high on all year, and it does seem like he's going to go in a high spot, is Jon Berenger, a player from France that played in Slovenia this year. Measured really well. He's like 6'11" without shoes, if I remember correctly, like a 7'4" wingspan. Sort of reminds me of like an athletic Joakim Noah. And it's looking like he's probably not going to get out of the lottery. So keep an eye on him. He's a very talented kid. He's only 18 years old.
Wow. We all love those young guys in this draft. We say, hey, they're 18 and there's a lot to work with. And yet at the NBA level too, it's so hard to develop guys into it. Who's the most, I guess, equipped outside of like your Cooper Flaggs and Dylan Harpers maybe? Who can come into the league in this first year and make an impact with the tools they already have from college?
I think Concanupel from Duke. I think he's considered the safe pick of the draft. And I think a lot of it is just his style of play. I mean, he's very mature, high IQ, and he's a great shooter that doesn't need the ball in his hands to be effective. And a guy like that, with the way the game's played in the NBA today, everybody needs shooters that know how to play. And I think Concanupel, there's rumors he can go as high as 4 to Charlotte, but I think he'll probably be in that 4 to 8 range. And I'm expecting him to be a rotational guy day one.
The Jazz also have a pick at number 21. As you look at that range, who are the guys you like that could be available for the Jazz at that 21 spot?
I think a lot depends on what they do at 5 and also just who's there. I mean, as I mentioned, there's a number of guys that have these wide ranges. I currently have them taking Liam McNeely from UConn, 6'7", 3-man, just the ultimate winner. Pretty similar to what I was mentioning about Concanupel, just great shooter, glue guy, knows how to play, really can be plugged into so many different systems. That's a guy I'd keep an eye on. And then there's a couple other wings as well. Will Riley from Illinois, one and done freshman. Nick Clifford from Colorado State. I could see them going with a wing if they did decide to go with Jeremiah Fears at that first pick.
Matt Babcock, you can just go to Babcock Hoops and get the breakdown of all of these different players that we've been talking about. He's got his mock draft up. You can go click on all these different players, see what they do. And Matt does a phenomenal job. The background that he has is kind of unmatched when it comes to breaking down all these talented guys from the position that he's at. So, Matt, we appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us on the program today.
All right, thanks, guys.
There you go, Matt Babcock.
Yeah, he said he's going to update his mock draft too as well, and he'll have Jeremiah Fears at number 5. So, yeah, go check out his website right now. He's got that mock draft up. And
we've seen Fears move quite a bit into that 5th spot
that's
for the Jazz.
That's the name that this week has been having the most buzz with the Jazz. Word is that they really, really liked him. I think they did 2 workouts with him.
That's
or 2 meetings. That's
what I say when I don't like him during this type of year. I never know what to think. I just have a hard time with the Jazz taking another 6'2" guard like right now.
I think fans would be like, really?
Okay.
Then what have we been doing the last 2 years?
Yeah. Well,
right?
And they're going to have to do what a lot of teams are doing right now, which is, okay, so what about those guys who are already in your locker room?
Yeah.
You know, are you going to make it work with the guys that are already there? Are you moving Colin Sexton? Are you going to move Keontae George maybe? I mean, those are things that you have to answer.
Everything is on the table.
Yeah.
Austin Ainge has no
he's not
nothing
tied to
invested
any
in
of these guys.
anything prior to when he was hired.
You know, it was wild. I've actually heard one mock expert on some national show even talking about it, and they straight up just threw out, and Walker Kessler would be an easy piece for you to move. And I was like, that was the guy that we were talking about that you never touch. But I think that there is actually now officially nothing that's on or that's off the table for the Jazz. There's nothing that's off the table for these Jazz to make a move because the front office is going to get wild. And if they need to, and I think they have the flexibility to be able to do it.
They're not afraid to.
You can join us tomorrow. We're going to be at RGS Exteriors from 3 to 6 during our program, RGS Exteriors and Construction. Love Tim Brown and his guys, and you can join us out there tomorrow for the program. We'll take a break. We're at the Cage here in West Valley. The pizza's on the table here for us. We've got people in the bays hitting the baseballs. Actually, this is a pretty intense game over here. There's a game format that you can do that now I'm like jealous that we didn't play that one yet. So we'll get to we'll chat with Ethan next, who's the owner of the Cage, and we'll tell you how to book it for yourself, for your company, for your neighbors, for your kids' party, whatever it wants to be. We'll tell you about it next. More to go right around the corner. I've got a Would You Rather, a draft edition. Next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
Welcome back to the UCCU Savings Spotlight.
For today's Play of the Day, we're looking at freshman college student Allie Anderson.
Allie just got a lower rate on her auto loan by transferring it to UCCU.
Which is why she's smiling right now.
And Allie's not finished yet.
Now she's signing up for UCCU Elevated Checking,
which comes with more savings on things Allie uses every day.
Including an additional 0.25% off her auto loan.
An incredible alley-oop by Allie.
With the assist by UCCU.
When you love someone, you tend to hold on a little longer. You cradle a little more tenderly. You cherish the time you have. And you embrace every moment. So when you're buckling them up, make sure it's done the right way. So you can hold on to what matters most.
Years and you thought possible.
From commercial to recreational truck accessories, Mountain Land Truck Outfitters has got what you need. Flatbeds, spray and bed liners, lifts and leveling kits, wheels and tires. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters proudly uses a brand you know and trust. And with our experienced, knowledgeable, and friendly staff, your visit here will be informative and enjoyable. Stop into our convenient location in Provo at 265 South 100 West or call 801-225-4637 to get a quote for your fleet or individual truck. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters.
Your car carries you and those you love through the days and years. It deserves the best care you can give it. At Burt Brothers, we can help with that. We've been doing it better than anyone else since 1991, and we'll keep doing it to get you through all the important moments on life's roads. Because cars are more than how we get from here to there, they're how we get from there to here. Find your nearest store and discover special offers at burtbrothers.com.
Salt Lake Running Company is inspiring our community to move with purpose, embrace adventure,
and consciously connect to their bodies. Exercise is essential now more than ever. Take control of the chaos and make time for you. From the gym to the trail, SLRC can help you find the focus to define your finish line. Visit any of our locations along the Wasatch Front or shop online at slrc.com.
Forever. Switch. We're so old, we used to play junior jazz with Pistol Pete. Riverton Chevy, 100 years of service, and we're just getting started.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
When you love someone, you tend to hold on a little longer. You cradle a little more tenderly. You cherish the time you have. And you embrace every moment. So when you're buckling them up, make sure it's done the right way, so you can hold on to what matters most.
.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes.
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. We're the owner and the brains behind starting up what is really pioneering when it comes to the entertainment side of things. Think Topgolf before a batting cage. Think about, you and your buddies at Topgolf and trying to beat each other at that at driving or whatever it might be, or for your accuracy. How about doing it in Yankee Stadium or at Fenway Park against your friends here in the simulator, the batting cage? It's phenomenal. And it's for everybody, man. Let's do it. Let's get it going. We'll chat with Ethan in just a moment. I have a would you rather. Actually, you know what, Ethan, you want to get let's get Ethan involved on the would you rather here. Ethan, first of all, thanks for having us to your place, man. This is your house. Thanks for
thanks for coming. I'm just super glad you guys came out here. I love your guys' show. So I'm happy to be on.
You, man.
I'll let you do the show. I'll go play baseball.
That's also an option because he knows enough. He's also a guy. He's wearing a Jazz hat, but it's the Jazz draft hat. And so we've been talking a lot of stuff during the breaks here, and he just got the download on some things that Tim Lacombe is going to reveal to us in just a few minutes here. So I've got a draft theme would you rather. Now, would you rather works like this. I give you a situation. Would you rather have this or that? In this case, it's a person, this person or that person. And the draft version of this, JJ, is this. The best players in the history of the NBA that went undrafted.
Okay.
So I'm
that.
going to give you the best undrafted guys. And you tell me which one you want to build your team around, which is crazy because we talk about second round guys all the time. for guys to hit outside of the draft is wild, because the NBA draft is the best filter of talent that we've seen in any of the drafts that we have across all professional sports. That's why there's only 2 rounds. It's a very, very small group, and so you have to be dialed in. So let me get to the ranking of the best. Let's go with this one right off the bat here. How about, would you rather have J.J. Barea or Jose Calderon?
I'm going Barea.
I like Barea. He's a champion.
He was a Bulldog.
He won with the Mavericks, too. Yeah,
Calderon's a good player, but I like Barea.
He annoyed the heck out of you on the floor, too, yeah.
I think Jose Calderon had more to offer in a more variety of teams and was probably a better individual player, although J.J. Barea does have the championship.
He does have the championship, and I will say, too, a lot of these guys that went undrafted, they all seem to play for 19 teams, too, so you're like, they were great because they were role players, okay? So Jose Calderon or Avery Johnson. That seems like a no-brainer.
Avery Johnson.
Avery Johnson for sure.
No, plus
that's a floor general.
A guy who won a title. And the thing about Avery Johnson was his numbers didn't pop off. He's a 9-point-a-game guy over his career, but
back in the day in the 90s when you needed a solid point guard, he helped that Spurs. He won a championship with the Spurs.
He did, 1999.
With David Robinson.
How about this one? This is a name you haven't thought about today. So Avery Johnson or Brad Miller?
Brad Miller was really good.
He was 11.5 and 7.5 as his career, dude.
Yeah.
But he had that look of being a guy that
he was farm strong.
They looked like they pulled him out of the crowd.
Yeah.
There, I'll put this headband on. You're gonna get sweaty.
He looked like the same thing.
Okay, which one?
I'm gonna still stick with Avery. I don't know how about you.
You guys may be predating me just a little bit.
Okay,
I'm only
settle
26,
down. All right, settle down.
I probably would take Avery Johnson, just a floor general, just someone that you can get the ball to is probably a better option.
Now, as you know, there are no right answers on this, but you're both dead wrong. It's Brad Miller. He's a 2-time All-Star. Avery Johnson was not an All-Star. 2-time All-Star Brad Miller.
All right.
Brad Miller or Fred VanVleet?
Oh, my gosh. Fred VanVleet.
By a mile, right?
Isn't that insane that he went undrafted?
It is crazy when you think about it, especially because he's a name right now that we're talking about today, because the Rockets ended up re-signing him, and that's going to be an interesting team down there in Houston. This one is going to be a difficult one, though. Fred VanVleet or Udonis Haslem?
VanVleet's the better player. Haslam won titles with the Heat, but the on-court. Did Haslam make $122 million?
I don't.
In the 20 years he played for the Heat?
I don't think so.
I'm going with Fred VanVleet.
He did win 3 titles, though, like you said. VanVleet or Bruce Bowen?
Oh, man.
Speaking of guys who could lead a locker room.
Bruce Bowen was an important part of those Spurs teams in that
best
era.
Defender on this list, probably.
Some called him dirty.
Yeah.
Fred VanVleet's still all-star level player, so better than Bowen. But Bowen was one of the best defensive players in the 2000s.
Fred VanVleet's a little underrated defensively too, though. I think. I mean, you're looking at someone who has had their whole career already played, and you look at Fred VanVleet, who still has his future in front of him,
right,
and has a good Rockets team with Kevin Durant on it now. You know, that could be something that this next year we changed our opinion on that.
Okay.
One.
Yeah, that team finished second in the West this year primarily because of Fred VanVleet and his leadership.
VanVleet, where did he play in college?
Wichita State, right?
He did. From one Midwest university to another, Fred VanVleet or Oklahoma State's own John Starks?
Oh, man.
It's got to be John Starks.
You got to give it to John Starks.
Yeah. Took his team to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Even the young guy.
Did you know John Starks used to bag groceries?
He was like the Kurt Warner at one point where he was living out of a trunk of a car for a couple months there.
And he was a former Jazz man when they used to wear that logo on their jersey.
So for a moment.
I'm still going with Fred VanVleet, but John Starks is a great success story.
Both of them can be number 2 on a championship team, I think.
And then finally, VanVleet or Big Ben Wallace.
Ben Wallace is a Hall of Famer.
He is how many times did he win defensive player of the year? 4 times.
4 times NBA champion.
All-Star 4 times.
Yep. I actually got in an argument with my brother, who neither of us are old enough to have really watched Ben Wallace play really and be cognitive humans.
Yeah.
But who was the best player on that 2004 Pistons team in your guys' opinion? Because I've heard Ben Wallace for Chauncey.
You can make an argument for
Rashid
Rip Hamilton. Rasheed Wallace
on that team.
Really
good.
Yeah. The truth about that team is they were a team.
They overperformed.
And all of those guys were all-star level players, but they all played a role on that team, and that's why they were effective. And they almost won 2 championships. They took the Spurs to 7 games the next year.
All right, we've asked too much of Ethan here to do our jobs and break it down for us, so we're going to have him do his regular job now. The Cage. What was the brainchild of this? Why did you why did you think of this in the first place? And you've seen it come to fruition now. We've got bays that are filling up with people who are taking hacks at the in the batting cages here. It's a dream come true for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've always loved baseball. Sports has always been a huge part of my life, and I think that it teaches you so many life lessons, right? And I think for me, it's just been always really important. I had my career cut short just a little bit, but playing baseball, I got a bad arm injury in high school, and I still wanted to play and make it somewhat accessible, but it was hard to find 18 guys to go play pickup baseball. You can do that with basketball really easily and a couple other sports, but with baseball, it's just hard to get good enough players. You have to have 2 pitchers, 18 players to go play pickup baseball. This wasn't really happening for me. And so I decided I wanted to make a way for baseball to be more accessible, and especially just the fun parts of baseball. Sometimes the games can get long and there's different things about it. And so people anybody who's a rookie, whether you're a rookie or an all-star at baseball, you can hit a home run here at the cage. We've had 6-year-olds. My mom's come in and hit a home run.
We did.
Nothing against her, but
we did. So
if 47-year-old washed up me can do this, anybody out there can.
There you go.
Anybody should be able to experience the thrill of hitting a home run. I think it's one of those things that you guys experienced it today. It kind of scratches an itch you didn't know you had a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Like when you go to the bowling alley, or like when you go to Top Golf, or like when you go to one of these golf simulators. You're going to sit around on these beautiful couches. You can hang out, get some drinks, and chill out, get some food. They got the concessions over here. We got the pizza over here. That's what we opted for. But they've got all sorts of things. It's for anybody, and we want you to come down. It's just right here around the corner from the Maverick Center in West Valley City. It's on Redwood Road and about 30th South, right between 20th and 30th South. Easy to get to. So come down, bring the whole family. It's awesome.
Book a cage tonight. You can get 10% off if you book. Go to their website right now. Book through the KSL Sports link you have there.
Probably got to do it a little bit quickly here because
promo code is.
I think it's just the zone, right?
It's the zone.
All capital letters.
Yeah,
the zone.
All the zone
spaces.
And if you came in and said, "Hey, I want to book it," and we got a free opening right here, let's do it. They'll do it right here.
Yeah, we do have availabilities the rest of the night. So if you want to come in, meet these guys, joke around, talk about sports, get some live draft coverage while watching ESPN's draft on the TVs, and also listening to these guys who might know more about it than some of these knuckleheads on the TV. That you get to have that experience and hit some dingers. We accept walk-ins tonight for sure.
That sounds like a
we'll
good
give you the
time.
promo. So
that's awesome. Come join us.
We're accepting walk-ons on the show as well. Tim Lacombe, the coach, is going to join us in just a few minutes. Speaking of guys who's going to break it down, I've got questions off of our YouTube channel. If you go to the KSL Sports channel on YouTube, you can put some questions in there. We're going to be answering those live all throughout the rest of the night. I've got a couple sharing me right now from listeners that we're going to throw at Tim so you can get the best answer possible. He's going to join us next. Come down to the cage all night long. Ethan, thanks for hanging out with us, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Excited to have you.
We'll come back. More to go. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
Welcome back to the UCCU Savings Spotlight.
For today's Play of the Day, we're looking at freshman college student Allie Anderson.
Allie just got a lower rate on her auto loan by transferring it to UCCU.
Which is why she's smiling right now.
And Allie's not finished yet.
Now she's signing up for UCCU Elevated Checking,
which comes with more savings on things Allie uses every day.
including an additional 0.25% off her auto loan.
An incredible alley-oop by Allie.
With the assist by UCCU.
I just had myself a little piece of pizza there, bro.
Awesome.
You know why? Because I can. All right? I'm an adult. Don't judge me. But that is the only one I'm giving myself for the night, just so I don't get way off
That's the Salt Lake City fat loss way.
You got to
just have one.
I can have one.
80-20.
Right? I got to get to the spot where I just have the one. Oh, good. Andrea sent us pictures of you and I, or videos of us, of you and I in the batting cage here at the cage. Did you get my home run? That's all I want to know is if we got my home run. Okay, good. You got good hits from us. That's good. I only required that you edited out all the bad swings. Any whiffs?
Let me just tell you, the cage is awesome for your sports self-esteem.
It is because we put the boost on.
I feel like I still got it now.
JJ hit a 900-foot home run or something at Fenway.
Just crushed it.
I hit like a line drive 700-foot home run.
I still got it.
It was like barely off the ground. So you can come down, bring your family, bring your friends, and book a bay right here at the very first of its kind here in Utah, the Cage, which is a Top Golf for baseball. All right, so think about it. Right now, we've got these guys playing over in this, and I think they're at Yankee Stadium, and I think they're playing against one another. You can be any team you want in the major leagues. You can be at any stadium in the Major League Baseball. It's awesome. So take advantage. Let's get it going. Tim Lacombe joins us right here on the program for our draft coverage here at the Cage all day long. Tim's going to join us for the next couple of hours, and I'm thankful because that means we have an expert who's weighing in on all of these things. Let's kick the show off as we always do. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Let's get to the top of the hour. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the show. An incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. The good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships, that's who you trust. Nobody knows cars like Doug. And nobody knows this Utah Jazz team as well as, well, I'd say an outsider, but you're not really because Tim Lacombe is as plugged in as anybody in this discussion you're going to have all day long. Our coverage goes all the way up until 10 o'clock. You're going to get a ton of opinions and a ton of breakdown and a ton of data. First of all, Coach, welcome to the program, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today. We appreciate it.
Well, first of all, I couldn't be more excited. I think to be on site with you two guys, and you both look great. I get to hear all the time how much weight you've lost, but now I see it, which is
I got to get this new shirt situation. This shirt, we gotta figure it out. It's getting a little bit too loose now.
Yeah, isn't that a good problem?
Yes. I've found that I feel much better these days. So, but you look good. You look like your health is up, and well, you're always in a good mood. It feels like so. Get us in a good mood about this Utah Jazz team. I'm trying to figure out how today is going to go down. There's so many different versions of it. There's so many different names out there. When you hear, like we had a draft expert on who does his mock drafts nationally a few minutes ago, and he just named off Jeremiah Fears, which is a name that's been popping up for a lot of folks. Where do you put Jeremiah Fears when it comes to your view as to what the Jazz could do on a day like today?
While you guys were talking and I was hanging out seeing this awesome place that Ethan built, Ethan and I were talking about that very thing. I think, I'm not necessarily hell-bent on anybody tonight.
Yeah.
I think we're in store for a really exciting night, I think league-wide.
Yep.
It just seems like it's brewing and there's things in the air. I think a lot of teams are maybe willing to kind of throw a couple chips they've never been willing to throw in. Names like Jaylen Brown are being thrown around, which I don't know about you guys, but that makes my heart beat pretty quick.
I love it.
So I honestly, some nights I come locked in. Like there was the draft when the Jazz took, when Desmond Bane was on the board, that was my guy at 20 something. I was pretty outward about it. It was one of the first drafts I did. And they did not go that direction. They went with Doak. So
they should have listened to you.
Well, I don't profess to have the answers, and I've been wrong many times. I think that's the point of today. This is hard.
Yeah.
I know this personally. I know that things are flying at them. That they maybe weren't expecting going into the day. Some names being thrown around or some things being thrown at them. So we'll make sense of it as it happens. But I'm sitting over here refreshing shams.
Just
we all are.
Well, we saw the John Collins move. He opted in. That's not a shock to anybody. Everybody wants to get a guaranteed $25-point-something million. If it's coming their way, and if you're in aging John Collins, and you know that you don't necessarily know how many of those contracts are going to keep showing up, but I've got questions that are coming in. You can do this, by the way. You can go to our YouTube page, the KSL Sports YouTube page, and you can ask a question, and we'll throw them at the coach over the next couple of hours here. But one that came in was, did Ryan Smith hire Austin Ainge to continue tanking, taking any action, that would make your roster worse, which he made pretty clear. I felt like on the introduction day that that's not going to happen. Or does he want to switch up strategy? It sounds like he wants to switch up strategy.
No, I think that's what the theme of that press conference was, and I think the timing's good. But you have to keep in mind he's also the decision maker, and maybe he wants to make some big moves and have a fresh start too. When Austin came in, Austin's really good. We talked about him, a few times with you guys on the show when he got the job. But I think his biggest strength is a day like today. It's identifying talent. And I was telling Ethan, it doesn't stop with the Jazz at the draft. Many teams, they don't, just like many guys, get a new car, you don't take care of it. You don't get the oil checked. You don't. Similar organizations will bring a guy in. If he's not just absolutely boom, then they give up on him. And really, that's the climate of the world anyway. If somebody isn't instantly good, then they're not going to be good. I don't believe that. I've watched guys develop, and I think the Jazz do a phenomenal job of developing guys, both high-level guys, guys with great upside, like Sexton's a different player than he was when he got here.
Yes.
And that whole transition, and Will Hardy being a part of that, an authentic relationship built, it's the way you do it. So, we can talk about the guys and where the Jazz might go, but that is one thing I believe firmly, that they do a great job of assessing who's who, and then once they pick them, whether they're who they thought they were or not, they try to get them there.
I agree. There's going to be a lot of things that could happen tonight. We'll see if they actually do. But let's assume the Jazz stay at number 5, and they take that pick, and they keep that pick for the future. Jeremiah Fears is the name that keeps coming up in the last few days with all the mock drafts. Sell us on Jeremiah Fears. I know you've taken a deep look
Make
at
Jazz
him.
fans feel good about it.
If the Jazz take
Alex.
Jeremiah Fears.
in parentheses, Alex.
Yeah. If the Jazz take Jeremiah Fears, this young point guard, why is it the right pick?
Well, you said young. He's the youngest player in the draft.
Yep.
Here's the upside on the guy. From intel I've got, and I'll go into intel real fast. I used to have to block off an hour and a half with NBA scouts when I was a coach. And when they would call about guys who were fringe guys, they would spend an hour to an hour and a half with me asking us a myriad of questions to the level you wouldn't even believe. What's their best friend's name? What do they do for a living?
Wow.
Are they, on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being a dirtbag, 10 being a great person, where would you rank their best friend?
Wow.
So they get into everything. So that is, that's all been going on. So when you have, you can do that sort of thing, you learn a lot of things about guys. There's a whole lot been made about Ace Bailey refusing workouts. Well, just go back through history. It's happened forever. Giannis didn't work out for anybody. Steph Curry refused to work out for the Warriors because he wanted to go to the Knicks. Jabari Parker refused workouts. So, it can work for or against a guy. But most of the time, it's just that's the one time that young player can kind of dictate until they prove they're papered, and then they can kind of, we've seen, you can force your way around anywhere.
Well, how much of that is like, we always hear, well, it's his agency, it's his agent. Is that somebody else getting in and saying, hey, let me help you with the PR side of things here. Let's blow it up a little bit over here, but it's going to work for you better over time. How much of that sometimes is like that the kid who's actually a really good kid, a really good ball player, gets kind of lost in the fact that there's some adults around him that sometimes go, well, let's try to do this.
Yeah. So for sure. I mean, parents, that we could take a whole show on parents and that's just parents, but then you get agents and everything else involved. You asked me about Fears. I want to finish that thought.
Yeah.
It's a huge part of it though, going into that, but sell you on Fears. I think the high end of him is he's a high quality individual who, every locker room he's been in, he makes better. I think he's a leader type guy on and off the floor. From a basketball perspective, what really stands out to me, the NBA is a ball screen league. Everything is a ball screen to get an advantage, and then you've got guys that are A to B that can drive the ball and dunk it, kick it, shoot it. That's been the game.
Yeah.
What Collier does amazingly well is get to the paint, but it is on a direct line. And when he gets a big on him, he's not going around he's not going around the big. He's going through the big. He's making contact.
Yeah.
Fierce is the type of guy who's got way more wiggle to him, and the ball's on a string. Like he might be one of the best ball handlers in the draft. So from that perspective, you're playing so much of the half court in ball screen. The knock on him, he doesn't necessarily shoot the ball that great, but again, you have to consider spacing. You have to consider a lot of times in college and high school, guys get 2 guys thrown at them. So the percentage can improve. We've seen that with guys. But I think it's what I'm sold on more than anything is his leadership and then his ability to constantly get in where the defense doesn't want him to be.
I wonder too when you see the size though, right? And that's something that people I hear like, oh no, you got to get. People were up in arms. I can't believe that Rutgers would list Ace Bailey at 6'10", and he ended up being 6'7"3/4 at the combine. That's Rutgers not doing him any favors, by the way. But everybody's upset about, or they look on the flip side and they see guys like even AJ DeBonsa where they're like, I was talking to somebody last week. They go, I saw him at a workout, or I saw him at the U19s in Colorado. Who was it that was telling us that? Was it
Kristen Peak?
Kristen Peak goes, and he's standing eye to eye with Mark Pope. That makes a big difference, right, for people. And yet people look and they go, oh, well, he's 6'2" and a half.
5'11"?
Yes,
right.
That's about what he goes. No shoes on. He's been lying to us, by the way, over the years.
Those stilts.
No, but I look at it and I go, what are we supposed to believe about the height? Because that's one of the big knocks. He's 6'2", 6'2" and a half or so coming in, and people go, oh, wow, that's not the size they're looking for. They want to see a 6'7" or 6'5" ball handler.
Can you win big in the NBA when your best player's 6'2"?
Well, it really, to me, it depends. I mean, it's certainly a factor. But again, you get a guy like Donovan Mitchell, who's a small guy, but his wingspan creates issues. And I think that's what Fears is. He's longer than he is tall. He's 6'5" wingspan, I think.
That's good, yeah.
So I don't know. You can certainly make an impact. And really what the Jazz are trying to do is find a guy who can make an impact, a pretty early impact, and start to basically take the journey with the team. We can talk about more of the guys, but you asked me about Fears, and I think the concern you hit, his ability to shoot the ball, and the size is not. You really would like 6'7". I mean, 6'7" is kind of the magic number in the league now.
We'd all prefer it, but
Well,
but
the MVPs, that's 6'6",
yeah,
right,
6'7" guy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason that some of these guys that are looked at, being those wing threats, right? I mean, that's a reason that Cooper Flagg is like, okay, on top of all the crazy physical gifts he has, he's also 6'8" and a half now, and he's like kind of growing. It feels like he's kind of in that spot that he's growing. Another one that came in via our YouTube channel, and I love taking these questions because I just throw them right at Tim. And one of the things that I noticed too is that somebody's asking about Austin Ainge again. Does it take Austin Ainge to make a team worse and hope for lottery luck, odds similar to being hit by lightning? Or what happens when Austin Ainge comes in? Does he come in? Does he try to make a move to say, hey, this is somebody else's team. I'm doing something totally different here. Is there a vibe that he feels like he needs to kind of make his team, so to speak, out of all this?
I don't think so. I think that's what's so nice about the fit is, I think everybody knows who everybody is.
Right.
Oftentimes you come into a new situation and you've got to kind of make your presence known. That's not Austin's deal. Austin has one agenda, and that's to get the very best deals the Jazz can get and get the very best players in this process. And beyond that, there's no statement to be made or any of that.
How active do you think they'll be in trying to move some guys with a lot of these veterans with expiring contracts? We had the breaking news earlier. John Collins has exercised his option, so now he is a tradable asset. He's an expiring contract. Expiring contracts are very valuable right now, and the Jazz have some.
Well, especially the expiring contract, like John, he had an unbelievable year last year. Everybody was down on him when the Jazz went after him. And if you listen to me, I was the voice of reason. He shot 29% from three. But again, he was in a totally jacked up system, where Trey Young, obviously really good player, but Trey, he passes when he gets in trouble, and that's hard to get in a rhythm.
Yep.
So I could see that, with the Jazz spacing, with the way they move the ball, that he would really fit, and it's really worked out nice. And last year he was steady as can be in the games he played. So yeah, you're right. Not only to have expiring contract, but somebody of that level who a championship team or somebody that's like Boston, for instance, who's trying to rework their whole thing. That'd be an interesting piece. So that's what we get to sit back and watch. But yeah, to your point, I think that's going to be a part of it. I think the goal is to try to change that roster and get something for some of those pieces that are just going to go away.
Tim Lacombe, the coach, is joining us here all the way up till 6 o'clock. We're at the cage here in West Valley. You can hear the batting cages going off in the background. These are our friends, coworkers, people who like to hang out together, and they go, hey, let's take it to the batting cages. They're playing some games currently here. Oh, they're hitting it. Is that Miller Ballpark over there? Yeah, they're hitting out. It's the Mariners versus the Guardians hitting into
in Provo?
In Provo.
Only at the cage.
Just like you had
hit it into Rock Canyon.
Yeah,
how cool is that?
We were just talking about that. Squaw Peak got a couple of you got to go shack some baseballs out of there. Look, there's a lot of fun stuff to be able to have here. And joining us right now, he is the creator of the cage. He's Ethan, who's been joining us today. Ethan, first of all, awesome place, man. This is great. This is a phenomenal place. Describe for me, and if someone's listening right now, what's the 30-second kind of elevator pitch as to how the cage came about and what it gives to people?
Yeah, so the cage is Utah's first high-tech entertainment-based batting experience. It's like a Topgolf, but for baseball. Its goal is just to make baseball more accessible and easier to find for just anyone who's a rookie or an all-star ball player. It gives anybody the experience of and thrill of hitting a home run. I think that's one of the most awesome pleasures you can get is just feeling the ball just pop off the bat and hitting a home run at your favorite stadium. And we give anybody the chance to be able to do it. It's one of the coolest things ever, honestly. It's been super awesome.
What I love about this is you've taken the game of baseball and you made it accessible to everybody to come here and enjoy that part, but the entertainment factor as well. You can have a great time here. You can have parties here. Why not bring your Little League team out here and celebrate your season, come down, get a cage for an hour or two, and have a memorable time, make some memories that are going to last a lifetime.
Yeah, we like to think that we're really consumer friendly with what we're doing here. A bay for an hour is $60, and you can have up to 8 people for it. So you split that up; it's $7 a person. There's not a lot. Bowling. There's not a lot of things you can do that are cheaper than that. And for the experience that you're getting for it, I think it's well worth your dollar.
It's a ton of fun. JJ and I took some cuts in the cage as well, and we've been. We got to set up one of these games. That's what we do. And you can pause it. You have the little, you tap the plate to start and go. And it's the technology's there. It tracks the balls really well. And you can even give yourself an artificial boost if you want to feel like a real hero. Not that JJ and I use that, but I'll just say we both hit it over 700
Felt like
feet.
it was cheating, but that's just me.
No problem. But you can have that type of fun with your kids, with your family. Have it be a date night. Awesome. All of those things, all of the above. It's right around the corner from the Maverick Center. We're right here on Redwood Road and just about 30th South, getting about to 30th South. So it's easy to find. You come in here. Parking was easy to find, and there's enough places for you to come in here. You park yourselves on the couches, hang out. People get in and out of the cage and hit. You can eat. You can enjoy some. You got some. What do you got? Some sodas over there in that fridge.
Sodas, hot dogs, pretzels. It's like a little concession stand just over there. So
love it.
All ballpark food.
Let's get the big league chew out. That's what we need. We need to get the. Remember that old stuff? They're like, hey kids, you want to make bubble gum look like tobacco? We got you covered.
The kids still love Big League Chew.
I know. I'm surprised it hasn't been canceled. Good for Big League Chew. All right, come down and enjoy the cage, and you can hang out. Ethan, thanks for being with us today, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, love the draft coverage.
Oh, we're trying to kill it. That's why we brought Tim in. So Tim Lacombe, the coach, is going to join us the rest of the way out here. Coming up in about 15 minutes, I've got a draft edition of the top 10 that we're going to force Tim to play as well. It's our favorite trivia game that we lose every day. So don't worry. Everybody loses it. It's not a big deal. We'll come back. More to go from the cage. Our draft coverage, go to KSLSports.com. You can see us there. You can listen to us there. You can also go to our YouTube channel, KSL Sports, and stream live there as well. And we'll be answering those questions as much as they come in. We'll be answering all those. I've got some more to ask Tim on the way back. Your questions right here live from the cage. Draft coverage all the way up till 10 p.m. tonight. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
We're so old, we used to play junior jazz with Pistol Pete. Riverton Chevy, 100 years of service, and we're just getting started.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
Welcome back to the UCCU Savings Spotlight.
For today's Play of the Day, we're looking at freshman college student Allie Anderson.
Allie just got a lower rate on her auto loan by transferring it to UCCU.
Which is why she's smiling right now.
And Allie's not finished yet.
Now she's signing up for UCCU Elevated Checking,
which comes with more savings on things Allie uses every day.
including an additional 0.25% off her auto loan.
An incredible alley-oop by Allie.
With the assist by UCCU.
Salt Lake Running Company is inspiring our community to move with purpose, embrace adventure, and consciously connect to their bodies. Exercise is essential now more than ever. Take control of the chaos and make time for you. From the gym to the trail, SLRC can help you find the focus to define your finish line. Visit any of our locations along the Wasatch Front or shop online at slrc.com.
From commercial to recreational truck accessories, Mountain Land Truck Outfitters has got what you need. Flatbeds, spray and bed liners, lifts and leveling kits, wheels and tires. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters proudly uses a brand you know and trust. And with our experienced, knowledgeable, and friendly staff, your visit here will be informative and enjoyable. Stop into our convenient location in Provo at 265 South 100 West or call 801-225-4637 to get a quote for your fleet or individual truck. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters.
As a local credit union dedicated to people over profits, UCCU has been helping people improve their financial lives for almost 70 years.
And we want you to know that no matter what financial challenges you're facing, you can always count on UCCU to help you thrive in any economic climate.
Simply put, UCCU isn't just a financial institution, we're a team.
And we'll help you get a touchdown every time.
Really?
Sorry, I meant a home run.
Ouch.
Which one are you?
We're so old, we used to play junior jazz with Pistol Pete. Riverton Chevy, 100 years of service, and we're just getting started.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
When you love someone, you tend to hold on a little longer. You cradle a little more tenderly. You cherish the time you have. And you embrace every moment. So when you're buckling them up, make sure it's done the right way, so you can hold on to what matters most.
Your car carries you and those you love through the days and years. It deserves the best care you can give it. At Burt Brothers, we can help with that. We've been doing it better than anyone else since 1991, and we'll keep doing it to get you through all the important moments on life's roads. Because cars are more than how we get from here to there, they're how we get from there to here. Find your nearest store and discover special offers at burtbrothers.com.
Into St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice-Echo Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show. As the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Appropriate tunes considering who our guest is right now. Tim Lacombe, the coach, joining us here at the Cage in West Valley Cities. We break down draft coverage here for you. Hold on, turn it up. All right, sharp dressed man is Tim Lacombe this hour. He does have the ZZ Top shirt on, and that's why the plus he's a Texan himself. ZZ Top, they're Texans. Tim Lacombe, a Texan.
What's the best ZZ Top song? Sharp Dressed Man or LaGrange?
Waiting for the bus.
You threw a wild card at me.
Could you grow a ZZ Top quality long beard?
No. This is what you see is about all I got.
That's what you get?
Unless I go in for a testosterone shot, which I'm considering.
I was going to say, look, all sorts of benefits, not the least of which is a ZZ Top beard.
When did this turn into a low T ad? Where's Frank Thomas and Doug Flutie?
Get out of here.
Oh, hey, guys.
This bay is empty.
Jimmy Johnson shows up, Hall of Fame.
Frank Thomas just slap me with the towel in my butt in the locker room? What's going on here?
Hey, Dick text. You look good.
Yeah, better than ever. And then Walt Frazier and what's his name? Keith Hernandez show up and go, do you also need your hair figured out? Let's get you with the Just for Men as well. Yeah, when those guys walk into the building,
the driving range ad, that was the best.
Yeah.
Man, you got to watch that shot, Flutie.
Oh, man. And having Frank Thomas wink at you and say, the women will like it too. It was like, if I ever meet Frank Thomas, I'm going to be like, okay, I love you, man. I got your rookie card.
However,
in lieu of signing that, can you just wink at me and say, she'll like it too?
Yeah, and also,
1970 called Frank, and they want their ad.
How bad do things have to get to where you go, I'll take that check, Nugenics?
Hey, it gets bad. I'm going to tell you, I've done some wacky things last few years.
Got to pay the bills. We all have bills to pay.
Man.
Hey, listen.
No judgment.
We were talking about youth sports earlier because at the Cage here, you can bring your Little League team. You can hang out. And maybe you had a decent year with the Little League team. All right? Maybe your guys got third place in the old city
Hey, all-star tournaments are going on right now.
Let's get you nominating the people that actually are helping your kids out when it comes to, when it comes to the side of things where parents and volunteers are helping the kids out and learn the game. That's why we have the Hercules Hero of the Week Award. The Hercules Hero of the Week Award brought to you by Hercules Credit Union and Beehive Meals. You go to KSLSports.com/contest, and every Thursday we read off those winners here for you. And we celebrate those people who do an awesome job making sure our youth have great sports experiences. That's why we get them, and they get a prize from Hercules first and also from Beehive Meals. So there you go. Tim Lacombe joining us. He is, of course, pre-half and post-game coverage, usually here with Jake Scott before, during, and after all the Jazz games throughout the year. He's well dialed in. And, look, I think we're all kind of – on the one hand, there's part of us that want chaos on a draft night because you want to have some movement. You want to feel like you get your money's worth as a fan of a franchise where you go, well, were you guys out there working your butts off trying to make some deals? Or you want everything quiet on the front there and just quietly go out there and do your job and just draft and be smart about your scouts and trust in the people that do all the evaluating. What's the reality of what a draft night looks like? Do you have to be ready to do both of those things on any given draft night?
Yeah, I think that's the tough thing is, mock drafts, guys sit around, for 5 weeks, 10 weeks, and they can modify it and they can move it around. And you see guys rise up the draft board that were really low. I will tell you this, the pundits have no idea, right? Like when the draft starts, when that clock ticks, obviously Cooper Flag's going 1. But I really don't know beyond. I mean, Harper's going to go 2, but I don't know. The Spurs make a move tonight. I keep hearing rumblings that
that's the
epicenter,
yeah.
Right? So, I mean, to me, the only pick tonight that's pretty concrete is 1 in terms of team and player. So, with all of that and then all the things swirling around, I think if you're a front office person, you probably would like it to be a little more easygoing, but it's going to be White River rafting tonight. I think it's going to be wild. That's my take.
I love those. Yeah.
And for a fan, me sitting here just likes to talk about the game and watch it. I was one of those dudes. Every time I could, I reset the rosters on NBA 2K, and I redrafted the entire league. And I love to see Giannis playing in a different uniform. I mean, so in the fan in me, I love the chaos.
I want to get your take on Ace Bailey because that seems to be what's going to determine everything tonight. Who takes him and where? How far does he fall? What's the plan? What are they actually trying to have happen? If he's there at 5 at the Jazz, would you take him?
Yes, I would take him. And I honestly believe, all things being equal, if he's there, I think the Jazz take him. Okay. I think you look at the upside, and you have to look past some of this stuff like we talked about in the previous segment. Adults do silly things when money's involved. And so you just, like I said, like one of the more important things is to build a relationship. And I don't know if I've seen a better coach at building a relationship than Will Hardy. Honestly, he does it as an art because he just is who he is. He's really authentic. When he got hired, I talked about getting him having the air of a Jerry Sloan, not in the same, like, you know, knock their heads off type thing, but those guys would run through a wall for Jerry, right? And these guys, I feel like, will run through a wall for Will. So you give Will a chance with the guy, and Will's an expert in building relationships. Ryan Smith has built his career on building relationships. It's the name of the game. And so you take Bailey if he's there, you know, and his upside, there's times where you watch the tape of him in a highlight reel, and you're like, man, that's maybe a little bit better Paul Georgie type guy.
Wow.
You know, but if it doesn't click, you're looking at probably TJ Warren. You know, who was a really good scorer, but didn't help many teams, didn't affect winning.
Right.
And that's that secret sauce.
One of the things that I have been wondering about is with the names that come up, like your Ace Baileys, your Jeremiah Fears, another one's come up is Trey Johnson. That's a name that's been tied hardcore to the Jazz, or then you see people fall off of that for a minute. What does Trey Johnson bring to the table, and what is he different from? Because it feels like it's either going to be, if it's not Ace Bailey who falls to 5 and they just take him because he's the next best talent, if it's Trey Johnson or if it's Jeremiah Fears, what are the difference between those two guys? What are they getting with both?
I talked about Fears' wiggle. Trey's he's an elite bucket getter.
He scores, yeah.
He's an elite bucket getter. He's not a guy that's going to really challenge the rim a lot. You talk about a guy, Lowry Markkinen, 2 years ago, and he didn't play as many games this year, but this number stood out to me. The year prior to last, his shots that he made were over 90% assisted and off no dribbles. So I mean, you're talking about a guy who needs to get set up. Trey can get out in transition and do some things, but the high end of him is, you look at great shooters, elite shooters. Is he a Steph Curry type guy?
Wow.
That just comes into the league and just drills shots, because that's what he did in college. It's an absolute phenom at making shots. So on the other side of it, not the most physical, not the most rugged defender, but can you coach that? Can you get that out of him?
One of the things that impressed me the most about him was he was, as a freshman, the leading scorer in the SEC, the best basketball conference in the country. How much does that matter? Oh,
it's huge. I mean, you don't have to look very – and it's going to start to even out with NIL. And, like BYU, for instance, has got a SEC-type roster.
Yeah.
But when you talk about those types of rosters, they're two things. They're big, they're strong, and long. So you got the physical component, but they're deep. Some of those teams we ran into in the tournament those years where we couldn't get over the hump, it was Texas A&M twice.
Yep.
And the problem with Texas A&M for us is they had literally 4 guys, 6'10", DeAndre Jordan played like 2 minutes in one of those games.
He wasn't even the best player on one of those games.
Right? So they've got so much lumber, and it's so hard. But obviously that is, that's the end goal is, I think the SEC has probably been physically the pinnacle. So if a guy can lead that league in scoring, he's got something to him.
Yeah.
Is there a player that you look at that you say, hey, there may be, this guy fits, even if he isn't, the guy that you're talking about at 5. And if it's not 5, then who at 21 fits this Jazz team? At that point, you get a little bit more chaotic just because of who goes. And I feel like that the number of people that they might be interested in at 21 is probably more, just because you can have teams who fall in love with guys here and there, and maybe those were the guys that the Jazz wanted to take.
Yeah, the one perfect example of that is Boston jumping into the first round to get Peyton Pritchard. That year, they just fell in love with him.
Yeah.
And again, wasn't like an overnight sensation, but helped them year by year get better, was a perfect component as a teammate, and then, helped them win a championship. This year, won Sixth Man of the Year. So, yeah, if you fall in love with a guy, but I just wonder, that's the pick I wonder will be involved in something, because I don't know if you want to bring another 20-year-old guy.
How many young guys do you need that you got to pay guaranteed money to?
Correct. And so unless there's a guy they totally love there, that could be part of a package. You got to consider next year's first could be possibly conveyed. So it's maybe an insurance policy to, trade it this year and get one for next year. I don't know. So that'll be something we watch with 21. But if there are players there, I think big guys that can shoot the ball. Danny Wolf from Michigan is a guy that, like a Filipowski would fit a role, kind of a plug-and-play guy. Reynaud from Stanford, big 7-footer, can really shoot it.
He shoots from the outside, yeah.
So I think it's maybe where you go find some size.
Asa Newell's a name for Georgia that's setting in that range. Yeah.
Yep. So I think there'll be a lot of interesting things. And honestly, the board could get all jumbled, too, because of trades and guys having who they like. So it could be a prime opportunity to get somebody good, too.
I believe teams when they say you're going to take best player available now, no matter what. But the Jazz situation here, if Jeremiah Fears is the best player available 5, that's 3 years in a row you're taking guys at the same position.
Right.
How do you manage that? How do you deal with that? And is that an issue?
Yeah, I think so a little bit. The one thing we know about Keontae is he's better off the ball, and had a much better year when he was freed up from those duties. His shot percentage went up, his turnovers went down. Felt like he played more comfortable off a closeout than that initial ball screen action. And then obviously, so you consider him an off-ball guy. Fears is an on-ball guy.
Yeah.
He's a guy that would kind of be the head of the snake. And Collier had a great year, but I don't know if I'm ready to throw him. If you're making a run at it, I think he's a great piece, but still got a lot to learn. So if you threw him in there, you could find a way to make it work, particularly with some of the veteran trades. But you make a good point, and that may be part of the consideration tonight.
Tim Lacombe, the coach, is joining us all day today, all the way up till 6 o'clock, and then you're going to get draft expert after draft expert here as we bring you coverage all the way up till 10 o'clock tonight. Here at the Cage, we are live right now, bringing you all of the draft coverage. And on top of it, we got to get in the cage here. Oh, Lloyd Cole, our fearless leader, taking some hacks in the
Steve Reich too.
Oh boy, I wasn't going to say it, but there you go. Yeah, he brought his own bat from home, by the way.
That's weird. Nate, is it weird?
Okay. He brought it.
Hey,
Did he pull it out of a bat bag? No, it was a velvet bag.
Oh, my God.
I would have walked in here with a baseball bat. People would have run. Because I look like I have bad intentions.
Well, okay, but I will say this. When guys bring their own clubs to Topgolf, and the
did that too.
Topgolf guys
Dude,
go.
He did that too.
He did, didn't he?
He's that guy. All right. Hey, congrats. So you better hit them all out if you're doing that.
Hey, he's my former classmate. You guys know that?
I did not know that.
You guys were both.
We had a class together, University of Utah together. I was doing my Rodney Dangerfield tour.
Okay.
I still have 1 year to pick up. So we went back. I was in my 30s, but Lloyd and I were taught by the great Craig Worth.
So was I.
Oh,
you were
yes.
Best class I ever took.
He's great.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Dude. We need to go to lunch with him.
He'd be great. That would be fun.
Listen,
he's got stories.
We're going to have stories too if Lloyd continues on this current streak that he's got. They just made him shag balls. You know why? Because
missed them all.
You got to do it. You got to go do
exactly.
All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We're at the Cage. I've got a top 10 for you, a draft edition of our top 10 game. More to go around the corner. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
When you love someone, you tend to hold on a little longer. You cradle a little more tenderly. You cherish the time you have. And you embrace every moment. So when you're buckling them up, make sure it's done the right way. So you can hold on to what matters most.
Welcome back to the UCCU Savings Spotlight.
For today's Play of the Day, we're looking at freshman college student Allie Anderson.
Allie just got a lower rate on her auto loan by transferring it to UCCU.
Which is why she's smiling right now.
And Allie's not finished yet.
Now she's signing up for UCCU Elevated Checking,
which comes with more savings on things Allie uses every day,
including an additional 0.25% off her auto loan.
An incredible alley-oop by Allie.
With the assist by UCCU.
Salt Lake Running Company is inspiring our community to move with purpose, embrace adventure, and consciously connect to their bodies. Exercise is essential now more than ever. Take control of the chaos and make time for you. From the gym to the trail, SLRC can help you find the focus to define your finish line. Visit any of our locations along the Wasatch Front or shop online at slrc.com.
From commercial to recreational truck accessories, Mountain Land Truck Outfitters has got what you need. Flatbeds, spray and bed liners, lifts and leveling kits, wheels and tires. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters proudly uses a brand you know and trust. And with our experienced, knowledgeable, and friendly staff, your visit here will be informative and enjoyable. Stop into our convenient location in Provo at 265 South 100 West or call 801-225-4637 to get a quote for your fleet or individual truck. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters.
Your car carries you and those you love through the days and years. It deserves the best care you can give it. At Burt Brothers, we can help with that. We've been doing it better than anyone else since 1991, and we'll keep doing it to get you through all the important moments on life's roads. Because cars are more than how we get from here to there, they're how we get from there to here. Find your nearest store and discover special offers at burtbrothers.com.
We're so old, we used to play junior jazz with Pistol Pete. Riverton Chevy, 100 years of service, and we're just getting started.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
As a local credit union dedicated to people over profits, UCCU has been helping people improve their financial lives for almost 70 years.
And we want you to know that no matter what financial challenges you're facing, you can always count on UCCU to help you thrive in any economic climate.
Simply put, UCCU isn't just a financial institution, we're a team.
And we'll help you get a touchdown every time.
Really?
Sorry, I meant a home run.
Ouch.
Which one are you?
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
We're so old, we used to play junior jazz with Pistol Pete. Riverton Chevy, 100 years of service, and we're just getting started.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
Remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to high elevation recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Complete coverage of the NBA Draft and the Utah Jazz. This is your Utah Jazz Draft Night Roundtable Show, live from the Cage on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live at the Cage here in West Valley City. The Cage, what is it? It's the next place you need to bring your friends and your coworkers or your family, whomever, or your Little League team. It is Top Golf, but for the batting cages, or a golf simulator with all the points and everything you can add up in there. Chilled out situation with couches and everything. You get in the cage, you make some swings, you have some points, you have different games you can play. It's an awesome thing to do, and we have it right here in our backyard. Ethan is the creator of the Cage here in Utah, and he's going to chat with us in a few minutes. Before that, though, I've got us a top 10, and I've also got a Win Ticket Wednesday here for us. Let me see here. If you want to win something, the way to do it is with the Win Ticket Wednesday, and I've got you covered here. A couple of tickets to Collective Soul and live in concert. Yeah, that's right up my alley.
The 90s are alive.
That's right up my alley too. Get some lightning crashes going with live and Collective. Look, Collective Soul. This is my junior high school time frame.
I think Collective Soul's age well.
It has live has too.
I think it's great.
I've listened to a lot of live in the last couple of weeks, basically since we started talking about this. I don't know. I got hooked on it. So you can win that. You can win 2 tickets to it right now. It's at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater this summer. Give yourself a chance. It's actually July 13th, a couple of weeks. So 801-575-ZONE. Calling number 12 wins tickets to Collective Soul and live that are coming to Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater in July. 801-575-ZONE. I got a top 10 here for you, fellas. JJ plays this every day, Tim, but I'm going to make you play with us. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Here's how it goes. I just give you a this one had to have a little bit more. The would you rather game is subjective. You know, it's what you think is your opinion. This one is cold hard facts and things that are actual numbers when it comes to the NBA draft. It's an NBA draft version of this. It is the all-time leading NBA scorers that were chosen positions 1 through 10 in the draft. Does that make sense?
Repeat again.
Yep.
Number 10 all the way down to 1, the top scorer in every one of those draft positions in the first round.
Okay.
Does that make sense now? Okay.
Yes.
So I'll give you I'll cheat for you. I'll give you number 1, for example.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
LeBron now, right?
But see, here's the thing. Was Kareem was he the number 1 overall pick?
Oh yeah. So was LeBron.
Yeah, but so was LeBron.
But they can be, right?
Yes.
Oh, you're saying it can only be one. I got you.
It's only 1.
I can only
Which
slot.
is the top scorer in every draft position 1 to 10.
I'm sorry, LeBron.
You ready for this? Okay. So
be hard.
Alex, our producer, will get the timer ready. On your mark, get set, go.
Dirk Nowitzki.
Ding.
Michael Jordan.
Ding.
Sam Bowie.
How dare you? First of all, how dare you?
Ray Allen.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah, I thought maybe he's a 5. He's a 5 pick. Got to start thinking of the top scorers at all time. Got Kobe Bryant.
8. He was 8.
No. He wasn't a top 10.
He was 8. Or he wasn't a top 10 pick?
I don't think he was.
Well, either way. Even if he wasn't.
Shaq. No, he was number 1.
Dude, I'm
Anthony Hardaway.
Pistol Pete Maravich.
Chris Webber. Oh, man. Who are the top 10 scorers all time?
Bob Cousy.
Oh, my gosh.
Karl Malone. No, he was a 13th pick.
Truck Robinson.
This ended up being a lot more difficult than I thought.
We are really embarrassing ourselves here.
And you're going to kick yourself, too, when I start naming some of these off.
Magic Johnson.
But the hard part is
he's number 1.
Guys were drafted. That's
so hard.
I know one.
It's hard to know where they – yeah, so number 1's LeBron. So you guys got that one.
Okay, thank you.
Michael Jordan was
Yeah, he
number
said
three.
that.
number 3.
Yeah.
Got it. Number 2 all time is Kevin Durant.
Okay.
Number 4. So LeBron, Durant, Jordan. That's 1, 2, 3.
I should have said Steph. He's
Number
probably
1,
6.
the number 1 all-time scorer at number 4 is Russell Westbrook. The number 1 scorer all time at 5 is Kevin Garnett.
Okay, that tracks.
This one's gonna make you guys mad and be like, wow, actually that's impressive. Let me see here. Curry's 7.
I was going to say Curry.
Adrian Dantley is 6.
Wow.
The number 6
cool.
overall pick all time, top scorer, Adrian Dantley. Steph Curry 7. Robert Parrish was 8. So even if Kobe was 8,
what?
Robert Parrish is the top scorer all time at the number 8
That's
spot.
pretty crazy. See, like
that's got some staying power.
That's a longevity.
That's got some staying power.
Where
right
did he
there.
play college?
I know you
without
wouldn't know.
looking.
You wouldn't know. Is he an ACC guy?
Centenary.
Wow.
See, he got centenary, but we
See,
couldn't
I
get
know
the top
that.
10.
I can't do the 10, but I can just name schools.
Centenary. They're the SEC, right?
It's like saying, okay, on this beach, the sand is going to be in which quadrant?
Okay. Number 9 was Dirk Nowitzki. You got Dirk.
I got Dirk.
You
Dirk
did.
was the number 9 overall pick. Paul Pierce was the 10th overall pick
And Paul's
of all time.
Oh, wow.
13th.
So Kobe was 13th. Just as some asides, Reggie Miller was the number 11th pick, and he's the top scoring number 11. Top scoring number 12 is Julius Erving. And then Carl is number 13. Clyde the Glide at 14, Giannis at 15, John Stockton at 16, Drew Holiday at 17, Calvin Murphy at 18, Zach Randolph at 19. Zach Randolph, geez. Larry Nance at 20.
Clemson.
Michael Finley, 21. Norm
Wisconsin.
Nixon, 22.
Don't know.
Alex English at 23. Latrell Sprewell, 24. John Drew, 25. Vlade Divac. Vlade Divac is the number 26 pick. Top scorer.
That happens to be the same amount of cigarettes he smoked
I
every
was
day.
going to say, it's per pack. He did 27 packs.
Eldon Campbell at 27.
Eldon Campbell?
He traveled with a camel rep. I was told.
He's like, those cannot have filters on them. I'm sorry.
Straight, please.
Take the filters away.
No, it's filters in Serbia.
Tony Parker at 28, Eddie Johnson 29, and Jimmy Butler number 30. Those are your top.
That's fascinating.
First round top scorers all
Parrish.
time.
I would have never.
Robert Parrish
his
at
name
8.
out.
Robert Parrish at 8.
Tells you how
That's
many points
crazy.
he scored.
Well, it also
Pretty
tells
impressive.
you that 8 might be one of those like picks that actually has never worked out tremendously, maybe over
a good
time. Like
point.
if we were to look at it and you go, actually, if the top scorer of all time is Robert Parrish, I don't know what his total was in terms of scoring. Robert Parrish's career points scored are 23,000. That's a pretty good chunk, but it's nowhere near anywhere where a lot of these top 15 are. But yeah, so there you go. Okay.
The draft is a crapshoot.
It really is. So good luck tonight, Jazz fans. Have a great time. We'll take a break here. We got more to go. Before we do, Ethan's joining us from the cage. Ethan, by the way, he's been our stats guy. He's like handing us notes on like Kobe was the 13th pick. He's turned into a part-time producer doing the show here. But this is Ethan's baby. He's hosting us tonight. The cage is an awesome place for you to come. Grab something to eat, but you can also sit down, start taking some swings at any ballpark in all of Major League Baseball, a lot of the college parks as well. Any Major League Baseball team you can be. It's really fun. First of all, how did this idea come to you? Why did you say, I'm going to try this thing?
I think.
Let me see here if I can hold on. Let me turn there. There we go. Yeah,
I'm on now. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. So, maybe the embarrassing story of this time. I went to college at Utah State, and I was a former baseball player, played in high school, right? And I wanted to take this girl who was on the softball team on a date. And I was like, oh, how fun would it be if I took her to the batting cage? I can swing a little bit. Obviously, she plays for the team.
Yeah, sure.
And I realized that my only options at that point were to either like drive all the way to Boondocks, which kind of sucks, or infiltrate a Little League facility. Both those just didn't seem quite appropriate for a date atmosphere. And so I was like, there's got to be a way to make hitting baseball just way more fun and chill for like a date or for a party or for a corporate event. And, kind of like a Topgolf, right? But for baseball. And, so I've had that brainchild for a while now. And then it got to the point in my life where it felt like it was okay to pull the trigger. And I ended up doing it. And it's awesome. It's been super fun to do.
Well, I want to tell everybody listening right now, we had a chance to test it out before the show started. I can't wait to go back in there and do it again. It's so much fun.
I'm doing it during the break right here.
So everybody out there listening, you've got to come here and do this. Tell people how they can come here and do this. How do you book a cage? How does it work?
Yeah. So the easiest way, we do take walk-ins, but you're kind of running a risk there.
Yeah,
we
sure.
only have 3 bays, right? We find ourselves being sold out pretty frequently, which has been awesome for how early we are in the whole thing. So, but the best way to reserve a spot is to go to our website. That's www.thecage-baseball.com. You can also find out on our Instagram, which is another popular place to book. It's just @CageBaseball.
I just Googled the cage, batting cages, and it was the first thing that came up. You can see it. You'll be like, okay, obviously they're in West Valley, Utah. That's probably us.
Yeah, our marketing team does a really great job. So we're the top of if you Google batting cages or Top Golf of Baseball on Google,
sure,
our website's going to pop up.
Great.
So
That's
it's going to be right there.
If you want to do it for yourself, you want to get your family in here, you want to get your Little League team in here, you want to get your sales team in here, whatever it might be, they've got something for everybody. You can play these games. It'll track all the hits.
It's great for work
Like
parties.
it tracks all the hits. You can actually be in all the different ballparks, and it shows you exactly what's going on. And I will say too, it's actually you get in there and you can start swinging and hitting like right off the bat. You go to batting cages, and your kid wants you to go into the 85 cage right off the bat. It's tough. This is like way more your speed for somebody who's just coming in, and you can all hit. You can all get it going. So check it out. We're right here just around the corner from the Maverick Center, so that's kind of where we're at here in West Valley. Redwood Road and about 30th South. That's where you can find it. You can go online as well. Just Google it, and you can find the cage online and book your corporate event today or your family event, whatever it might be. Ethan, thanks for hosting us today, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and just so you know, Robert Parrish is the 37th ranked all-time scorer. So that 8th spot is pretty cursed.
It's I think that it would be. Yeah. Bringing the numbers today, by the way.
Listen to him.
I know. I knew he would do this. I knew he was going to show you
Here,
up.
you take the mic, and I'll take. I'll try to sell a couple cages.
Don't tempt me, Tim. Don't tempt me.
All right, we've got more to go right around the corner. Stay here with us. Tim's going to stay with us. We've got other questions. Your questions coming in via our KSL Sports YouTube page as well. So stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Take the zone with
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
It's your Salt Lake Show.
Welcome back to the UCCU Savings Spotlight.
For today's Play of the Day, we're looking at freshman college student Allie Anderson.
Allie just got a lower rate on her auto loan by transferring it to UCCU.
Which is why she's smiling right now.
And Allie's not finished yet,
Now she's signing up for UCCU Elevated Checking,
which comes with more savings on things Allie uses every day.
including an additional 0.25% off her auto loan
An incredible alley-oop by Allie.
with the assist by UCCU.
At Salt Lake Show.
Salt Lake Running Company is inspiring our community to move with purpose, embrace adventure, and consciously connect to their bodies. Exercise is essential now more than ever. Take control of the chaos and make time for you. From the gym to the trail, SLRC can help you find the focus to define your finish line. Visit any of our locations along the Wasatch Front or shop online at slrc.com.
Down? Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure.
From commercial to recreational truck accessories, Mountain Land Truck Outfitters has got what you need. Flatbeds, spray and bed liners, lifts and leveling kits, wheels and tires. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters proudly uses a brand you know and trust. And with our experienced, knowledgeable, and friendly staff, your visit here will be informative and enjoyable. Stop into our convenient location in Provo at 265 South 100 West or call 801-225-4637 to get a quote for your fleet or individual truck. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters.
As a local credit union dedicated to people over profits, UCCU has been helping people improve their financial lives for almost 70 years.
And we want you to know that no matter what financial challenges you're facing, you can always count on UCCU to help you thrive in any economic climate.
Simply put, UCCU isn't just a financial institution, we're a team.
And we'll help you get a touchdown every time.
Really?
Sorry, I meant a home run.
Ouch.
Which one are you?
We're so old, we used to play junior jazz with Pistol Pete. Riverton Chevy, 100 years of service, and we're just getting started.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
When you love someone, you tend to hold on a little longer. You cradle a little more tenderly. You cherish the time you have. And you embrace every moment. So when you're buckling them up, make sure it's done the right way, so you can hold on to what matters most.
Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone, JJ and Alex, Jeremiah Jensen, Alex Carey, the coach Tim Lacombe, and look who just walked in with a mouthful of pizza.
Hello.
David James, DJ and PK, joining us for the next hour. Welcome in, DJ.
I'll talk for him while he's eating.
No, make him talk.
I'm good. Let's go.
He chose to take a bite. He's been doing this a long time.
If anybody can talk while eating at the same time, it's DJ.
Listen, first of all, we haven't seen you taking any cuts on the baseball cage tonight.
Well, to be fair, I just got here.
I know.
And I'm in dress shoes and a dress shirt, which is perfect.
It actually kind of is. That's why they set it up for us to be able to just come in off the street and start swinging.
So
that's why,
what is the? Oh, first of all, also for people who have to find it, it's talking to someone who just took a tour up and down Redwood Road. The easiest tip, if you're coming from the north, when you get to Redwood Elementary School, you're almost there.
Okay.
It's obvious. You can see it. I saw the number, but I saw it too late.
Okay.
It's up high on the building. And so I was by it, and I had to go down. I had to flip a U, but you can't make a left here. So if you're coming north to south, coming from the south to the north, you can't make a left-hand turn in.
Okay, so
it's on the west side.
That's why they put me in right here. My map took me right here first.
That reminded me of General Gridlock.
Oh, yeah.
General Gridlock.
Is he still with us?
Don't.
Avoid.
He might not be.
The columns are moving out of the north with regularity.
You remember back in the day, too, we used to have, KSL radio, we had an airplane in the air every traffic report. Traffic report. Yeah, and it was like, coming out I-15, going to be slowed up. A couple of bottlenecks coming through Port of the Belt.
When did Harry Carey become the...
When did Harry Carey do traffic? In the off season.
Hi.
Holy cow.
What's the
sparrows up there?
Once the Blackhawks got going, Harry made his move to traffic. You haven't lived until you're driving down the road listening to the sports show and you got your father-in-law visiting in town. Who's Naval Academy?
Okay.
And General Gridlock comes on, and you're like, okay, General. Toe the line, General. Nothing too outrageous here, big guy.
He's not a real general.
And you could almost see,
general, I promise.
You could kind of see my father-in-law's back straight. Now that you're stationed, you're pulling this crap.
Yeah.
and then
this is the business you chose to get into, huh?
We're advancing, no enemy combatants, and all that. And he's down, and my father-in-law goes, that was pretty good.
Okay, no, I get it.
That was okay.
Spoke my
but
language.
there was about 10 seconds right there, like, oh boy. Oh boy.
Well,
sorry, that was my segue.
We got the full. That's a blast of the past right there. We got the full group here, and you're all night. You're going to have multiple microphones. Hopefully, fewer people talking about General Gridlock, but a lot more draft coverage. Listen. I'm trying to get the breakdowns here from Tim Lacombe. He gets like the secret texts and things like that during the program, some of which we can't share because we don't know. I don't know who the powers that be who he's tweeting and texting with. And stuff.
I do. You want to know?
So I
know exactly
the tea right now.
The problem is literally all of the power brokers texting, so you don't know which one.
Yeah, you don't know which one's lying. Yeah, or telling the truth or trying to hey, Tim's on the radio right now. We could probably use him to send some smoke signals just for fun out here.
Hey, that would never happen.
I've been at the arena.
I think I am. Shams.
I've been at the. You're a local.
I have my own dignity. Thank you.
I've been at the arena and I've seen Ryan Smith walk up to him. I've been at the arena and seen Danny Ainge walk up to him, and I know he knows Austin Ainge. If we can just kind of look at a roster and figure that out. So he's got everybody in his phone. Now, any one time who's talking to him, I don't know.
Yeah.
Plus, he knows people beyond that.
So it could be a magical night.
It could be Alex Jensen.
You know what?
know.
One of the greatest associations I've made, and I'm being serious about this since I got out of coaching, though, is this dude, DJ. Like, I always liked him from a distance, but he was a little stuffy.
Stuffy
kind of guy.
I went to the Marriott Center. I went to the Marriott Center, interviewed BYU coaches, and you're told, you could sit in row KK above the portal. Nobody come down until we wave at you. And I'm stuffy.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he's the kind of guy who shows up at a batting cage with dress
My
pants on and dress
experience was
shoes.
he was stuffy. I probably missed it. But
all right, I'm going to take a bite
the
of
last
pizza. This
couple
sounds
years,
like a long story.
the last 5 years, he's at Jazz games. He comes up. We hang out in that studio. You hung out with me before. He's a regular, and I get about one word into every 20 of his. But he's become a good pal.
I will say, DJ, if you're gonna do some breakdowns, he's got thoughts
thorough,
on all these
dude.
guys. Yes,
Thorough.
So that's what we try. That's why we bring guys on like DJ and like Tim Lacombe. Our program is brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make the G2G Bar the perfect alternative to eating pizza on the air during our program.
No, nope, I got a whole bite there. No problem. I thought that story was going to take a while.
Good.
I had time.
And we're going to kick the show off as we always do with the cut. Let's jump in right here, although a bit late.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the show. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. TrajanWealth.com. All right, let's talk about the things that go on. I wrote some questions down that I had for Tim kind of throughout kind of the show. What did we learn from and DJ, I want you to weigh in on this one because I thought this would be kind of fun because what did we learn from OKC's championship this time around that could maybe give teams maybe something different, or did we learn anything different? Did they do anything different to build this championship team and what winning a championship in 2025 looks like from a roster building perspective?
Make trades with the Clippers. They haven't known what they're doing since they left San Diego.
It's the guy who has thoughts on Southern California.
It took him less than 10 minutes to get a
San Diego reference.
San Diego reference or Barb in there.
Santa Barbara reference coming up next. Stand by.
He actually is a member of the Sven Nader fan club. There's 14 of them left.
I was so excited as a probably 10th grader, sneaking down into the front row at a Clipper game, probably preseason. And Sven Nader ran by, and I'm trying not to get kicked out by the ushers, who I'm sure know what's going on, but they're trying, to be nice. And they're letting me sit there, and I'm thinking, if I stick my leg out, I can trip Sven Nader.
Mr. Nader.
I am close to the action. I did get close to him once at the Del Mar Fair, and I realized that his arm was bigger than my leg, and his legs were bigger than my torso. He was a massive human being. Great rebounder.
Speaking of great rebounding, what do the Jazz have to do to get a great rebounder? No, I did want to know, what that OKC team did that surprised you on that run, because I think everybody had a version of they won a lot of basketball games. Look, I was a Sonics fan growing up. I saw a lot of teams win a lot of basketball games and then get to the playoffs and be a totally different team or crap the bed somehow. So how is it that this young team was able to beat all the doubters that thought that being too young was their biggest weakness?
Well, they were a couple of years removed from winning 20 games. I mean, I've been doing Jazz games for 5 years, and I remember when they would roll through. And one thing they didn't do was do everything perfect. Not every draft pick panned out, but I think they were really efficient. You look at it like a business perspective, they were efficient. They were making strides each and every year. I think even though they had some misses, you think of a guy in the first round, Alexander Pokachevsky, that they drafted, was going to be maybe this newfound 7-footer that could dribble around, and he just kind of got physically pushed out of the league. So it's not like they hit on everything. Obviously, the Shea pick was that pickup was huge because you got a top-line guy. I'll throw out, much like if Jaylen Brown were to somehow find his way to Utah, it'd be similar where you've got now an A guy. But then I think they have developed. They've chosen wisely, but they've developed. And they saw talent where they're, Lou Dort was a guy you could have got for a ham sandwich.
Undrafted player.
Right. And, they
one of the
saw
best defenders in the league now,
right, but they saw an elite skill. And I think that's what you got to do. I think they did a great job. In the offseason last year, the thing that flipped it for them was Hartenstein and Caruso. they went and got two guys that matched their DNA to perfection and would just come in and play their tails off. No ego. All they wanted to do was win. And, so they put a team together in the modern way.
Is there really – this is a copycat league, right? But there's really not a model right now to follow. Or is there?
I don't know if there's a model. There's a few trends to hold on to. Depth is more important than being top-heavy. Too many teams have gotten too top-heavy. Maybe a big two is a better
Super
idea than a
kind
big
of
three.
era,
That's
right?
super team, big three.
Yeah.
Copycat, because LeBron did it with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, and it worked.
And
They
it
went to
feels
four
like the
finals and
Suns
won
tried
two.
to do it the old way.
100%.
Yeah, and the Warriors bringing in Durant. I mean, they drafted two guys, and then the cap moved. But it perpetuates the super team idea. And the Suns did try to do it old school. And Denver's very good, but they don't have depth. So you gotta have depth. I think one thing with Oklahoma City is get a lot of young guys, play them a lot, and don't be afraid. And then that helps you sort out the guys who can't from the guys who can. And they did that. To Tim's point, I'd forgotten he was gone. I can't even say his name now.
Pokachevsky.
Yeah, but I forgot about him, literally.
They didn't hit on everybody.
Right. They
But
sorted
they didn't
out.
have to.
No.
They had so many choices.
Listen,
Right.
Jazz fans are saying,
And they
well,
made good decisions like with those fringe guys that
Yes.
became dudes.
But for Jazz fans, they're saying they have 6 young guys, so they don't need 2 more. Well, why not? Are all 6 of these guys going to be great? I don't think so. I don't think anybody thinks so. I don't think Austin Ainge and Danny Ainge think that.
Right.
I'd really like to know what Austin really thought of the 6 picks, his dad's judgment in the moment, and the way those guys have developed since then. If we knew that, we could answer a lot more questions, and obviously Austin's not spilling the beans on that.
Were the Pacers any different then? Did you look at them and go, oh, but they did it a totally different way? Or the depth thing also comes into play with them? It was the same
and the
thing?
trade for Halliburton is similar to the trade for SGA.
Yeah, that was so interesting because it was such a good trade for both teams. But obviously Sacramento continues to run their organization like Sacramento. And, that Sabonis thing has kind of grown moss. I wouldn't be surprised to see him moved, honestly, today. But I think that's a good comparison. There is I have breaking news.
Tell me. Wait. We gotta get the breaking news sounder here.
Play the sounder.
I agree.
Shams. I got to make sure it's
I agree. We need the sounder.
It's
Okay.
Shams.
100%.
Let's get
First draft pick trade.
This is from the draft coverage news desk. Tim Lacombe reporting. What do you have, Tim?
Well, what we got here? No.
I'm taking another bite of pizza.
Shams reporting the first draft pick trade of the night. And it's those pesky San Antonio Spurs.
What are they doing?
They're trading number 38
Okay.
in tonight's NBA draft to the Indiana Pacers for a future second round pick.
Okay, whatever.
Sorry to get your hopes up.
Okay.
But it is the first draft
I heard
trade.
Spurs and I thought this is early.
Right.
But
If I were Philly, I would draft third and try to get a really good young player. But I get the temptation for their team, the way they're built, to trade it for a veteran, win now, and worry about the rebuild later. What do you think they're going to do, Tim? Or what would you do if you were them, or both?
the Sixers.
The Sixers? Oh,
Would
man.
you trade 3 for a vet and try to win now? You got Embiid and you got Maxey and you got Paul George? Or, hey, there's never a bad time to draft third without the suffering, get a good young player, and go from there.
Rookie deals are so valuable.
I would say that I would be a seller at 3 because there isn't, unless they're just in love with. But I think they can accomplish a couple things. I think they could perhaps get some picks or another guy. That team, as you say, has some mature pieces to it. The piece is all the important part. If they can get the guy they want at 3, they'll take it. Otherwise, I think it could be a play. Like I said before, I don't think anything's set but one. I think Dylan Harper goes to, but I don't know if it's to the Spurs. I think that's where the draft gets fun.
All right, so some movement. They give up the 38th pick,
Yeah,
which is
it's nothing, but it's something.
which is a second round pick, and then they give it to the Pacers. I think that San Antonio is an interesting study because I think
they have 2 lottery picks too.
The wisdom is that they would keep 2 because Dylan Harper is very, very, very valuable. He's not Cooper Flag valuable, but he's also way more valuable, I think, than VJ Edgecombe. I mean, that drop off of tiers, right? You go Flag, you've got Harper in a different, and then you've got everybody else who's kind of 3 to 8 or 3 to 10. You have a lot of different guys that are very, very talented, but they're very much more close in terms of that talent level. So maybe they do. Maybe they feel like, oh, you know what, Edgecombe's great, but giving up number 3 and getting something crazy for that is
how
a
bad
way
do the
to do it.
Nets want Ace Bailey?
Exactly.
How bad do the Pelicans want Ace Bailey?
And are they going to give you something stupid?
Right.
So who are the teams that he said he did work, or who are the teams that he said he would be okay with? I don't want to go to Philly. That's kind of the vibe we've given off, that he's given off, right? And Ace Bailey, I'm talking about.
I think New Orleans is a place
That's
that
the
he'd go,
place
right?
that's got the buzz. Yeah.
Okay, well, so when guys have their preferences of where
Feels
to go,
like that's
it's
where
hilarious
he's trying to get.
Whatever.
JJ's getting some good intel over there. Look at him. Who's burning your ear up over there, man?
Do we need to hit the breaking news sounder over there?
Not yet.
Oh,
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
Yeah, but does New Orleans
What
have
would
to
you
trade
do?
up?
So
Does
what
New
would-
Orleans have to trade up to 4
Yes.
to get Ace Bailey?
Yeah, they'd have to be
probably
at
do.
3.
I think they have to go to 3. You don't think the Sixers would take VJ and leave them?
Well, but I think there may be somebody in love with VJ too. You know,
But I thought Knipple was the next.
my favorite name in the draft.
at
There he
4.
is.
Yeah. So we've heard different versions of
But he
it.
fits in Charlotte if Charlotte uses the pick. But what if they trade it because somebody wants?
Yeah, wants to get up that
Ace.
high and they get
Yeah.
a bunch. It's
I don't
a
know that
weird
you
thing.
can sit at 7 and wait for Ace Bailey to fall to you. Whatever red flags
No.
are, 7's a long way.
But in all the
Can't
mocks,
go in
he's
there.
6 or 7. It's weird because they
But
just
they're
go,
not
we don't like
considering
his
the
attitude.
trades.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that answering the question, who are the Jazz going to trade? Well, you don't even know who's going to pick 3 and 4. So you don't know who's going to be gone. So you don't know who's going to be left.
So that's what I was talking about. Draft in real time is way different than being able to sit around and go, "Wow,
Well, I'll think.
you're on the clock."
Right. We're gonna have DJ pass over the headphones over here to our guy Ethan who runs it. Perfect time for DJ to go grab another bite here. So we're here at the Cage in West Valley, and Ethan was just taking some cuts there with his special juiced bat over there. You hit 1,000 feet out of Miller Park down there in Provo. That's pretty impressive.
The altitude helps.
Yeah, it does. You get the boost and you hit 1,000 feet. Now, if somebody's listening right now and they want to book with their group, you have a lot. I would imagine you'd have like little league groups come in here, maybe for parties, end of the year, passing out the old trophies. Do they still do trophies anymore? They probably do too many trophies for everybody now. But reality is
everyone gets a trophy.
Yeah,
actually,
you can have the party here. You can bring the family in. Can people go online and book and have multiple cages that they can book at one time too?
Yeah, so I will say our website is a little bit rough around the edges with that kind of stuff. Booking multiple bays at the same time, you'd have to call the website. You're going to get a hold of me pretty much, so you always know there's going to be a friendly face at the end of the phone. But
nice.
Yeah, I take care of a lot of the party bookings. It's pretty easy. I'll just walk you through it. There's usually a lot of questions, like can you bring your own bats? You can. If you're like that, I guess there's been a little bit of controversy.
No, Lloyd is like that. Lloyd is like that. Yeah. He brought his own.
And if you want to bring your own food, you can bring your own food here. We also do have like a little league concession stand here where you can get hot dogs, popcorn here, but you can also bring in a pizza, birthday cake if you want to do a birthday or whatever. We bring out a folding table for you. So we make it as easy as possible for you to have a great time because that's what America's pastime is all about. Just having a good time.
Yeah. And most places would be like, no, you can't bring your own cake from outside. I'm so sorry. But if you're somebody who loves to have that fun family interaction, the team interaction, whatever it might be, this is for you.
I've had a blast. I came in here. I gave it a shot. You've got to come down here and try this. It's really fun. Bring your little league team down here. Bring your family down here. You got like a family night, Monday night, family night.
Yes.
You got different deals throughout the week for people.
Yeah, we do. So the easiest way to get multiple bays at one time is actually just to book on a Tuesday. We have a team building Tuesday discount where you can get 2 bays from discounted price. We have our family fun Mondays, $50 family fun Mondays. You know, there's not a lot of things you can do with a whole family for $50,
No.
you know. So that's a pretty special thing on Mondays. And then Wednesdays, date night Wednesday, you get a free dog when you come in, a free hot dog.
Oh, I was like
when
an
you come
actual dog. I thought there was like a, yeah, okay.
You know, all the dogs are already here, you know. Like my dog's Blake is right here, you know.
Blake, thanks for being here.
You know, my dogs Alec and JJ are right here too. So
look, if you want to be, they have the little. Oh, you can make a dirty soda over there too.
Yeah, yeah.
I see the machine.
You got syrups on tap?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They got some pump action.
little homemade swig here for all the dirty Dr. Peppers out there. Yeah.
Everything you need to have a good, fun party with the family or from people at work or with your little league team, whatever it is you might want to do. The entertainment value here is high, so come down and check it out.
Let's get it going.
And I just hit one 1,100 feet there at BYU,
Yeah.
just barely. And if you're able to hit one like that, like me, we actually do give out a free hat for anybody
really?
that. Yeah, our leaderboard right here. If you make it on the leaderboard, you can get a free hat when you walk out of here. And if you beat my biggest hit, my biggest record, you can actually win a free bay.
It's like the
Wow.
it's like the baseball edition of it's like the baseball version of like eating a whole pizza in 10 minutes. It's that.
Yeah, like the John Cena, like
Yeah.
he like ate his way through college.
Yeah,
through it.
absolutely.
That one.
Come down and check it out. Ethan has put together an awesome thing here for you. You can take advantage of it. Ethan, thanks for hosting us today.
Thanks,
man. We
Ethan.
appreciate it.
Dude, you guys are the best.
Thanks, man. We've got more questions that have come in on our YouTube page as well, so we'll take those coming up here. Specifically about what does the future look like for Lowry Markkinen? We're going to pose that question to Tim Lacombe and DJ, what they think that the possibility could be for Utah's current only All-Star. So stay here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
Welcome back to the UCCU Savings Spotlight.
For today's Play of the Day, we're looking at freshman college student Allie Anderson.
Allie just got a lower rate on her auto loan by transferring it to UCCU.
Which is why she's smiling right now.
And Allie's not finished yet,
Now she's signing up for UCCU Elevated Checking,
which comes with more savings on things Allie uses every day.
including an additional 0.25% off her auto loan,
An incredible alley-oop by Allie.
with the assist by UCCU.
Salt Lake Running Company is inspiring our community to move with purpose, embrace adventure, and consciously connect to their bodies. Exercise is essential now more than ever. Take control of the chaos and make time for you. From the gym to the trail, SLRC can help you find the focus to define your finish line. Visit any of our locations along the Wasatch Front or shop online at slrc.com.
From commercial to recreational truck accessories, Mountain Land Truck Outfitters has got what you need. Flatbeds, spray and bed liners, lifts and leveling kits, wheels and tires. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters proudly uses a brand you know and trust. And with our experienced, knowledgeable, and friendly staff, your visit here will be informative and enjoyable. Stop into our convenient location in Provo at 265 South 100 West or call 801-225-4637 to get a quote for your fleet or individual truck. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters.
As a local credit union dedicated to people over profits, UCCU has been helping people improve their financial lives for almost 70 years.
And we want you to know that no matter what financial challenges you're facing, you can always count on UCCU to help you thrive in any economic climate.
Simply put, UCCU isn't just a financial institution, we're a team.
And we'll help you get a touchdown every time.
Really?
Sorry, I meant a home run.
Ouch.
Which one are you?
We're so old, we used to play junior jazz with Pistol Pete. Riverton Chevy, 100 years of service, and we're just getting started.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
When you love someone, you tend to hold on a little longer. You cradle a little more tenderly. You cherish the time you have. And you embrace every moment. So when you're buckling them up, make sure it's done the right way, so you can hold on to what matters most.
Your car carries you and those you love through the days and years. It deserves the best care you can give it. At Burt Brothers, we can help with that. We've been doing it better than anyone else since 1991, and we'll keep doing it to get you through all the important moments on life's roads. Because cars are more than how we get from here to there, they're how we get from there to here. Find your nearest store and discover special offers at burtbrothers.com.
Dream RV, but these deals are disappearing quick, so visit a Motorsportsland RV Center today.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dix.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Complete coverage of the NBA Draft and the Utah Jazz. This is your Utah Jazz Draft Night Roundtable Show, live from the cage on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back. We'll see if we can get DJ's busy hitting, I'll call them home runs, out of Petco Park in the cage over here.
Hey, if you can still hit a ball at
Have you?
7-4.
Hey, oh, I know. Don't you dare. Hey, is that Lloyd? You got to use Lloyd's bat if you're going to get some success. Okay, good. He is using it. Good. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to make sure. It is your draft night coverage. We are live at the cage here in West Valley City. DJ currently in the cage taking some cuts. Yes, he's at Petco Park. Can you be a player too? Could he be Tony Gwynn? I guess you could.
That's not a hitter-friendly park.
Could he go lefty and go? Maybe that's a problem. He's not channeling his left-handed Tony Gwynn.
Well, he is hitting for singles right now.
He's definitely.
That was a gapper.
That's a double.
That's a double.
I don't know. By double, I mean a double play.
And his dress shoes.
Yeah, definitely. Oh no, he brought it up. The dress shoes have definitely held him back. Yes, but we're at the cage, which is where you can take some swings in the batting cage. It's basically Top Golf for a batting cage. Awesome setup. You can bring your family down. You can bring your youth group down. You can bring a date for date night. You can hang out and absolutely have a great time with you and whomever you want to bring down. Bring the sales team down from your office, whatever it might be. Get it going here at the cage in West Valley, just around the corner from the Maverick Center and just on Redwood Road, just about 30th South or so. Easy enough to find. In the meantime, let's chat a little bit about Tim, I'm asking you. Tim Lacombe is joining us this hour, and so is David James when he's not in the batting cage. But when trades start to happen, when back and forths start to kind of go, and you start to hear the rumors on top of the other possibilities of trades and things like that, the Kevin Durant trade was obviously a big one. That made Houston a real threat immediately. I mean, if you're Oklahoma City, you're looking and you're going, and if you're the Rockets, you go, hey, we have one team that we've got to beat that's in our time zone. I mean, the Mavericks are in that conversation too, but you already know what the standard is with Oklahoma City. They're the champs, and they can be the champs for a long time. Houston's trying to break that up already. Houston has made huge strides in the past couple of years, topped off by them getting Kevin Durant to come down to their place.
And locking up Fred VanVleet today.
And VanVleet signs again today.
So I think that's what you talk about, a kind of a headless horseman Houston was for a bit. They had a lot of talent, but it was the acquisition of VanVleet, and it was the, understanding who Şengün was. He was a guy I was really high on that draft too. I just feel like if they, you watched them in the playoffs this year, and they just didn't have a ton of traction because it was all their first time.
Yeah.
But like Ethan said, they got a boatload of talent, and a guy like Terry Eason could go somewhere and really impact a culture. But they've got some expendable assets that they could continue to build with. But now they've got their bona fide half-court scorer in KD.
KD's not the guy that people look at and say, hey, we need you to come in and be a veteran leader. That's been kind of the knock on his career. So when you trade away Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green in that one swoop there, you also lost some defense, which is what Houston was really, really good on defense. Are we noticing a trend here? You've got to be a top 10 defensive team if you want to compete for the title.
Yeah, that's the one thing. They really pester you on the perimeter. They've got great physicality inside. Brooks, they'll miss that guy because he plays with an edge.
Yeah.
But what they really needed to get better is to be able to have somebody in the crunch to go to. And, yeah, he's not going to be a leader in the locker room, but the one dude, even at 37, that dude can get you a bucket.
Yeah, and he wasn't going to be. I mean, Jalen Green was never going to be that guy.
No.
And obviously, the young core that they're kind of building up, and that's a team that turned a corner very quickly. Detroit kind of did the same thing, and you saw guys go, oh, they can immediately. Jazz fans should take a little bit of heart into knowing that they can make a few changes, and from 1 year winning 15 or 17 games, 2 years later they can win 60. That's a crazy thing to try to build your team off of.
Totally, 100%.
Lowry Markkinen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy,
he's in this place where the Jazz have a really nice player. I don't know if he's your alpha 1A, but you don't want him to waste his prime on a team that's rebuilding. What do the Jazz do with the situation?
Well, one thing
I hated what they did last year.
Yeah,
with him.
Yeah, it was a hard thing. It was really hard, and I think the one thing it did, I don't think it affected his value because I think everybody understands who he is, and they're all smart enough to understand the situation. But I do know, as of this morning, I mean, there were multiple offers.
Wow.
For Lowry, and that's part of what today is mulling it over. Who, how, what? I mean, there's so many things flying around. I will say I do think there's something going on with Jaylen Brown, not necessarily here in Utah, but his name is all over the place, and it just is increasing. As we're on the air here, I just use Twitter as a biopic and read it, but some names with some followers are saying something's going on with him tonight, so keep an eye on that one.
Interesting.
As we work through the rest of the evening, too, what are some of the things that other teams could do that could make them better immediately in this draft? Teams that are maybe this year's Houston or this year's Detroit that can make some crazy, not necessarily even they get lucky on a draft pick, but maybe they use some of the trades and some of the things that happen with tonight and they get themselves a little bit better. What are some of the young teams that you look at that could turn that corner pretty quickly?
Well, San Antonio's, I think they control the draft,
That's it.
dude.
I think it's San Antonio.
It's them because they have got a guy in Wembanyama that can't be replicated, but now you're going to add another high-level player. They were able to get Fox, which I thought was really good move. I love his game. And when you talk about a possession-by-possession game in the playoffs, Fox is unbelievable with the ball in his hands in clutch. So they've got some leadership. I loved the Castle pick last year. That was my guy in the draft last year. David Nalak and I fought about it, but I loved Castle, and they were like, can't shoot. Well, he can help you win.
But if they pick up Dylan Harper and then you've got De'Aaron Fox and Castle, and
that's what I'm saying.
What do you do then?
So they control the draft, in my opinion. I think they can make all sorts of different moves. And I heard a little sounder on your illustrious station that said such, that San Antonio is going to be right in the middle of everything tonight. Yep. So that's my take. Is
Jim Reynolds said that.
They do have a lot of freaking arsenal, and they're young, and they've got freakish arsenal. So to me, they're the
they could play ball, or they could just keep the picks and then just go into the future.
At a bare minimum, they're picking up a guy that has all-star potential at the point guard position.
100%. And then to the Jazz point, I think it's going to come down to situations. What happens with two? Who makes those moves? Who uses collateral? So it's going to be a pick-by-pick draft tonight.
Now that I'm done going Fernando
I was going to say,
how'd you do?
I was going to say 485-foot home run for David James over there.
It started badly. I'm not going to lie.
Well, we were actually doing the play-by-play on that part. So
it's not like something you do every day.
It's been 20 years. In all seriousness,
that's why you like golf. Is the ball sits there?
It got going. It got going though.
And the club is this bat is shorter than a club. I was swinging over to the top of everything. I was a good solid 6 swings and misses before I fouled one off, and then I swung and missed 3 more. I mean, it was brutal.
But you got a couple out of the park.
I did.
The only thing that surprised me the most is you picked Petco. I thought for sure it'd be Grossmont College.
Oh, local knowledge. Local knowledge.
They've got that. No, never mind. You'd start describing it to me.
They've got that. Yeah, they've got that thing out in left field.
The grassy knoll.
What do they have?
The grassy knoll. Wow, somebody just went full JFK.
Jeez.
I would just say that
took a weird turn.
Why wouldn't San Antonio draft Harper and trade Fox? To me, that seems like the obvious move. Fox, somebody's going to want him. He's a good player. You'll get a good player back, maybe a player that fits better. But the rookie contract, a guy who looks like he can be an all-star, I don't know. To me, it seems odd.
But you're also
I would
still
agree
rolling
with
the
that.
dice on Harper, and that he and Castle do work together. Because De'Aaron Fox, you know what you're getting, and you have Castle, and you go, okay, maybe that could work. But again,
maybe they move Castle.
You could
They could. I can see where.
I mean, are they going to ask you to start if you're number 3 overall?
So many cool things. Talk about being able to already to have Wemby in the yard, to have Stephen Castle in the yard.
Depressing.
It's embarrassing, really,
It's just
the
depressing.
riches they have. So I do think there's a good luck magnet under the city of San Antonio when it comes to the NBA.
They're drafting first or second every other year, and the
not
Jets get fifth once a decade.
Well, by the way,
they seem to move up in drafts that matter.
Well, here's
and
what's crazy.
don't on the ones that don't.
With
right?
the moves that Houston has made, and then San Antonio, you look at where they're at, and then Oklahoma City, those 3 teams could be good for like 10 years
Right.
each.
And we
You know
talked
what I
about
mean?
the parity window. That thing's getting fixing to close, perhaps.
For sure.
Because if they can make the right moves, because DJ hit on it, size, skill, and depth.
The only thing I'll say is that Oklahoma City has to pay pretty much everybody
in
2 years.
Why the second apron and the new CBA?
The second apron and all that.
They're about to get ripped apart.
If they three-peat, okay, they do, because they've got everybody signed for 2 more years, so maybe they pulled that off. And that would be awesome. That's NBA history. How many
I'm gonna
teams
say
have won?
they don't do that.
I would guess you're probably right. I mean, they had 2 7-game series. It nearly slipped away this year. But for all the worrying about how good OKC is, in 2 years, they can't pay everybody.
Yeah.
They've got to hit on draft picks, or they got to use the draft picks to trade for people and bring young people in, because it's what Boston's going through right now. They're going to be able to afford 2 or 3 of these guys, depending on how much they're paying them.
I like how proactive Boston's being with this too, because I think you do. It's almost, I collect sports cards, and you can sit on those things too long, and you miss your opportunity. I think in the NBA, same thing. They're really getting out in front of it, and they're trying to, utilize the talent they have to adjust their team accordingly.
But haven't they made the 2 relatively once you decide to tear it apart, which is a hard thing to decide, but they decided to. To me, they made the 2 obvious smart moves. They traded the guy who's basically mid-30s in Holiday and who's bound to slow down. They traded the guy in Porzingis who's hurt a lot. Now they have to decide, do we want to keep the superior player Brown or the lesser player who's still a winner and makes winning plays but can't carry the load physically in White? But they pay White half the money. Maybe they'd rather have that extra money to work with. I don't.
Yeah.
To me, that's a tougher decision. I mean, Brown's clearly the better player, but you got to factor in the money.
If they move Brown, they're saying, okay, we're not going to be good next year because Tatum's not playing anyway. They clear a ton of space. They're actually a free agent player next year when the free agent market actually is going to be relevant again. Perhaps that's what they're looking at.
Or a trade
forward.
then take on salary.
Exactly.
And maybe a high pick and a good draft in the meantime.
We're up against it. We're going to take a quick break.
Jaylen Brown wants to be the man somewhere, right?
Tim's got his finger up, the good one. I've got a point finger, which is
no.
I want to do it.
I thought you were saying something.
We've just got to take a break.
You're
I'm being told we got to get out real quickly here because we're going to have to get out at the top of the hour, and then our full draft coverage starts up at 6:00 here at the Cage. It's starting to get exciting. Kids hitting the cage. Some parents brought in some food for the kids as well to come hang out and hit some balls here at the Cage in West Valley. We'll take the break. We'll come back. When we return, we'll wrap up this conversation here, and then we'll get you ready for the draft coverage and our draft special and our draft roundtable that starts at 6 p.m. Let's get out to the break here. Before we do, Hans and Scotty are going to be Thursday noon to 3 at My Hearing Centers in Sandy, 8941 South, 7th East in Sandy. Hans and Scotty at My Hearing Centers tomorrow. More to go around the corner, 97.5 the KSL Sports Center.
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
The outdoors are calling, and it's time to get out of the house and find an adventure in an RV from a Motorsportsland RV Center. We've been helping people like you find their RV adventures for over 50 years. Our low-pressure advisors are here to guide you to the right RV, help you find the best financing options, desired RV accessories, and even educate you on the use and function of your new home on wheels for free. Don't let another season of exploration pass you by. Visit us today and let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Welcome back to the UCCU Savings Spotlight.
For today's Play of the Day, we're looking at freshman college student Allie Anderson.
Allie just got a lower rate on her auto loan by transferring it to UCCU.
Which is why she's smiling right now.
And Allie's not finished yet.
Now she's signing up for UCCU Elevated Checking,
which comes with more savings on things Allie uses every day,
including an additional 0.25% off her auto loan.
An incredible alley-oop by Allie.
With the assist by UCCU.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
Welcome back to the UCCU Savings Spotlight.
For today's Play of the Day, we're looking at freshman college student Allie Anderson.
Allie just got a lower rate on her auto loan by transferring it to UCCU.
Which is why she's smiling right now.
And Allie's not finished yet.
Now she's signing up for UCCU Elevated Checking,
which comes with more savings on things Allie uses every day,
including an additional 0.25% off her auto loan.
An incredible alley-oop by Allie.
With the assist by UCCU.
And they're going to help you each and every day get through it. You're going to have accountability, but you're also going to have encouragement and support that you need to get there. If you want to reach your weight loss goals, you want to drop weight like we did. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You can do it on
Salt Lake Running Company is inspiring our community to move with purpose, embrace adventure, and consciously connect to their bodies. Exercise is essential now more than ever. Take control of the chaos and make time for you. From the gym to the trail, SLRC can help you find the focus to define your finish line. Visit any of our locations along the Wasatch Front or shop online at slrc.com.
From commercial to recreational truck accessories, Mountain Land Truck Outfitters has got what you need. Flatbeds, spray and bed liners, lifts and leveling kits, wheels and tires. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters proudly uses a brand you know and trust. And with our experienced, knowledgeable, and friendly staff, your visit here will be informative and enjoyable. Stop into our convenient location in Provo at 265 South 100 West or call 801-225-4637 to get a quote for your fleet or individual truck. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters.
We're so old, we used to play junior jazz with Pistol Pete. Riverton Chevy, 100 years of service, and we're just getting started.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
When you love someone, you tend to hold on a little longer. You cradle a little more tenderly. You cherish the time you have. And you embrace every moment. So when you're buckling them up, make sure it's done the right way, so you can hold on to what matters most.
As a local credit union dedicated to people over profits, UCCU has been helping people improve their financial lives for almost 70 years.
And we want you to know that no matter what financial challenges you're facing, you can always count on UCCU to help you thrive in any economic climate.
Simply put, UCCU isn't just a financial institution, we're a team.
And we'll help you get a touchdown every time.
Really?
Sorry, I meant a home run.
Ouch.
Which one are you?
This is the coolest new business, and it just opened near Salt Lake City. This place brings traditional batting cages to life with brand new baseball simulators, concession stand food, and the coolest vibes around. This virtual batting cage is the perfect activity for your next group date, family outing, or corporate event. Ready to experience just the fun parts of baseball? Then check out The Cage.
Clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oakland Spiders Friday, June 27th at 7 p.m. at Science Bank Stadium. High fly, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at saltlakeshred.com.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Final segment for us before we get you into the official draft coverage right here from the cage. And this has been an awesome night. It's been fun so far. Ethan owns the cage, started this thing up. Ethan, last time for us to chat with you here. You got this thing going. We got a party already going here tonight. So this is kind of the power of what can happen at a place like this, right? It's really fun. Let me undo you here. There we go. Oh, why do I keep doing this? Now let's do it. There we go.
Okay, we're here. All right.
We're here.
Well, I just got to say, I really appreciate you guys being here.
Absolutely.
You guys have been so kind and so awesome. You guys all hit home runs here. DJ was even really nice to me, too. So.
Hey, I got to say, if you haven't been in a batting cage in 20 years, this is so much fun.
He started
putting the stadiums up there.
Yes.
And like they even found Petco. I'm probably the only person who wants to hit Petco, but I want to hit Petco. And but you do one thing you have to do when you come out here is you just have to suck up the humiliation of the first 20 swings.
Yeah.
Because the baseball bat's not as long as a golf club, and they slow it way down for you so you can hit. But then I'm swinging over the top of everything. So you just got to hang in there. It was fun after 5 minutes.
DJ did it. Got a couple home runs under his belt.
But you got to hang in there through the first 5.
It takes a second to figure it out. The timing mechanism and the lighting's just a little funky, but everyone figures it out. We've had 6-year-olds hit home runs here.
Nice.
You know, I have a lot of confidence that you guys will figure it out.
6-year-olds hitting home runs. I did, but I mean, come on.
I'll be back, though. It was fun.
It's here in West Valley. It's an awesome thing to come check out for yourself. This portion of the show also brought to you by The Cage, but also by the folks at Doug Smith. We appreciate their support of the program as well. So for them and for JJ, myself, DJ for hanging out this hour, and Ethan, of course, from The Cage, we say adieu. And then draft coverage starts right now on the KSL Sports Zone. Stay right here with us.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in Lehigh, Provo, Harriman, South Jordan, and American Fork.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Take a moment to listen. Really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers. Changing lives through better hearing.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is NBA Draft Night here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from the cage. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, and back with us again this year. I think, what is this, guys? Our third draft in a row. He is the one and only the coach, Steve Cleveland. Good to see you both. Coach Cleve, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming out. This is kind of a different setting for us this year, but I like it.
No, I'm excited about being here. What's been fun is all the different resources that are available to us that maybe haven't been in the past that give us insights on the guys and what's going to happen and the surprises. So I'm with the resident expert here. So Ben is the man.
Every year there's more and more information, and
there's so much information.
There's less that I know. There's just so much noise that you get now at this point in the draft. And, you know, it is funny. The higher you get in the draft, unless you're drafting number 1 or 2, where we think we know Cooper Flagg and Dylan Harper are going to go, even though it's narrowed down to a few names, it seems like there's even less intel, and teams play their cards so close to the vest that you know less and less.
And, you know, this is a particularly interesting draft, obviously, because the Jazz expected to be very active in it, certainly with 2 first-round picks, number 5 and number 21, and all the rumors that are out there about possible moves that could be made and things that could be done. And, you know, I've covered a lot of drafts now. I know, Ben, you have too. And some are more interesting than others, right? You know, I've gone into drafts where the Jazz didn't have a first-round pick. And you remember those nights when there are big picks and the news is coming fast. So we expect tonight to be pretty fun.
And, you know, the Jazz are at a very interesting point. If the rumors are to believe, which they shouldn't be, but if they're to be believed, we kind of know who the first 4 guys are going to go if there aren't any trades. It feels like it's going to go Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper to the Spurs. Number 3 is going to be VJ Edgecombe to the Philadelphia 76ers, and Con Knippel to the Charlotte Hornets. That seems to be what the belief is, and nobody knows what the Jazz are doing. And I can't imagine a spot Danny Ainge is happier to be in than holding all the cards and nobody knowing what he wants to do.
You know, as I look at this and look, I can't imagine there being any real movement with those teams because there's a need. You have great players, they're fitting a need, and maybe there will be a surprise. But you know, I'm not sure that Jeremiah Fears is the guy that they're looking for. He's a young player and certainly long and lengthy and got a good upside and solid shooter. But in talking to Austin Ainge, I mentioned this to you the other day. He says we're looking for the best player, but he says need is a bad evaluator.
It is,
you know, and it's not a great place to be. But and it seems like everybody's really young, especially those at the top. So, you know what? I would love to see somebody slip. I mean, it'd be wonderful to have Knuppel or Bailey or Jeremiah Fears to be in there. And I'm not sure I don't even know what the Jazz are even thinking, to be honest with you. And I've had a couple conversations with Austin, and I, you know, they're keeping everything pretty close to the vest.
Well, the bottom line is if they stay at 5 and there's no other drama that goes on, right? You're getting a choice of Trey Johnson, Ace Bailey, or Jeremiah Fears.
Yep.
Considering everything, those are pretty good choices at number 5 when you look at the whole big picture.
You know, we knew this was going to happen. The letdown of lottery night, Jake, where everyone saw the Jazz fall from 1 to 5. What you lose is you're still picking 5th, and it's still one of the highest picks the Jazz have ever had. They've only drafted top 5 7 times, I think, in their history. It's just like, this is still one of the better picks the team has ever had. And you know, you hear a lot on draft night, like, I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy. I bet you the Jazz like everybody.
Yeah.
These are good players. Coach, as you were saying, these are good players. You like everybody at this part of the draft.
When you only won 17 games, you need a lot of guys.
You like some guys more than others, but you like everybody.
You need more than the 2 or 3.
Yes, you do. You need Brooklyn Nets 5 picks is what you need.
Exactly.
So it's actually, and Ben and I talked a lot about this today, I think a position of strength for the Jazz to have essentially all the options in the world. I'm sure they have options or would be more than happy to stay at 5. You know, we've seen the rumors, I guess it's been a little while, but about possibly trading up, trading down, flipping it for a veteran, all possibilities going into tonight. And that is a a position of strength. So I'm really fascinated. I think tonight's going to be really fun.
Certainly a more interesting night than I think what we've dealt with the Jazz the last few years, and those have been fun. Who was going to fall to the Jazz last year at 10, and then certainly what was going to happen for the Jazz at 9. But I will say, you remember, when the story is DJ and PK have talked about it, they have seen apparently Danny Ainge's list from the 2023 draft, and it was just all 9 picks in order. And they got Taylor Hendricks at 9. He was the 9th best player on their board. I think if you were to ask a bunch of different teams at the top 5 or 6 here, everyone's board would look different. I think there's going to be a lot of disagreement around the NBA about who should go where.
And certainly who's going to fall to the Jazz. I mean, the top story kind of draft related is how far does Ace Bailey fall and what has been his goal for not working out for teams. He's reportedly now, and I saw Kristen Peak, our friend, tweeting about this or retweeting about it, that he did, in fact, work out for one team. She was indicating that it was Washington, who, of course, picks behind the Jazz. I'm curious because you kind of think, if they are going for a star Jeremiah or a best player available or that sort of thing, that would be an interesting decision to make with not complete information on if he falls to 5.
Well, I think that's the biggest mystery in the draft, Coach, is where does he go? Where does Bailey go? Do the Sixers roll the dice at 3? It sounds like they're not going to.
I don't think so.
So then all of a sudden the Jazz are in a situation, number 5, Coach, where they can take a swing at a kid like Bailey, but is it worth it? Is that is that the risk they can?
When you get that kind of information and it's validated at every single level where he's not had any workouts, his stock has dropped. There's agent issues. There's maturity issues on himself. That scares me. I just don't think we need to settle for that. Going into this thing, knowing there are some real big question marks, he better be the best player in the world for me to take him.
You better know for sure this kid's going to hit.
And you know what? We're probably not getting all the background information, and maybe the stuff that's being out there or leaked out there isn't really correct. And maybe it's somebody's opinion. I don't know. And I read a lot about him, and most of it was kind of question marks.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's bad intel.
No.
He's not a bad kid.
No,
at all at any point that he's a bad kid. It's just a little bit of a lack of information. But I relayed this story on Twitter. And Jake, you may have heard this when Quinn Snyder told this story. You remember when the Jazz drafted Dante Exum now 11 years ago, Marcus Smart would not work out in Utah and didn't want to go to Utah and didn't have any interest in it. And then the night before the draft, everyone gets rattled, and he has a big phone call with Quinn Snyder, and they talk for 3 hours, and they figure it out. And if the Jazz wanted to take him, they would have. Don't rule that out happening with any player the night before the draft.
The Mavericks are on the clock. The pick is in. We all expect this.
I wonder who it's going to be.
To be Cooper Flack. We'll throw it to the commish for the announcement when it is official. But there's no doubt, Coach, this was Cooper Flack that is the prize of this year's draft.
Oh, yeah. And for all the intangibles, you take away all of his ability. But I think the thing that really makes him special and will have a huge impact in this league is that he's just a great person. He's good people. He's made good decisions. He's demonstrated that. A lot of times guys get big heads and they've had a lot of success. This is one of the most mature people that I have ever watched and heard about and read about. I mean, he's just the best that this draft has to offer.
He's about as complete a prospect as I've seen. He doesn't have the strengths that some of the best players we've seen drafted have. Zion Williamson's athleticism based with his size and his explosiveness, or Wembanyama's size was elite. But you really can't find a weakness in his game. You kind of watch him and you try and pick it apart, and you're like, oh, maybe he doesn't shoot the 3 that well, and then he hits 3 in a row. Well, maybe he can't actually switch onto guards, and then he locks up a point guard for 4 straight possessions. You're just like, okay, everything you want to see from a player, he does it. He's going to step in really ready to play.
When you heard how well he played against Team USA in Vegas last year, that's when you realized, okay, this kid is something special.
You know what kind of surprised me is the Kyrie Irving things that are going on. And him redoing his contract, and he wants to play with this kid.
Yes.
I'll tell you that right now. He wants to play with him. He knows that I want to be with this guy for at least 3 years.
And as soon as Kyrie gets right, suddenly Dallas has a big 3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
and one of them's on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
And the lottery is just something, because the fact that Dallas has this pick at all is really just wild.
There are no basketball gods. I don't believe in the basketball gods
no.
because there's no way a basketball god would allow that to happen.
And think about this. It happened with Atlanta last year, who fell out of nowhere to get the number 1 pick. I mean,
and perfectly for Atlanta in a year where there wasn't a special player in the draft.
Right, and apparently Alex Sarr didn't want to play for Atlanta.
Yes, it didn't even work out there.
Yeah, right. And so this year, obviously a lot different. Next year expected to be different as well with AJ Dubonsa, who we're going to get a good look at.
Good look at him.
I mean, it is wild. Dallas, pulls off the most controversial trade in the NBA for
sending
away Luka Doncic, and then
for next to nothing other than Anthony Davis.
And then to have the number 1 pick fall in their lap is.
But you gotta
crazy.
I mean, you look at Kyrie and see how he's changed. You've got one of the best bigs in the league. I mean, this is a great group of people that they're going to hit the road running and have an impact early if everybody can stay healthy.
Yeah, and, to bail out Nikos, now suddenly guys are going to want to play there also.
Yes.
They are going to want to play. People like Kyrie. Players really like Kyrie. I know the media hasn't loved Kyrie, and I know he's had his issues socially. He has really come back around and matured. Anthony Davis is a guy who cleans up all of the bad things around him.
Exactly.
He's a really nice player to be next to, and I think Harper's going to do this. Or, excuse me, I think Flagg's going to do the same thing.
All right, let's get to the commission.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
As we all expected, as everybody expected. And I wonder how immediately he'll have an impact with the Mavericks, because if he does have an impact immediately and to take advantage of Anthony Davis, and Ben, we talked about this, all of a sudden they're huge. And if, Kyrie comes back to be Kyrie at some level, eventually, it is maybe that title contending team, or at least part of the conversation.
And what the nice thing is, if those guys don't come back, you trade them and you get something good for them.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got assets. It is the value of bringing assets in. We talk a lot on our show, Jake, about how smart OKC was to acquire Paul George when nobody thought they should do that, because they got a huge asset, and then they could trade that down the line for the next big package. And they ended up with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and J-Dub and all these great players and draft picks. That's the value of just having those guys. So if a year from now Kyrie looks old and isn't ready to win, there's still going to be teams that want him. Or if Anthony Davis isn't the best fit, there's still going to be teams that want him, and you start to retool around Cooper Flagg, and that's the real value they have.
When I think of Cooper Flagg, I think about leadership, but I think about the integrity of this guy and the impact he'll have even on veteran players. I mean, I couldn't tell you what Dallas's team looks like right now, and I probably should have been more prepared for that. But I'm thinking when this young man comes in to their organization, they're the guys that are, been there and watch what's happened and all the things that have gone on with trades. I just think the whole organization that Cooper Flagg can elevate it. He's a leader. He has integrity, and he's NBA ready.
We've talked about this. When you have teams that are close, but maybe not championship contenders, which is where the Mavericks are, when you get that influx of talent that kind of reinvigorates everybody, and the comp is Kawhi Leonard going to the San Antonio Spurs with a team that was probably past their prime, it re-energizes everyone, and everyone buys back in, and everyone rallies around each other again. And I do think Cooper Flagg has the ability to do that with the Dallas team that has a lot of talent and maybe can get them to the championship in the next couple of years.
Yeah, so some guys that they have, Daniel Gafford, I think he just re-upped today. They got something figured out with him. Derek Lively at the center position. They've got really nice bigs. They got some good veterans. Klay Thompson is still on that roster. I know he's not all-star Klay.
I was surprised when I was doing some research. I thought, Klay Thompson's on this team.
He's on that team. So maybe they have a big four, right? You can start making that argument. And there's, another guy, Spencer Dinwiddie's on their roster. So they've got a nice group of veterans. They got some young guys, and then you add Cooper to the mix. That's a good roster. Even without Kyrie, they can float a little bit until he gets back. They're probably 48, 52 wins in that range?
Yeah, easily.
In the West, and that's going to get you in the middle of the pack. And who knows what happens in the playoffs when Kyrie comes back to full form.
I will be curious if Cooper Flagg, Jake, and I'm curious how you view this, develops into the guy. It's hard to develop into the number one guy when you go to a number one overall team like this, but there are better players than you currently on the roster. Like, a lot of times they just get out of the way and let these guys run with it. There's some expectation that, I still think Anthony Davis is the guy for the most part next year. And when Kyrie comes back, maybe him being injured helps a little bit.
Well, what kind of personality is he? I mean, getting to kind of what Coach was talking about, is he seems like a real team guy. He seems like a real do-it-all. I mean, One thing, I would never advocate for players to play injured, but he got hurt in the ACC tournament. And he came back and he said, no, I'm going to play. I mean, in today's day and age, he had every excuse to be like, I'm not going to risk it. I got hurt in the ACC tournament. I don't want to push it any further. And he was kind of like, no, I'm playing, and I'll be good to go, and I'm going to help my team. And maybe it's unfair to read into things. But if he's a team guy, Ben, I don't think that stuff should matter. I mean, Coach, you know more about, putting guys out there than I do. But if he comes in and fits in, I mean, it's, I think, pretty advantageous if he really is that.
And I think his maturity and the respect that his teammates are going to have for him, because he's not a guy that's flaunting it and had issues in his life. He's a guy that's done all the right things. I can't imagine being on that team right now and not being really excited about having him as a teammate. And he's a good teammate and going to be a great example.
San Antonio now, the pick is in, so we'll find out. We're all kind of expecting this to be Dylan Harper, the guard from Rutgers. We'll see. But talk about a franchise, switching gears to San Antonio now, that has had some fortunate lottery.
Talk about Dallas luck. Like San Antonio, each and every year it matters. They move up in the lottery. It's unbelievable.
It is
It's
funny.
not fair.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they keep having this luck is pretty extraordinary. This is the single worst fit in the draft they could find. I mean, that's what's weird. And you want to be here. Look, you want the second overall pick. And you could work out, again, just as we mentioned, if you need to trade these guys, you can. But it does get awkward quickly. Like Dylan Harper, De'Aaron Fox, Steph Castle is a really bad trio of players that have similar strengths and similar weaknesses, and the weaknesses compound because it's a lack of spacing with all of those guys. And the one thing you want around Wemby is space and space and space. And none of these three guys create it with their shot. They do it by dribbling into the paint, getting penetration, drawing attention, but no one's ever going to leave Wemby to stop De'Aaron Fox. So they're going to have to make some moves. They need to be aggressive.
They are, but there's a lot of teams that would love to have their problem.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a good problem. Yeah. They can figure that out. Let it parse its way out. But the talent on that roster right now and the assets they still have, they have 2 lottery picks in this draft.
Yeah.
They could do something really big, just like we saw the Rockets do, getting Kevin Durant. The Spurs can make one move, and you feel like they're right in the mix as well. The West is loaded. It's just not fair.
It's been loaded for 30 years now.
Yeah, so it always has. We're going back to the days in the 90s, but doesn't it feel even more so today? It feels like every team in the West, even the Jazz included, based on what they're saying since Austin Ames was hired, everybody in the West wants to win.
And there's a lot of well-run franchises that are out in the West, and apparently a lot of lottery luck. I mean, San Antonio is just, getting top 3 pick after top 3 pick and special player. And in fact, let's get to the podium and find out the latest. Here's
with the second pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Dylan Harper from Rutgers University.
As expected, Dylan Harper from Rutgers, and Ben, it does create a logjam at that guard position. I would think they've got to move off of, obviously not Dylan Harper, but one of their other 2 guys. And I realized they made the move for Fox midseason because they thought they needed him, but they didn't know that this 2 pick was going to land in their lap.
Yeah, had they known number 2 was going to come, they would have held on to the assets and moved them somewhere else for a different piece. But yeah, you could probably reroute De'Aaron Fox now somewhere else. And point guards are always at a premium. He is a former All-Star. I think he's maybe become a little bit overrated. But we will see. The aspect of this that gets difficult is that he is run by Clutch. He is a Clutch agency guy, and they are going to place him where they want to place him. And that can get hard for the Spurs because if they say, we don't want other teams trading for him, it creates a weird impasse. And yes, the Spurs should do it anyways, but Clutch can make your life difficult.
They can. Yeah, they can make it really difficult.
Do you see Dylan Harper coming in and being the automatic point guard here?
No, I think he can play the 2. I think he can play both backcourt positions.
I think I've watched him play a lot last year, and one of the things I just didn't see him. He's a creator, he's a scorer, and I don't know that having your point guard have that kind of responsibility and those kinds of expectations. I just wonder how that'll play out. We'll have to watch it and see. But I just don't. I don't really look at him. I know everybody will call him a point guard because he's 6'4", and he can create and he can score. But there's a lot of other responsibilities that come with a point guard that I'm not sure he handles. I mean, we'll have to just wait and see.
The other interesting thing about the Spurs is Pop's gone. I mean, I know he's still in the organization, but he's not your everyday guy going to be at practice all the time. What is the Spurs in 2025-26? How good is this coach there's a lot of question marks about San Antonio now in the post-Pop era that we don't have answers for.
They need this pick to hit. And
Yeah.
Dylan Harper projects very well, as has every number 2 overall pick in NBA history, and not every number 2 overall pick works out. Now, usually they aren't joining Victor Wembanyama, and that certainly helps, but not every number 2 pick works out. They need this to hit if they really want to get to that top ceiling. And then they need Wemby to stay healthy, which I think is also a big question mark.
But one thing we found out, though, Ben, is if you can move yourself up a level in the West, you can compete. I think, things are much more wide open, per se, than they were when the Golden State Warriors were reigning atop the Western Conference. And now things are just a move or 2 away. And, yeah, if San Antonio hits on this, too, and utilizes their other assets well, I mean, they're set up for success. Plus, these rookie deals, which is a big thing to be on these rookie contracts. So, it's good to be the San Antonio Spurs right now. It's good to have young talent and be able to have the resources to still step up and make that next step.
To your point, Jake, if you look in the West and you say, if the Thunder end up having, if somebody gets traded or they come up and they got to pay all these guys, who's the next team in the West that would be ready to ascend based on what they have in their roster, the assets they have, what they have put together? I would probably say, the Spurs are probably that next team that has a run similar to what we're seeing with the Thunder right now.
All right, now on the clock is the Philadelphia 76ers.
This is where the draft really begins, right?
This is where things have the potential to get interesting. Now, I've certainly been monitoring, and it appears like they're pretty in love with VJ Edgecombe, Ben. And I'm assuming, barring a big trade, all of a sudden that's what you're expecting.
If you trust Daryl Morey, which is a dangerous game. I mean, yes, probably that seems to be where everybody is leaning. But would Daryl Morey just out of nowhere say, "Oh no, we've liked Ace Bailey all along, and that's our guy"? You could certainly see that happening. And most people all year, we need to remember, and really 2 years ago, and even 3 years ago, but all year, Ace Bailey was the third best player in the draft. Now all of a sudden he falls to 6 because he doesn't want to work out with these teams. I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical. And yeah, I get it. He didn't go to Philly. He didn't want to go to Philly. And I still won the lottery, and I'm going to take that. I'm going to take the player I want. So if he wants Ace Bailey, he should take it.
Is he really going to be the lead guard for the 76ers when you got Tyrese Maxey?
Right, exactly right.
Come on.
Yeah, if you're going to get
let's look at who's there, and I don't see him taking a step back to let Dylan Harper run the team. I mean, he's going to have to play a 2 guard, come off the guard, because that ball's in his hands a lot. And and obviously, I've got a player, Paul George, in that draft, and I'm not sure what's happening. I'm hopeful that he's going to get traded.
Paul George.
Yes.
Okay. I think he would hope that same thing.
Yeah, he is. I mean, but I just don't know how that fits. How does he just jump in? He's a lead guard. He's a scorer. He's creative. When the best player for the 76ers, they're not going to touch Embiid and they're not going to touch Maxey.
Right.
And Maxey's, that's his team. So he'll have to take a back seat. How he adjusts to that and adapts to it, we'll just have to wait and see.
So what is VJ Edgecombe in the NBA? Is he's in that spot kind of like a Keontae George, right?
He's a real 3-and-D wing. I mean, he really is more defense right now than he is offense. He is the best athlete in the draft. I mean, he has some truly unbelievable.
We saw a first down in Provo last year.
we
He was
did.
awesome against BYU.
He has some takeoff spots that nobody else dares. I mean, he will jump a foot inside the free throw line for dunks, for putbacks, for block shots. And he's only 6'4". So he's really intriguing. He's a better defensive playmaker right now than he is on-ball defender. He's going to get a lot more steals and blocks than he will, play like Alex Caruso type defense. And that should slot in well. I just don't think he's going to have the ball in his hands a lot, which again is why some teams I think were skeptical about sending their guy to Philly, because if you want to get that max contract, you got to have the ball in your hands. You got to score. Not a lot of defensive players end up getting paid max deals. But you know what? Credit him. If his group said, hey, man, I want to go and I want to fit into a good team that has an MVP and a future Hall of Famer in Paul George and Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain, and I can play a role in that, good for you.
Yeah.
Go make a bunch of money. Look, you know what Chet Holmgren did really well? Assimilated.
Yeah.
Chet was the number 2 overall pick and could have said, no, this is my team.
Yeah.
I'm OKC's future. I'm the physical freak here. And he said, you guys got a guy at 12 in my own draft who's better than I am in Jalen Williams, and you already have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Let me play my role and win a title. And he did. And now he's got a ring on his finger, and he'll have that for the rest of his life.
And he will get paid when the time comes.
And he's going to get paid.
Yep. And they're probably going to win more than one title.
Yes, they will.
I actually thought when there was conversation about Philly trading down, for a lot of the reasons you guys are talking about, it actually made a ton of sense to me because they don't necessarily need what is right there.
You know what they need? Young depth. They have no bench.
Yeah.
No bench. And obviously, you're going to take VJ because he's the best player available here, unless you want to argue that Ace Bailey is. But Philly needs depth.
Yeah.
And what better way to get depth than in a draft? And maybe they're talking to Brooklyn. It's like, hey, we need depth. Daryl Morey's like, I'm really good at this. I can hit late in the draft, and let's see if I can work a deal with Brooklyn. Maybe that's something.
With the third pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Bimini, Bahamas, and Baylor University.
There you go. What we expected, but it almost reminds me of, and I know Philly isn't nearly as successful as that Detroit Pistons team that actually won a title and then added. Well, they were in the conference finals, right, Ben, and then added Darko Milicic. And the idea was you took this already great team and put on, a top prospect, and all of a sudden you're, loaded with great players, which in theory makes some sense. But,
imagine had they taken Dwayne Wade that year instead of Darko.
Carmelo.
But would they?
Yeah,
right. But would they have played? That was the thing. Like Darko never played. It never really panned out. But it's crowded for a superstar develop. Donovan Mitchell. We talk about it all the time. He benefited because he came to a team that needed him to play that role, and then all of a sudden he blossomed immediately. So it is a little complicated because, to Coach Cleveland's point, Tyrese Maxey is going to have the ball. Joel Embiid's going to have the ball, and is VJ a 3-and-D guy? Is that all you want him to be? Because that's probably his role on the team at the moment.
And like where they do have youth, it's guys with the ball in their hand. It's Jared McCain, it's Tyrese Maxey. So no, I really don't see opportunities for him to get reps with the ball in his hands a whole lot.
The only way that probably happens is if Paul leaves.
Right.
If he leaves, then he could slip in that slot and then he could contribute.
All right, let's we'll step aside for a break as the Sixers just took VJ Edgecombe with the number 3 pick. We are live here at the Cage. Come join us. Everybody's having a good time. Young families out here just rake it. I mean, it's fun to see these kids go for it. Yeah, this is so cool. We'll be here throughout the draft. We've got pick number 4 coming up right around the corner, and then, of course, the Utah Jazz at 5. Stay with us. You're listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KZNS contests are open to residents of Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, and Nevada who are 18 years of age or older unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity related to the contest may not be eligible. Persons who have won in the last 90 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available at kslsports.com or in person.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You don't need a warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You don't need a warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Sabright Realtor team at Realty Path. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sell and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, Sabright Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the Sabright Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit Sabright.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you.
Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Complete coverage of the NBA Draft and the Utah Jazz. This is your Utah Jazz Draft Night Roundtable Show, live from the Cage on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
But it looks like they're going to take the pick.
It's the NBA Draft Roundtable here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, Coach Steve Cleveland, Jeremiah Jensen. We are live today from the Cage, and what a great place to host our draft party tonight. We're super excited about a lot of young people out here taking cuts, having a great time. If you're looking for something to do with your friends, your family, your office, certainly your baseball team, is a great thing to look into. Check it out. The Cage. The Charlotte Hornets are currently on the clock. The pick is in. We will head to the commissioner when that happens. It doesn't appear as of yet, Ben, like this pick is going to be traded. And we thought that it might be. So it'll be interesting to see where the Hornets go here.
Yeah, the hard part for the Hornets is if they like Con Knippel, I wouldn't trust that I could drop back to 6 and he would still be on the board because the Jazz might take him. I mean, the Jazz just might take him if they like him that much. He will be a coach's dream. You talk about play hard and pass. Nobody does it better in the draft than Con Knippel. He plays so hard. His motor runs so hot. He thinks that the game extraordinarily quickly, and if he's open, he makes shots. And yeah, Jeremiah, I think you're totally right. Like, that may not be a superstar, but like if I'm a coach and I'm just like, I've got a headache to my left and a problem to my right, just give me a solution at one spot that I know is going to be on my team for the life of his rookie contract, and it's just going to be an answer to my problems. And Con can do that.
If you take Con Knippel, you've got a 40+% three-point shooter on your roster on a rookie deal.
I said I think there's a chance he's the best shooter in the NBA in 3 years, and I stand by that. I have no doubt. He's a lethal shooter, not a good shooter. He's one of the great shooters in the planet.
He's a safe pick for Charlotte. He went to Duke. He fills a need they have. He's a great kid. He checks all the boxes for what Charlotte's probably looking for with this pick. And if they win Ace Bailey, they've already got Brandon Miller, right?
Right.
I know you go best player available. We hear that all the time, but I don't know. Sometimes your biases can play into who you think is the best player available, right?
And some of the questions about Ace Bailey are the maturity, right? Like, not he's a bad kid. He's just immature.
Is that what do the Charlotte Hornets need immaturity right
now?
now?
Do you want to put him next to LaMelo
Do you
Ball?
need an 18-year-old kid that you're not sure is really bought in?
Right. Do you trust that you have the infrastructure?
All right, let's go to the podium.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Con Knippel from Duke University.
All right, so there you go. Ace Bailey still on the board for the Utah Jazz, who are now on the clock. So Con Knippel goes to Charlotte, and the Jazz now have a decision to make.
That's a good get. I mean, if anything else had happened, I would have just thought, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
But that's a good get for him for all the reasons you just mentioned. Shooter, playmaker, leader, and you can't find enough great shooters, and he is one.
Look, I'm telling you, we were sitting here doing the draft lottery together. Jeremiah was with you. If that had happened and the Jazz fell 5, and I had told you Ace Bailey was going to be on the board at 5, A, everyone would have said I was lying, and B, I think the Jazz would have ran to the podium to select him. So I'm curious what the last 6 weeks of interviews and workouts and redoing all the film. These guys haven't played since then. Nobody's been on the basketball court since then, other than when you have watched them in your workout if you had them come to your gym. I'll be curious how much actually changed during that 6 weeks, because I almost guarantee you, had the Jazz had the 3rd pick on draft or after the lottery, they would have run up to the board to take Ace Bailey.
Every mock draft you'd seen ever since the draft lottery, it's Trey Johnson, it's Jeremiah Fears, or it was Con Knipple.
Yeah.
Nobody thought Ace Bailey would be there at 5.
Nobody.
So the Jazz have a chance right now to walk up to the podium and take Ace Bailey. Or do they look at Jeremiah Fears? So is all the stuff we've been hearing about Jeremiah Fears real, that they really love him? High character kid, bulldog point guard. He's got so much upside. He's barely 18 years old.
Yep.
There's a lot to like there. Trey Johnson, you can add a kid that can get you 25 a night. I mean, he got 20 plus in the SEC as a freshman. There's no reason why he can't go and do that in the NBA now. So they got some really nice options here at 5.
There are some red flags with Ace Bailey.
No doubt.
No doubt. Workouts, his length, top 3. Why is his stock drop? He has aging issues. He's got some personal maturity issues.
But I'm not seeing bad basketball players.
No,
you know what
you're
I'm
right.
not seeing?
No, we didn't say
You're right.
bad
One red flag I
when-
care about.
And when you went 17 and 65, you've got to swing for a star.
Yeah, and you might get that.
And this is the swing.
Yep.
And you know what? Most of the time when players get here and realize how it's going to be, I mean, how you're going to be treated, and he would be a star day one.
Yes.
I mean, if this is a guy who's really looking to be a star, I know it doesn't seem like an obvious take, but Utah is a really great place to do it. And you get a lot of love, and he'd get a lot of focus from day number 1. I think he'd be fit with a good coach. Whoever they pick here is going to be fit with a good coach. And there's a lot of, stability and other reasons why, there's a lot to like about the Jazz if you just get them under, get them in your front door, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
If we look at history with the Angels, now again, this was Danny. Austin wasn't calling the shots at this point, but he was in the draft room. When the Boston Celtics had top 5 picks, they went with big wings. They went with Jaylen Brown, and they went with Jason Tatum. Now, those are different players. I will tell you, Ace Bailey is a far better prospect than Jaylen Brown was. Jaylen Brown was very flawed coming out of Cal, could not shoot in the slightest. He's a kind of a weird guy, too. Not maturity issues. He's almost too mature. Yeah. He's just that people wondered if he liked basketball.
Personality quirks.
Because he has other things that he likes.
More interested in things beyond basketball.
Yeah, and he's turned into a superstar. And they trusted they could mold him into that type of body. And look, the reason you want to draft in the lottery, and they could still go Jeremiah Fears. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely on the board has been the smoke all week for the Jazz. But the reason you want to be in the lottery is for size. You do not get guys who are oversized at their position later in the draft. That's when you get the Peyton Pritchards of the world or the Isaiah Colliers. You don't get big, skilled players later in the draft. So when you get a top 5 pick, that's why you see Taylor Hendricks go off the board, Cody Williams go off the board, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, these big bodies with skills that you can add to. It's hard to draft that later. When you have 5, I think that's when you got to swing for the fences.
Well, that was the idea behind having the worst record in the league. I mean, that you're going to get an impact player no matter what. I mean, as much as we talked about tanking, how many times do we hear people bring up, the counter argument to, well, it's only a 14% chance. People would be like, well, you can't go lower than 5.
Right, right, exactly right.
And so, you do need to land an impact player. That's what this season was all about. You've got to do it at 5 instead of at 1.
I've got a question here. So, Jeremiah Fears, Ace Bailey, who gets an opportunity to play in the first year?
They'll both play a lot. The Jazz would probably, honestly, Jeremiah Fears could start day 1. I'm not saying he's that good. I'm just saying the Jazz may carve out a path because are you that married to Isaiah Collier? You're certainly not that married to Keontae George.
Not as a point guard now, right?
But Lauri Markkanen starts next year, and maybe Taylor Hendricks comes in and starts next year. We don't know. John Collins might still be on the roster. He did pick up his player option this year. So
when you're 17 and 65,
everything's open.
Everything's
wide open. And you got a brand new president of basketball operations. Everything's wide open.
Yeah.
You do get a little more athleticism with Ace Bailey than you were going to with Jeremiah Fears.
You do.
And there's an upside to that he's going to defend
And
better,
look,
rebound it.
Coach, big length. The league's all about length right
Exactly.
now. Shot making from 3. Ace Bailey checks those boxes.
Yeah, he does.
He certainly does. And the athleticism as well.
Yeah.
And it'd be a bold pick, which is something that I think Austin H.
He can take one dribble from the perimeter and dunk on dudes. He's long. He's athletic. He makes tough shots. He's a baller.
But now you can't make tough shots if you don't take tough shots. And he takes some tough shots. He takes some crazy shots, but he's got some great tools physically. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing this is where the Jazz are sitting. I think if you had told them, again, all the frustration on lottery night of falling to 5, that they would have these players in front of them, I think they would have been very happy. I really think the Jazz would have been happy.
Yeah.
We have our very own Scott Girard reporting Ace is the guy, so we'll see what happens. But there's somebody on our staff putting it out there that it's going to be Ace. Which, if it is, I mean, all of Utah is going to be glued to his facial expression when it happens, which is totally unfair to him. But I mean, if the rap on him is he doesn't want to be in Utah, man, that's a storyline we've dealt with for a long time.
But let me tell you what the actual face I care about is. Getting introduced to Jazz Summer League coming up a week from Saturday when he realizes, oh, there's 12,000 people here. It's going to be at the Huntsman Center going crazy for me. And, oh, I didn't work out in Utah. I don't care. He's not going to care.
Let's get the pick.
Commissioner Silver. With the 5th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Arius Ace Bailey from Rutgers University.
I'm shocked. I can't believe he fell to 5. I can't believe the Jazz got him. Again, this was a guy who, leading up to this year, was the number 2 overall player. Throughout the college season was the number 3 overall player. All the smoke leading up to the week was he doesn't want to go to Utah. Jazz are going to go Jeremiah Fears. If Jeremiah Fears is on the board, they're going to take him. And the Jazz end up picking him up. And we'll see. There could still be moves for trades. Maybe the Jazz drafted this for somebody else. But this is gutsy. This is a big move for a guy who said he didn't want to go to Utah to call their bluff and say, we think you're the best player and we think we can turn you into a star. I think that takes guts, but that's how you win titles. I mean, that's how you improve.
For what it's worth, he has a big smile on his face, and he's got $1 million smile.
Yes.
Well, he's got $1 million in his pocket.
Yes, he does.
No, he also got that from Rutgers. He also got a lot of millions from Rutgers.
He had $1 million before he got here. But here's the honest truth. Look, all that stuff we talked about, did he do anything illegal? Did he do anything, morally wrong? Like, these are like, no. It's not that big of it. I mean, it is concerning if you're an organization, maybe, but ultimately it comes down to this. How good are you on the court? And by all accounts, he's a good kid. I'm a little concerned about the fact that Rutgers team was not good when you had 2 of the top 3 players in this draft on your team. Maybe that, I don't know. I don't know enough about their coaches to know what happened there.
Guy. He's a defensive guy, which might have been part of the issue.
Here's the truth. You got number 3 overall value at number 5.
Yes.
You got a kid that has star potential, and that's what you're drafting for. You're looking for potential here. We don't know about any of these guys, but he's got a lot of the stuff. If you're analyzing a prospect and you're checking all these boxes, he checks a lot of them off.
The first thing you can say all the intangibles and talk about that for the rest of the night, but Ace Bailey is a big-time improvement over Jeremiah Fears. I mean, you want that guy.
Yeah.
He's gonna come into this community. I don't know him, but he'll come into this community. He had a big smile on his face, but they're going to just embrace him immediately, and he makes the Jazz better. He's got a chance to get on the floor and play before Jeremiah Fears does. I don't think the Jazz need any more 6'2" or 6'3" shooting guards. What they have here is a 6'7" athlete who there are a lot of unknowns, and his stock has dropped. But at the end of the day, I like that pick.
I think you bet on size. I just think you bet on size.
100%.
Hey, look, Christian, can we carry this right now? Christian, courtesy of ESPN.
Maintains the outside world while I just focus on the basketball part. So I just thank them every day.
You've gotten props from KD, Giannis. Learn some moves from Giannis. Are you ready to go to Utah and maybe use those moves on Giannis?
Oh, for sure. I got some more stuff for him too. Yeah, for sure. Congratulations, Dave. Thank you so much.
So
that's Ace Bailey, courtesy of ESPN.
You're going to hear a lot of different comps for Ace Bailey of who he is, and like the most outlandish are he's Kevin Durant. He's not Kevin Durant. You got to relax a little bit. Like Kevin Durant was so good in college, so far ahead of where Ace Bailey is.
Kevin Durant's almost 7 feet tall.
Yeah, right. He's got 5 inches on Ace Bailey.
Kevin Durant was a once-in-a-generation freak.
There's going to be comps to Carmelo Anthony. I mean, you're going to hear that stuff. But you hear stuff as far down as, Michael Porter Jr. and that type of player, of a guy who's just a pure shooter. He's going to be some mixture of all of the pieces, right? He's really great with the ball in his hands as far as you can guard him as close as you want, and he has the audacity to shoot over you, and it goes in at a crazy rate. I've never seen somebody pull up and shoot shots like that, really, since the reason you hear comparisons to like Tracy McGrady is that's what T-Mac did. T-Mac would let you guard him close, and he would just rise up over you and shoot. He's got to clean up a lot of the issues. He's got to clean some of that stuff up. He's got to be more judicious in his decision-making. He's got to tighten his dribble. He's got to focus on defense. But, man, the length is really, really impressive. The athleticism really impressive. He's got to get stronger, but the tools are as good as anybody the Jazz have on their roster right now. I mean, he's Lowry Markkanen-esque with his physical tools.
Coach, I have a question for you. When you were evaluating talent, how important was confidence and swagger?
At the end of the day, my best players were always the confident guys with swagger, and sometimes that can be a little bit annoying and irritating at times.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they got it done. And so there is some swagger here. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, I'm not sure that Jeremiah Fears, I'm not sure when he goes, and what's going to happen here with the pick after the fact here. So we'll see what happens. But
I think if you have a guy that has that much confidence, Ben, to your point, that takes those tough shots, is not afraid to take those tough shots, that matters.
Yeah.
We just watched Tyrese Halliburton, who his peers voted as the most overrated player in the league, go through a playoff and just make incredible plays at the end of games because he has uber confidence.
And on the flip side, and Jake, you saw this as much as anybody last year, as talented as you can be, and I believe Cody Williams has a ton of talent. He is really talented. I know he can shoot because I saw it at Colorado. I know he can put the ball on the floor and get to the rim. If you don't have the confidence to do it, it doesn't matter what your skills are. I don't mind a guy believing in himself. You've got to know when to apply it because there are guys who work themselves out of the league. Trey Burke's a good example of this, but I do want a guy who does believe he can get to the places he needs to and can be a star.
I like how bold it is and that they weren't scared off by it and go get a player with that kind of dynamic and potential because it's what the franchise and the team needs. And whether Ace knows it or not, not to come back to this, but I would bet when he gets here and figures out what his role is going to be and what it's like, he's going to love it. And I know people are worried about that and that he didn't want to come here. And we'll get to the Wizards pick, by the way, when the commissioner comes up. But he has complete star potential. He's got the God-given ability. He's got the length. He's got the size, athleticism, all the things. Skilled, 100%. And I believe in the coaching staff, specifically Will Hardy, is going to get this guy going in the right direction. And I know that 17 wins was rough, but I believe that they're still putting in a culture over there. It's the reason they like guys like Colin Sexton. And so, if you can get him going in the right direction, I think he'll realize that there's a ton of potential.
He's surrounded by some pretty mature guys too, that have been in the league, that can be an example to him, and you need that. And he's in high school and he's in college. He's the guy. He controls the environment. He won't control that environment. They'll embrace him and love him, and he'll become who we know he can become.
And along those lines, sorry, JJ, I'll be curious if they go out and try and bring somebody in as a mentor. You remember the Jazz drafted Dante Exum, and who did they go out and get? Joe Ingles, who had been his teammate with Team Australia.
Derek Fisher for Darren Williams.
We didn't know Joe Ingles was going to be a better player than Dante. So, if that happens again, we will see. But I won't be surprised if the Jazz try and go get somebody and say, look, we know you're like an East Coast guy. You're an Atlanta guy, which, there is the Colin Sexton connection there, but even a John Collins connection. But, maybe you bring someone in to just kind of usher him in. Let him feel at home. Let him feel comfortable being in Utah.
You mentioned it. There's going to be 12,000 people at the arena.
Yep.
That's going to be a nice welcome. I don't know if he's sticking around or he'll be out here for that, but he'll see it and watch it.
Yeah, I definitely expect him to be there for Summer League, at least to the Utah part of it. I don't know about Vegas. But
I bet he'll play both for sure.
Oh, yeah.
At least portions of it.
Let's go to the podium real quick.
I'll save my point.
25 NBA draft. The Washington Wizards select Trey Johnson from the University of Texas.
Trey Johnson, again, might be the best shooter in the draft. If it's not Con Knipple, it's Trey Johnson. And he has some Ace Bailey to him. He can get his shot off against anybody. He's got the best dribble package in the draft to get to his shooting. It's impressive. He doesn't play any defense. He had great combine measurements. You never once saw it on the floor when he was playing at Texas, but he had terrible teammates. I think this is a good spot for him. They have a point guard in Bub Carrington. They had the number 2 overall pick last year. They need shooting, and he brings it.
He'll play 30 to 35 minutes. He'll get to shoot as much as he wants. He'll have a chance to develop there. I like what they're doing. They're finally waking up and making some moves. They're clearing cap space so they can go all in on that free agent class coming up in 2026.
And
they're making some moves to get better.
And with Kaishan George, with Marcus Smart, with Alexander Sarr, with Bilal Coulibaly, he can be a bad defender. You can put defense around him. He should be okay.
And you got C.J. McCollum there as a veteran.
Yeah, she did. Lead him, guide him.
Talking about mentorship.
Yep.
I'm sure Trey will be great on his second team, whoever that is. All right, we're going to start.
DeJounte Murray is hurt right now.
Yeah,
you know, and you've got C.J. McCollum, who's 34.
Yeah.
This young man may have an opportunity early
No
on.
doubt. No doubt.
All right, we're live at the cage. We'll have more coming up next. Stay tuned. It is the NBA Draft Roundtable. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, Coach Steve Cleveland, Jeremiah Jensen. The Jazz have picked Ace Bailey with the 5th pick. We'll have more on that coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Sink your teeth into more action, more tricks, more entertainment, and incredible value at the Ute Stampede Rodeo with Extreme Bulls. July 9th through 12th, the Ute Stampede is Utah's best family entertainment, honoring the rich heritage and spirit of the West with 3 nights of PRCA Rodeo, Flying U Rodeo, live music, food, carnivals, games, and plenty of showmanship. The best in the West with Extreme Bulls. Get your tickets now at UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P-Load smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites, the raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The NBA Draft Roundtable live from the cage, 2688 South Redwood Road. The Jazz take Ace Bailey with the number 5 pick. Currently, the Pelicans are on the clock at number 7, but and we'll see which direction that they're going to go. But we were all just talking, gentlemen, and JJ, you were mentioning that if you want to call it, the tank worked with Ace Bailey. There seems to be a lot of hype like that.
If you're an Ace Bailey fan, and like we were talking about, if you said on lottery night after falling to 5, hey, you're still going to get Ace Bailey, a lot of people are like, oh, okay, I guess that's all right. I feel a lot better about that.
Absolutely.
So if you're in that camp, you feel pretty good right now.
Jake, I think you've had the line of the night, but I think you also used the best word. It's just bold, and you can't get anywhere if you're going to be passive, fortune favors the bold, and it really does. You have to believe that you can have star players, that you can develop players, that you can make them like Utah. If your entire fear is, I don't know if he's going to like Utah, don't draft anyone. Don't draft. Gordon Hayward didn't like Utah. I don't know what to tell you.
He didn't.
He didn't like Utah.
That was the elephant in the room, and eventually left.
Right.
To your point, ESPN's Jonathan Gavoni just said on live TV on ESPN that this was not one of Ace Bailey's preferred destinations.
Fine. We're going to make it your
So
preferred
what?
destination.
Tough.
Yeah, right.
It's a draft. You go where you're taken.
Right.
And the way the NBA collective bargaining is set up is you really got that player under your control for the next 7 years.
Correct.
And, there are things that players have become more empowered in the NBA, and there's certainly things that that a player could do to make things difficult. But really, it's in everybody's best interest to, figure it out.
You grew up in Charlotte. Do you think the Hornets would have been better off keeping Kobe, or do you think the fact that he wanted to be in LA, that was a good trade?
I think as much as I love Matt.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Jeremiah Fears from the University of Oklahoma.
There you go. And of course, they made the trade with CJ McCollum. And I guess it was Vlade in the Lakers trade, right? They got Geiger later. So,
I thought there was a real chance Spears was going to drop, but they get their guy here, which is interesting because they have DeJounte Murray already. He's got
Best
the Achilles.
player available,
but
right?
Best player
Best
available.
player available.
Coach, you said, as Austin Ainge told you, need is a bad talent evaluator. It's a bad way to do it. If you think Jeremiah Fears is the best player in the draft or the best player available, take him. We'll see. Yeah. I'm not a huge Jeremiah Fears believer. I could be wrong. He does have unquestionably the most star moments of any player in the draft. When Oklahoma was in close games late, he brought his level up. He hit crazy shots. He made big plays. He made big defensive plays. I just have a hard time seeing a 6'2" guard who doesn't shoot really reaching the highest heights of the NBA, and that's the hard part.
Yeah. Yep.
What are the Pelicans doing as a franchise? Like what direction?
Well, when you get a chance to get Jordan Poole, you have to do it.
I really don't know, and I suppose maybe reboot around Zion or something along those. I just don't know what.
Do you feel comfortable as you say that sentence? Like,
Right.
is
No.
Zion Williamson a cornerstone build-on guy? He's had plenty of time to prove it, and he hasn't.
If I had
He either can't stay healthy or he's
Yeah.
got personal issues.
Well, not in New Orleans. I mean, Ben and I were talking about this today. Sometimes you need a little failure to teach you the lessons needed for success, and I just don't know, given where they are in New Orleans, if that's possible for him. But I always found it intriguing if he went to a different franchise and fell a little differently on the priority scale, and would he figure it out and keep his weight where it needed to be and all those sorts of things? Maybe. But I don't think it's going to happen in New Orleans.
I'm kind of beyond the point of thinking he can be an alpha. I don't see it.
I'm with you. Can we get back to talk about Ace Bailey?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that all right? I mean, that is why we're here.
Yes,
and I'm
it
not
is.
trying to conduct
Yes,
the
it
show.
is.
I'm just thinking, like, this is the guy, right?
We got our Zion hot takes in. We're good.
Well, Brooklyn, by the way, now on the clock. But yeah.
And we'll see where they go. We'll keep the picks going, obviously. But, I think one of the interesting things about Ace Bailey is, as much as he's billed, and the names I kind of brought up is the Kevin Durant's or the Carmelo Anthony's or the Michael Porter Jr.'s. Those are offense-first guys.
Yeah.
He's got really good defensive tools. There's a lot of Jaden McDaniels to his game. And if he can buy into that role, that's where he will be at his best. And that doesn't mean only that role. Jaden McDaniels has the ability when he came into the league to defer to Anthony Edwards and defer to Karl Anthony Towns. There's not a lot of people to defer to for Ace Bailey. But if you can get him to buy in that, hey, dude, you're 6'7.5", you're going to be 6'9" in shoes, you've got a 7-foot wingspan, you've got great athleticism, you can bend at the waist, which means you can get into a defensive stance, you can rotate over as a help side shot blocker. Like, you can be a real impact two-way player. And if you don't want to just get paid, but you want to be one of the great players in the league, focus on that side of the ball. Get going on that side of the ball, because he had those flashes at Rutgers. It wasn't like you never saw him play hard on the defensive end. And if you get that out of him, you've got a far more complete player.
And you got a guy in Ace Bailey who has more length than Jeremiah Fears or Trey Johnson, and he's more athletic. And regardless of what the workout situation was, I think that's a good get. I think it's a really good get for him.
Absolutely. Now you've got a young, maybe a little immature kid who's got incredible talent, all-star upside. The Jazz need to surround him with the right people. That's what's going to be interesting to watch now, is what do they do with their roster to make sure he's surrounded by the right guys? that's the next move for them because they need this pick to hit.
Oh, yeah, big time.
And you can't miss on this, and they need to give him every single chance they possibly can to reach his potential, and that includes building the proper roster around him. That doesn't just mean talent. That means maturity, support, guidance, mentorship.
Just to be accurate, 6'7.5" without shoes on, so about 6'9", 8'11" standing reach, 7-foot wingspan. He is only 202 pounds. He's got to get bigger,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
he's very physically similar to Taylor Hendricks, who, when he came to the NBA, was thin, maybe a little bit broader shoulders, but a couple of years down the line, I mean, Ace Bailey's going to be 235. I mean, he's going to have a crazy body if everything goes right for him. And the Jazz showed an ability to do it with Taylor Hendricks. And I'll tell you, I think outside of Cooper Flagg, I think Ace Bailey has the best body in the draft. And Jake, we've talked about it a lot. You just can't replace physical tools. That's what dominates.
He's way more skilled than Taylor Hendricks was at
Way
this
more,
point.
yeah, way more.
And that's why he's a top 5 talent. And then if you can pile skill on top of that and then turn him into a two-way guy and all these things, you can speculate on draft night. Well, the sky's the limit. And I guess that's the staff's job now, is to figure out how to get him there and then get his buy-in to do it.
I'm pretty amazed at how this has gone down so far, and I would imagine the Jazz are too. I just, as much as I think it was probably their hope going to the night that Ace Bailey would fall, and clearly he was 5 on their board at the very least. He was 5 on their board, if not higher,
maybe higher.
And we'll be curious to see what they say. But for that situation to fall, and I'm honestly surprised nobody traded up to 4 to get him. I just thought Bailey would be in that high a demand, that these teams that he was trying to target towards and angle themselves towards, I would have thought a Washington, a Charlotte, or not a Charlotte, a Washington, a New Orleans, or a Brooklyn would have traded up to get him.
It seems to me that these teams picked the guys they had there because they loved them. Like it feels like Philly fell in love with VJ.
Yep.
The Hornets fell in love
absolutely
with Concanipple, and the Jazz took the best player available, which happened to be Ace Bailey.
By the way, our own Scott Gerard has thrown this out there. The fact that Bailey did not come to Utah to work out was not a concern whatsoever for the Jazz front office. Never gave it a second thought.
Yeah.
So,
and you shouldn't.
No,
you really shouldn't. I get it. You know what? It can be okay for him to want to angle himself to a certain spot. It's okay. You can want to go certain places. Some kids want to get scholarships to certain schools that never come, and they have to pick something else. It's like that is life as a young person. And I always say this: you're agreeing to become an NBA player. You're not agreeing to become just a Charlotte Hornet or just a New Orleans Pelican or just a Brooklyn Net. You are joining a league, and you're going to play somewhere within that league. And I'm glad, again, as you said, if you think that's the right player, be bold and go with it.
Yeah.
And then you have to prove it. Now you have to prove it to Ace, and you owe it to him to come in and develop him and give him the tools to succeed. But he's going to get on the phone tonight with Will Hardy and apparently talk to him for the first time. And he's going to talk to Danny Ainge for probably the 10th time because, again, Danny's seen him in person 3 times a year since he was 16 years old, I'm sure. Like, he knows all of these guys, maybe not the Jazz coaches, but he's going to be on the phone with these guys, and he's going to be wooed over, and he'll be excited to come here.
To your point, president of basketball operations, if he passes on a guy who ends up becoming an all-star, he gets fired.
Yeah, that's the worst
so
thing.
don't pass on a guy just because he didn't come work out for you. Take the best player available.
And here's Brooklyn's pick.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Yegor Demin from Moscow and Brigham Young University.
Wow.
Woo!
Yegor Demin.
Did not see that coming.
BYU going to the Nets at number 8.
Good for Yegor.
This has been the smoke. I mean, the Nets have been the team, but this was the absolute very, very, very highest of his draft range. Like, there was not a chance he was going anywhere above this. But I was on with Scotty G earlier today, and he said, "What's Yegor's draft range?" And I said, probably about 8 to Brooklyn to 25. Like, I thought there was a chance he would be on the board when the Jazz were sitting there drafting at 21, because he's exciting, right? He's 6'9". He is a point guard. He's the best passer in the draft. He's got some very interesting tools. He's got some real flaws. He plays too upright. His handle's a little bit loose right now. There were moments when his feel was a little bit shaky.
Struggled against pressure, I thought. He struggled against pressure.
But what have we been saying? You draft size when you're in the lottery, and he's got some of the best size for any one position in the draft. In fact, I would argue Yegor is the best size for his position of anybody.
I've watched Yegor practice probably 20 times and watched every game he played here. And that did surprise me, but I'll tell you what, the kid does have an upside, and he got progressively better shooting the ball the last third of the season. He was knocking threes down. Plus, he is such a great young man, great human being. He's hungry, and he's got an upside, guys. I know we watch him closely here at BYU, and I watched all of his weaknesses and wondered if he'd ever make a jump shot or a three. But I also see some things here at his size, his vision, his ability to pass the ball in different directions, in different tempo, different time. He has a lot to offer. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to come in there and play immediately, but he's going to be a good pro. I just don't know if he's going to be a guy that plays at the 8th or 9th. It's a surprise.
Yeah. If his biggest knock was a shooting, Coach, he hit some big shots when it mattered in their season last year, especially towards the NCAA tournament.
It was
big shots.
All at the end of the year.
Yep.
When it would matter.
The Nets shouldn't be in love with anybody they have right now. That's why they're drafting 8th, just like the Jazz were drafting 5. But I tell you what, if I'm Cam Johnson or I'm Cam Thomas, I love Yegor Demon because he's going to get me the rock.
Yep.
He's going to get me the ball where I want it. And look, he averaged 10 points a game last year. That's not accidental. He's not a good scorer. I don't believe Yegor can get anywhere off the dribble by himself. He needs a screen, so they need to bring a big guy in who can set some screens for him. That should be a priority right away if I'm the Nets. They do have $35 million in money to spend.
And 4 more first-round
picks.
And
4 more first-round picks to do it. That would be what I would try and do. I would try and go and bring in another guy to help him out in a pick-and-roll situation. But he's going to make people around him better. And the other thing quickly, I know we got to go to break. He ran pro stuff. You watch BYU, that's a pro system.
All pro stuff.
He's going to step in there, and there's not going to be any mystery about, okay, I don't recognize this concept at all. Not to mention he's probably been playing pro basketball in Europe since he was 14 years old.
Yeah.
He's a
pro.
He's going to step in ready to do what's asked of him.
And maturity is off the charts. He's mature.
Off the charts.
How long do you think it took Kevin Young to make his first phone call to a recruit that said, my guy went 8. He saw my guy went 8.
Doing
you
it
come
right
to
now.
BYU, you could go top 10.
The social media post is coming any second.
And he's also got a guy sitting at the house who's going to be the number 1 pick next year.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a big deal for BYU and Yegor, and absolutely Brooklyn getting a pretty good guard. So we'll get, let's see, we've got the Raptors on the clock. We'll get that pick coming up right around the corner. Obviously, we'll continue to talk Ace Bailey. Hans Olsen is going to jump on. Jeremiah, thank you.
I'm out, guys. Been fun.
Efforts
Thanks
today.
for letting me come on.
We'll have more straight ahead live from the cage, the NBA Draft Roundtable right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Attention RVers! In 57 years, Motorsportsland has never had a sale like this before. We've got over 100 new models coming in and our lots are already almost full. We've got to clear out inventory fast, so we've selected over 100 new travel trailers, fifth wheels, and toy haulers to sell to you at or below dealer cost. Like our 2024 Encore Venue off-road travel trailer, MSRP at $30,000, normally priced at $25,000, dealer cost at $22,400, and this week only priced to you for below $17,000 with amazing financing options. Or our 2024 28-foot Stealth Toy Hauler fifth wheel, MSRP at $99,330, normally priced at $83,500, this week only $67,743. Save more than ever before on your dream RV. But these deals are disappearing quick, so visit a Motorsportsland RV Center today.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Complete coverage of the NBA Draft and the Utah Jazz. This is your Utah Jazz Draft Night Roundtable Show, live from the cage on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
NBA Draft Roundtable right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah Jazz take Ace Bailey with the number 5 pick. We're currently at pick number 9. The Raptors, their pick is in. We'll get to the podium when it is made. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, Coach Steve Cleveland, and joining the show now, of course, you hear him from noon to 3 every day alongside Scott Gerard, the one and only Hans Olsen. Hi, Hans. Thanks for coming in, man.
I've been trying not to fanboy out, but I sat in my car and I listened to the 4 of you guys. Ben, your incredible insight. Coach Cleve, it's just so fun to listen to you. All your insights. Jake, you know you're the master of hosting a roundtable. I just sit there. It's incredible what you guys do, and it's awesome to be here. Just be a very small, gnat-sized part of it.
You've never been gnat-sized?
No, you're right. You're right. I'm a little bit bigger. But it's been fun to listen to you guys, and I've got a lot of different angles, a lot of different thoughts with what's going on right now.
Well, I have 2 questions for you right off the bat, and they may seem obvious, and we're here at the cage. One, are you going to get up and take some cuts? Because I think everybody wants to see that.
And let me get my phone.
Everybody wants to see you get up and take some cuts.
Is it underneath 55 miles an hour?
Oh, yeah, they'll keep it down for you.
I could put a stick on it.
David James
David James looked like an all-star in there.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
Dude, David James with those hips.
Yes.
I mean, he's got big old white hips, and he can put it into
I was
ball.
actually really surprised.
Were you?
That he could actually swing a bat.
Well,
Do that.
he's an athletic little sucker.
Let's see. Atlanta made the pick. Colin Murray Boyles. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Raptors. Colin Murray Boyles. So we missed the podium there, but there's your pick. All right. At the cage, maybe we'll see Hans take some cuts later, but we are eager for your reaction to Ace Bailey, Hans. I know you guys have talked a lot about this pick leading up to this.
Yeah.
Your initial reaction to that guy at number 5.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'd like to get the 3 of you's opinion on this, because the first thing I thought when I saw the pick come through, no trades as of yet, and look, it's still early and things could go, but correct me if I'm wrong, this is an indicator that the top 8 protected pick for 2026 still means something to Utah Jazz. What they're still doing is they're still in tank area. They can tank with Ace Bailey. They can still definitely play him, develop him. They've drafted him. I think they got a lot of ideas with him, but this also leaves the Utah Jazz and their availability to stay inside of that number 8 and not convey to Oklahoma City, and I think it still means something.
I think that's an awesome point.
Yeah,
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
You can play Ace Bailey 25 to 30 minutes a night next year. You're going to lose a lot of games as a response. It's the responsible thing to do, in all honesty. I think you should let him get out there. He needs to play, and you're in the running for A.J. DeBonsa again next season.
Yeah, and we'll see what they do at 21. But this pick told me, well, we're taking development, we're taking young talent, and we're continuing on this trend. And we are going to make sure that we don't convey. Now, this is what's interesting, Ben. I was just looking at the numbers in draft lottery, and Coach Cleveland, I'm sure you're familiar with this. In order for the Jazz to completely avoid a potential draft lottery disaster, they have to be the 4th worst record next year. Because if you're the 5th worst record, there's like a 6.6% chance that you could go to number 8 or go to number 9.
Yeah.
If you're number 6, it's like 1.8%. If you're number 7, it gets up into the 18, 20%. If you're number 8, if you're the 8th worst, it's in the 30%, 40% that you fall into number 9. So you can't even really mess around. It's not like, oh, well, we just have to make sure that we're the 8th worst record in the NBA to avoid conveying to Oklahoma City. But I think that this pick means a lot. And if they're going to do it, they got to stay in that bottom 4 as far as record.
Only bottom 4 teams are guaranteed to not be able to fall.
To number
exactly
8,
what
yeah.
you're saying,
Yes.
as far as number 9, because it's top 8
Right,
protected.
to number 9.
If you're 5th, it's a 0.6% chance, which is minimal.
Yep.
But if I just watch Cooper Flagg go to the Dallas Mavericks with a 1.8%
That's what I'm talking
chance,
about.
I don't want to risk it.
I don't mess with this.
Yeah, I don't want to risk it. I think you're probably right there. Hey, can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
As a professional athlete,
Yeah.
what is Cody Williams thinking right now?
Well,
because they are somewhat similar. I mean, as far as their position they're going to be playing. I mean, Ace Bailey is coming in to steal Cody Williams' job, and Cody Williams was far too passive last year. What's your take?
1,000%. And this happens, and Coach Cleveland, you understand this too. And I know this is an NFL guy that eventually lost my position to a center that they drafted out of Notre Dame. That's how and the Colts ended up dropping money. They paid less. They didn't have to vest me. I don't get my pension. Like they're able to move you on, cut you off insurance, and it's a money and a numbers game to them. So, but you are well aware of this as an athlete that's been around. You know the guys are going to be drafted over you, and if they're not drafted over you, then they're going to be looking for free agents. They're going to be looking for trades. So whether it's a draft or trade, it's hurtful, and you can feel sick about it. But I think Cody Williams he's a pretty mature kid. And I think he's going to look at this as competition. I actually think he's going to rise his game over it.
Man, is the NFL the Hunger Games or what?
Yeah, no
At least
kidding.
the NBA, they've got guaranteed contracts. They're just getting the secondhand anxiety from Hans
Oh, it's
talking about
horrible.
that. The NFL is just really something else.
It's horrible.
If you look at it collegiately, in my experience, go beyond a rebuilding BYU and get to the point where we were really good, and you're bringing in guys, and the guys are getting better and better. And it was the hardest thing for me as a coach. So all of a sudden, you don't know the amount of time you put in your family and friends and spend all this time to develop a relationship. And a year later, we're bringing in 2 more guys that are better than the guy that I just begged to come. And in most cases, they leave, which I have had those hard conversations where you just go, hey, you know what? I'm sorry that's where we are, but maybe the best thing for you is to go somewhere and let me help you find that place. But there's probably at that time so upset with me, they don't want to listen to me. But that happened in a rebuild, and then it really happened once we rebuilt it. And then the same thing happened in Fresno when I was there.
Did you ever see a guy that, to Ben's point, that you recruited over, you brought a guy in, and he gritted his teeth and got better because of it?
Yes.
I mean, because honestly, that's the whole idea of a draft like Ace Bailey and a situation like Ben just mentioned. You're hoping that Cody steps up. Yeah, and maybe you felt like, oh, we need to squeeze more juice out of this.
I not a lot, but there were several young men that we recruited. I'm not going to use their names, but initially they were surprised, and then they just dug in deep and said, we're going to go get this. I'm good enough to be here. I'm good enough to play, and didn't leave. But a lot of them did leave.
Quickly, the Phoenix Suns are on the clock at 10. You mentioned Colin Murray-Boyles just went number 9 overall. The pick is in. Let's go to the podium.
2025 NBA Draft. The Houston Rockets select Kaman Malawach from Rumbek, South Sudan, the NBA Academy Africa in Senegal, and Duke University.
Okay, so this pick is actually going to Phoenix,
right?
This was the trade that went down with Kevin Durant. So this pick is going to be going to Phoenix, which is interesting because Phoenix just traded for Mark Williams, the center from Charlotte that, remember, got traded to the Lakers, and then they rescinded the trade. So Charlotte is sending a center to Phoenix, and then Phoenix drafted another center with a top 10 overall pick. And Mark Williams is young. And actually, Mark Williams is a young center from Duke, just like Common Malawash. So this is weird. I'll just say it. This is weird, unless maybe the Suns are thinking about trading this pick as well, which certainly could be a possibility.
Well, who knows what the Suns are
doing? Who knows what the Suns are doing? I'm surprised they didn't go with Jace Richardson because he went to Michigan State, because Matt Ishbia wants to fill his whole team out with Michigan State guys. So I'm curious. It feels like something else is going on here.
Malawach felt underutilized at Duke. I actually think he's a fairly interesting player for being a skilled big, and kind of was the third, just catching dunks there at Duke, and maybe he can be more, but I don't know. I don't know what Phoenix is doing.
Guys, what are the Jazz going to do at 21? Are they going to pick at 21?
Yeah, I think so.
It feels like it's trending that they're going to pick at 21. So let's go over this really quick.
Yeah.
We'll go back to 2022. You got Walker Kessler, 2022, number 22. 23, you've got Sensabaugh, 28. George at 16. Hendricks at 9. 24, you've got Phil Paskey at 32. Cody Williams, who you were just talking about, at 10. And Collier at 29. Over the last 3 drafts, and now going into the 4th draft, you are currently hanging on to 7. You've now got 8. 21 would be 9 picks over the last 4 drafts that you've held on to since Danny Ainge showed up.
Yeah.
Guys, what exactly is the angle? What's the direction? Because every time we've been here with Coach Cleve and been sitting with you and Jake, we sit around and we're like, well, yeah, they got 3 picks, but they kept all 3. Well, they kept all 3.
All of them?
Oh, yeah, they got 3 picks. Well, they keep all. Oh, they kept Phil Paskey. Wow, they actually took the draft pick at 32. Like, what? If they take 21, we are looking at 9 guys drafted by the, well, Walker Kessler wasn't drafted. I know he's brought in a trade, but he's number 22 out of that 22 draft. 9 guys. I mean, Coach, what exactly is the direction here with the Ainge family as they build this?
It's interesting because talking to Danny and talking to Austin is different. Austin is much more insightful and looks at the big picture. I've had 2 or 3 conversations with him, and we forget that he worked at Boston for about 20 years or 18 or 20 years. Not like he's a rookie coming to the Jazz. He's had a lot of experience. He's watched his father do this. But if anything, I look at Austin, and he's the guy that's going to get out of the box and do things that maybe others won't do in his position. And he has a lot of he's just a dynamic young man, one of the smartest people I have ever been around. Somebody asked me about him the other day, and they talking about nepotism. So I said, nepotism? That kid's been working for 20 years, in the Celtics, maybe not quite that long. I said, this guy is smart, and he knows what he's doing, and he's watched his father like a good son should, and he's seen the mistakes that were made. So I love what Austin's doing, and I think, they're kind of showing. I mean, I don't know if they're going to keep all these 9 guys or not. I don't know what's going to happen. But, I don't question anything they're doing.
What I would look for is an older player.
Yeah.
Right? You look for a 22-year-old. You look for a guy who's played a little bit more basketball and doesn't – you just don't
with
have
pick
run –
21.
With pick 21.
Yeah.
You just don't have more runway to give a guy 3 years who just needs a lot of development. And even a 22-year-old needs development. But I would start looking at guys like Walter Clayton out of Florida, who's 22, who played 4 years of college basketball. Maxime Reynaud, who played at Stanford.
You're looking for that Wes Matthews.
Yeah, I want a guy who can come in and can play. Like, I don't need to hold his hand. I can't ask Will Hardy to babysit one other player. I honestly can't. So if you're going to make the pick at 21, which I just would think they would, I bet you Austin Ainge feels like a kid at a candy store right now getting to make picks. I would look at somebody like that.
Wasn't Wes Matthews a 4-year guy?
Yeah, he was, and he was an
undrafted.
undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be a home run. To answer your question, though, Hans, I think bites at the apple. You've heard that cliche. Yeah. I mean, I think that's where they are. I mean, Ben brought up an interesting example earlier in the show of, Oklahoma City drafted Chet number 2, and then Jalen Williams. What was he, Ben, in the same draft? Number 11, 12?
12.
Yeah, 12.
Yeah.
And
Like that, yeah.
Jalen turns out to be better than Chet, but Chet plays a role. Who cares where you drafted him? You got 2 guys. Rudy Gobert goes number 27. It doesn't matter. You want as many chances to get a guy. And you know what? Maybe Taylor Hendricks doesn't turn out to be a superstar, but maybe he turns out to be all of a sudden your defensive athletic anchor that plays a role on the team. I mean, it's as many chances as you can get to find, those guys. You hope that Ace Bailey turns out to be your number one scorer, for example, and can be a complete player. But who's to say that the 21st pick in the draft might be better than he is? You got to give yourself the bites at the apple to find out.
Well, it's been like hungry hippos, they're just gobbling up 9 guys since 22. That is a lot, guys. You're sitting on a lot of youth, and you are gobbling up a lot of talent. And I feel like there's a bigger picture that I'm trying to see through. I'll give you for instance, like watching them take Ace Bailey when Ace Bailey didn't work out and Ace Bailey had other aspirations, maybe had views a different way. It almost feels like the Jazz are taking Ace Bailey for somebody else. But they know he's the best talent, but we're going to package him because we're not going to keep him, and we're going to move him around where we want to move him, or we're going to work a deal. I would be shocked if Ace Bailey is a Utah Jazz man.
You would be.
I
don't
would.
think he's going to make it to Utah.
I don't. I don't, because it's like the Jazz have to do something. Now, if he does, then it is, like I mentioned right out of the gates, it's an indicator that this is full-on tank mode. They're going to keep the youth. They're going to try to develop, and they're going to play the young guys, and they're going to deal with the bad record. But when you take Ace Bailey and there was all this bad pub and hype around, and I heard your conversation, and Coach, you were like, this, and this, and Ben goes, well, nobody said anything about him being a bad basketball player.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately what it's about. Like, he's not a bad basketball player, but when you're in Utah, there's kind of a different expectation and a different standard and personality.
All right, we have a pick in. We won't go to the podium because we'll explain the trade. The Blazers are going to pick Cedric Coward here at number 11, but that is for the Memphis Grizzlies. So we don't know further details about this trade, but we do know that Coward is being selected not by Portland, but by Memphis. All right, we're going to step aside for a moment. We'll have more coming up next. We're live here from the cage. It's the NBA Draft Roundtable. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, Coach Steve Cleveland, and, of course, Hans Olsen. We'll have more straight ahead right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Introducing the Cage Baseball, Utah's first high-tech entertainment-based batting cage. Just the fun parts of baseball. Whether you're a rookie or all-star baseball player, everyone can experience the thrill of hitting a home run. Swing away with friends, families, coworkers, maybe even a date night. The Cage Baseball, just off Redwood Road around the corner from the Maverick Center. Use code THEZONE for 10% off your 1-hour session. Step up to the plate at the Cage Baseball.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Live from the cage, it's the NBA Draft Roundtable. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, Coach Steve Cleveland, Hans Olsen. Chicago is now on the clock at pick number 12. The Jazz will pick again at number 21. Big story of the night, obviously. The Jazz kept the number 5 pick. They draft Ace Bailey out of Rutgers. And, of course, that has driven our conversation. And we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what the Jazz do at 21. But, Ben, I've got to imagine the Jazz are feeling pretty successful already tonight, having Ace fall to them.
And the narrative is going to be the Jazz had him higher on their board. We will see.
It always is that.
That is always the narrative, whether that's true or not. But, yes, I think the Jazz are going to feel pretty excited with what they get. And, you don't want to just nitpick or not nitpick, but cherry pick and just look at a player's best games. But you look at when Ace Bailey was at his best at Rutgers this year, 39 points against Indiana, 37 points against Northwestern, 30 against Penn State. I watched that Penn State game. He missed his first 2 shots and hit 13 in a row. Wow. He finishes the night 13 of 15 for 30 points.
And he missed his first 2.
Missed his first 2, and you thought, like, uh-oh, it's an off night. Mm-hmm. And he got hot, and he just didn't miss. And he's coming off curls. He's got guys in his face. He's driving to the rim. He's getting putbacks. When he is focused and he puts it all together as a scorer, it's extraordinarily impressive. It's like he has a chance to put up 30 in the summer league, no question about it. Yeah. What I actually really like about him, very good rebounder. I like guys that rebound. For as thin as he is, 200 pounds, average 7 rebounds a game still. I think that's something he's going to do in the NBA. It just gives you kind of supplemental value.
Mark Spears of ESPN, I believe he's still with ESPN, right? Had a chance apparently to talk to Ace Bailey. He sends this out. New Jazz draft pick Ace Bailey said he was excited to go to Utah, had no idea they were interested in him, and he had never been there but was ready for the hot and the cold. So there's from Mark Spears. And Coach Cleve had no idea that the Jazz were interested at number 5, but apparently excited for our wonderful climate.
That, he's speaking from his heart. He's, that's what you want him to be honest and transparent. And I'm still not sure he will become a member of the Jazz.
I don't think so. But he's a great piece. Yeah, he could definitely make movement. I just don't believe that. And we were just talking on the break. I think the report came from Sam, where Ace kind of casually blamed his agent for not being here on the workouts or not being where he needed to be on the workouts. But Ben, you were talking about if the Jazz had the 3rd pick, they would have ran to the podium.
I think they would have taken Ace Bailey.
For Ace Bailey. Yeah. So there's no chance Ace Bailey didn't know. Ace knew that the Utah Jazz had a ton of interest in him. I don't know why he's playing that I didn't know they had interest.
You have some plausible deniability if you've never talked to them on the phone, which it sounds like is the case, right? But, you've got to know. I mean, look, you're the 3rd best player in the draft, and when you're on the board at 4 and you're on the board at 5, you have to assume everyone has interest in you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who his agent is or his father. Everybody's paying attention to that.
Yeah.
I mean, they're having conversations every night the last month. Hey, what do you think?
Yes.
The Jazz had to come into that conversation. That had to be part of the narrative.
You know what? That's I read that as that's just a dodge because he has to pivot. Correct. It's like a politician. You have to pivot.
That's probably
he has no choice.
Yeah.
He's got to come to Utah. You've got to embrace where you're going. And you pivot to it and say, I didn't know they were interested. Well, that's kind of half true because you didn't talk to anybody. You didn't ask, if they were interested or not. But he really doesn't have any choice. But now he kind of has to pivot and say that he's excited, which is fine.
You guys have been doing this a long time. Share any experiences you had with Utah in trades after the draft.
Not common. Yeah, not common.
Let's go to the podium for the Bulls pick here at number 12.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Noah Essengay from Saint-Jean-du-Bray, France, and the Ulm Club in Germany.
Noah Essengay is the pick for the Chicago Bulls, which, they hit on Modest Buzelis last year. That ended up being a better pick than Cody Williams. He had a better year. There's still question marks. He doesn't shoot the ball particularly well, but very long and athletic. I'm speaking about Modest. Essengay is the same way. Or Essengay is he's a similar type of player. Ton of length on the perimeter, has some offensive upside. He is extraordinarily raw. He is really, really raw. But he's an exciting player. A lot of the draft Nick circles really like him.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
With Chicago, especially. And these late lottery picks are now we're getting into real crapshoot territory. But, man, I'll tell you what, France has sure put some fine players into the NBA as of late.
And probably 5 more first-rounders this year. I mean, honestly, it's going to be that type of number.
All of Europe has. And I'm so excited about the new All-Star angle where it's going to be Team World versus Team U.S.
Awesome. It's going to be Team World versus Team France is what it's going to look like before too long.
It's going to be amazing, though. And I was thinking about it, with the injuries especially that the United States would be facing. And I know that let's see. There would be 3 or 4 major injuries on the European side. But there's some major injuries on the Americans. Tatum would have been your number 1 American-led player, I would think.
And Anthony Edwards, yeah.
Yep. And now you're dealing with injuries. The All-Star game, and I know they're trying to capture that 4-nation thing that the NHL put out on the ice. But I'm excited about it. To your point, Jake, like the European players have come a long way. You guys, I was just running through some numbers, some draft-related numbers. Over 11 years of all NBA first teams, okay? All NBA first teams, 11 years. Guess how many number 1 overall picks have been nominated to first team all NBA over the last 11
years?
Well, LeBron.
Yeah, Wemby didn't get there this year because he doesn't qualify. It's not a lot.
Kyrie Irving get there one year?
No. Anthony Davis and LeBron James.
Yeah. Okay.
The last time we've seen a number 1 overall pick in an NBA first team, all NBA first team, was 2019, and that was LeBron James.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards didn't get there this year?
Must have been second team.
He was second team.
Yeah.
But this was your first team. Shai Gilgeous, 11th overall pick.
Yeah, Donovan.
Nikola Jokic at 41. Giannis at 15th. Jason Tatum at 3rd. And Donovan Mitchell at 13th.
Yeah.
And, really you can go back. Giannis is going to be in there a lot. Luke is in there quite a bit. He's the number 3 overall pick. Shai is packed in there the last couple of years. But Jason Tatum, 3rd overall. The point I'm trying to make, I know we look at Cooper Flagg and we're like, oh, man, it's all said and done. He'll be great. He'll be a great piece for Dallas. I'm sure of it. But there's hidden gems everywhere, and that's why if I can find the guy that can evaluate the freaking talent, that can see it, and that trades for it, that drafts it. I mean, I'm hoping that Austin Ainge is that.
Yeah.
I'm hoping Austin Ainge has a talent for that, or trades for it. It's crazy because Oklahoma City was built off of that.
Atlanta is on the clock, but there has been a trade. So Atlanta is trading this pick, the number 13 pick, to the Pelicans in exchange for the number 23 pick and an unprotected 2026 first-round pick, the most favorable of the New Orleans and Milwaukee picks.
Most favorable.
Most favorable.
Whoa. Trading an unprotected pick.
Basically.
To move up to 13.
And a most favorable.
In 2026, so
that's
coming up next year.
The Pelicans must think they're going to be good next year if they're taking this pick. I'm very curious to see who is quote unquote dropping it. They really believe in the name. I would think is maybe Derek Queen, but I'll be curious to see which direction they go.
So Atlanta moves down 10 spots and gets an unprotected pick. Pretty impressive. All right, let's go to the podium. No, apparently
they're
we're not going to the
NBA
podium.
Pioneers.
Yeah, it's a tribute there. We'll get to that when it comes in. So, wow, they must feel like they can get something there, Ben.
So this is the Pelicans moving up, just to clarify.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking across the board, and maybe Yakashonis, the point guard from Illinois, would be a name I would look at here. Like I mentioned, Derek Queen is sliding a little bit. The big forward / center from Maryland is a name I'd look at here. And if you take Derek Queen, you might be able to move off of Zion Williamson. And honestly, that might be the advantage. Yakashonis, I'd say, is interesting because he allows you to have a point guard while you wait for DeJounte Murray to come back from that injury.
Well, I mean, they've already drafted Jeremiah Fears.
Yeah, that's right. They already did that point
they
guard.
already made a pick for a point guard.
I would bet it's Derek Queen. That would be my guess, like open to being wrong.
Is Trey Johnson still out there?
No, Trey Johnson went Washington.
He didn't go to
6.
Washington.
He went after
Okay,
the Jazz. Yeah.
Hey, Ben, while we're waiting for that pick to come in, I wanted to throw a question at you. What are the Jazz going to do with Taylor Hendricks?
I think
what a devastating injury.
Yeah, I think
worst possible timing.
It is. It's somewhat horrific, and it couldn't have been worse timing. Yeah, I think you let him come back really slow this year. Just, you know what I mean? What are you comfortable with? How much can you play? Is it 5 minutes your first game? Is it 5 minutes for the first month? Is it every other game? And then you're just slowly working back, because I was pretty intrigued by what I saw through the first couple of games and through preseason. And it wasn't a lot, but it looked like he had grown. And by all reports, he totally got out of his shell.
His body was tight.
His body's insane.
Yeah.
His body has
He
really
looked good.
Become very impressive, and has gotten only bigger since he's been hurt, because he's been able to work out his upper body. So all reports are, and I've seen him at Jazz games, I mean, he's massive. But they seem very excited about where he is, and it seems like he's going to be ready to go. You just worry about the mental aspect.
What is the recovery there? Time.
He's back to 100%, or he's back on the court. He's not going to be doing summer league stuff, but he believes he's going to be back to 100% by the time preseason comes along. So it's a bad injury. If it happens in the third game of the season, at least you don't miss some of this upcoming year, you know? So I guess maybe it couldn't have come at a better time.
All right, so this is Atlanta picking for New Orleans. Let's go to the podium.
The Atlanta Hawks select Derek Queen from the University of Maryland.
Derek Queen was the name I threw out there. Fans will remember he hit the only buzzer beater in the NCAA tournament this year. He beat out Colorado State with that tough runner off the backboard. Really skilled. And when you look at where the NBA is going, and you look at guys, the comp that you're gonna get a lot. Who's our big center that we like at Houston?
Şengün.
Circus guy. Şengün is going to be the comp that he gets a lot. He's not as big as Şengün. He's not as good a shape as Şengün. Like, Derek Queen came into the draft combine out of shape, which is
he the most skilled guy in the draft?
He's probably the best skilled big man.
Yeah.
Unless you consider Cooper Flagg a big, because you can play him at the 2 through the 5 probably in certain lineups. But I think he can really pass. He doesn't shoot very well, but I think he's going to develop that. But he's a guy you can probably run your offense through. He's fun. He's interesting.
To move up 10 spots to get him, though, and give up an unpredicted first round pick, they must love him. I mean,
they might have had him.
He needs to turn into Şengün if that's what they're thinking.
Again, they drafted him at 7. They might have had him at 8 on their board. You know, it might be that type of thing where they thought, oh, that guy was in serious consideration when we drafted Fears. I can't believe he's still on the board. What do we have to do to move up? And what they gave up, an unprotected future first-round pick, you better like him.
Because Milwaukee could stink next year. I mean, they could be really bad.
Yeah. Speaking of Şengün next to Kevin Durant.
Fun.
Oh, that's going to be good.
It's really fun.
I'm worried about Houston.
Yeah.
Because I love Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant can really morph, and he can make Şengün better, I think.
Yeah,
I don't think Kevin Durant's the type that's like, feed me. I got to have it. It's got to be all mine.
No, he's 180 pounds. He's never eaten anything.
Well, they want to feed him, though. That's what Houston needs. They need somebody to take all those shots.
Which is great, but I think he will. I think he's going to do what's best for him, but he's going to help Şengün.
It's got to work right now. I mean, it's definitely a right now move for the Rockets.
Really quick, just before you jump out. So I just was talking about the last 4 drafts, 9 first-round picks, essentially. 9 first-round picks for the Utah Jazz. In the previous 6, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, and 17, 4 first-round picks in a 6 draft period. 4 of them.
Yeah.
So I'm just what I'm trying to really point out here to the listeners, the difference in philosophy. And we were all sitting here the night that 2022, and Danny Ainge was ticked, and he had no leverage, and he had no first picks. He had no picks. And he's like, this won't happen again. Look at what we've seen the Jazz do. It's shocking.
All right, San Antonio's pick is in at number 14. We'll find out where the Spurs do. Of course, this is San Antonio's second pick of the night. They did have the number 2 overall pick and took Dylan Harper. If you're just joining us, the Jazz selected Ace Bailey at number 5. They have another first-round pick coming up at number 21. BYU guard Yegor Demin went to the Nets at number 8. And right now we have San Antonio on the clock at number 14. Derek Queen was just taken by the Atlanta Hawks and traded to the New Orleans Pelicans. So we have seen a little bit on the trade action, but Hans, we haven't seen that we haven't seen that big move yet.
Yeah.
And no players have moved.
And really, no players have
Right?
moved,
No
right?
veterans have been moved in
No.
trades. It's all been
No.
draft picks for draft picks.
Not yet, but I was listening to your thoughts on San Antonio in that number 2 pick, and I think out of the 30 teams in the NBA, the most pressure that any coach, any front office, any organization has on them is San Antonio, because you're sitting on a young contract at Wembanyama. You've got a short period of time to be able to afford players around Wemby to go and win, let alone get into the postseason. I mean, they can't even sneak into the postseason.
No.
And it's like, you better figure it out right now. That's why I'm kind of surprised that San Antonio didn't put 2 and 14 or didn't try something big.
All right, let's go to the podium. Here's the pick for the Spurs.
With the 14th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Carter Bryant from the University of Arizona.
Carter Bryant, he was the guy who I thought he was getting buzz around 8 or 9, and I thought that's going to be a huge whiff, but he falls back 6 or 7 spots. I think there's some good value there. Let me pull up his numbers really quick. He averaged something like 8 points a game last year in Arizona. Like, he was really – I was surprised at how much love he was getting, because even when you watched him in the draft, it wasn't just like a young, raw guy. He's got a great body. He's going to be able to shoot the 3 a little bit, but like sometimes you catch the ball and just like turn around the wrong direction. I just thought there's a lot of room to grow here, and it's not guaranteed he gets there. It's 6.5 points a game. But yeah, 3-and-D wing, and the nice thing is in San Antonio, he never needs to shoot, or he never needs to score. You know, shoot when you're open, play really good defense. That's where the value is for them. So I get this pick. But hands to your point, like, you want to be a head coach because you want to be a head coach.
Would you agree that there's more pressure on San Antonio with Victor right now than anybody?
Yes. Absolutely. And here's the thing I would just be worried about, because we've seen it with Embiid. I just don't know if he has a 10-year runway, because his body is so unique. I just don't know if it's – I don't see a 32-year-old Victor Wembanyama still dominating the NBA, just because I don't think his body's going to hold up. Which means I think his window is a little bit shorter than we think, which to your point means you got to start winning.
Yeah.
You got to start winning now.
And you had these combined picks, and you felt like you had leverage. I thought San Antonio was going to be a mover and shaker.
But you got to step in and replace Greg Popovich. Like, that's not a good job. Yeah. It's a great opportunity.
Well,
but
and they went in office too.
Huge shoes to fill.
Yeah,
that's going to be tough.
All right, we'll step aside for a moment. It's your NBA Draft Roundtable. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, Coach Steve Cleveland, Hans Olsen still with us. We've got the Jazz number 21 pick coming up here. We've got Oklahoma City, who's on the clock for pick number 15. We'll get that to you right on the other side, right here on 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Ford during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through June 30th. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222. or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUCK or go to utahjazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Complete coverage of the NBA Draft and the Utah Jazz. This is your Utah Jazz Draft Night Roundtable Show, live from the Cage on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
That's right. We are live from the Cage, 2688 South Redwood Road NBA Draft Roundtable Show. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, the coach, Steve Cleveland, Hans Olsen as well. Right now, Oklahoma City is on the clock at pick number 15. The Jazz will have pick number 21. Coming up, the Jazz did pick Ace Bailey at pick number 5. The pick is in for OKC, so we'll go to the podium when they make it. Hans, any thoughts about the 21st pick? Any thoughts about why we still have you, what the Jazz have left to do tonight?
Well, I'm just hoping to see fireworks. That at this point, that's what I'm hoping for. Because if they just pick at number 21, then it goes to my point that that's 9 first-round picks and 4 drafts. And you are loading up on youth. And then I go back to what Ben said, and I've been preaching this since the 2023 draft when you brought in Keontae George, Bryce Sensabaugh, Taylor Hendricks, is you better have veterans that teach these guys how to be top-end pros, because now you've got 7 of these guys that I'm talking about. 7 of these guys just had 17 wins, and they're thinking, is this what the NBA is? Is this how things go? I mean, I had everything I needed, all the luxuries. I still made my millions, and all I had to do was get 17 wins, and your head's down, and you almost feel like winning was okay. And you're teaching a lot of young talent that winning's okay. And so if the Jazz take it number 21 and they keep number 5 and number 21 and they add them to the group, then I just kind of shake my head and roll my eyes and think, you better have somebody that helps them learn how to be top professional. When I came to the Colts, I had Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning teaches you how to be a top-end professional. Yeah. And I remember his influence. His influence was team-wide, even as a quarterback.
All right, let's get out to the zone phone. Joining us now, the Jazz just selected him with the number 5 pick in the NBA draft. He's Ace Bailey here with us on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ace, congratulations. Thank you for a few minutes.
Appreciate it. No problem.
So, Ace, you're in Utah now. You're a member of the Jazz. What are your first thoughts about coming to this program?
We got a lot of work to do. We're going to put in the work. We're going to put our heads down and just grind.
Hey, this is Coach Cleveland. I was a head coach at BYU and in Fresno State, Coach Paul George in college. And my question for you was, were the Jazz in your thoughts with your family, your parents, your coaches? And if the Jazz weren't in your thoughts at that time, did you have any real strong feelings about any other organization that you might want to have looked at?
Nah, they didn't know what was going on. We were just putting our head down. We were just working. Basketball, that's the reason why I'm here. That was the main thing. So we were just focusing on the basketball.
Good. Working on your game is the most important thing you can do.
Speaking of basketball, Ace, tell the Jazz fans who are listening right now what they can expect out of you on the floor.
Oh, a great, on and off the court, a great human being, a very humble young man. On the court, I can bring a lot from scoring, from rebounding, from facilitating, to off the shots to catching shots.
Well, I'll tell you, Ace, there are a lot of fans here in Salt Lake City that are excited to meet you and cheer for you and see you in Salt Lake Summer League. So thank you again for a few moments and congratulations.
Appreciate that, boss man.
Hey, thank you very much, Ace.
I liked his answer to Coach Cleveland, and I get that. I'm just going to put my head down. I don't care about who I'm going to go work for or what I'm going to do. Like, when I show up for Summer League or when I show up in camp,
Really
you'll
solid.
see why you drafted me.
That was a solid interview.
Yeah, no, that's not a person who's unhappy about being in Utah.
No.
You know what I mean? And maybe he is, but he's already learning how to answer the right questions. And
Yeah.
how many guys have we heard most recently? And the guy who has embraced it more than anybody is Colin Sexton, who said, you know what I love? There are no distractions. I'm going to put my head down, and I can work. I can play basketball in Utah. I can just figure it out when I'm here.
Do you think if they had intent to trade him, would he know that at this point?
Ace?
Yeah. So his agent would be in his ear saying, hey, look, Jazz are taking you, but this is the ultimate kind of destination of what we're seeing.
If Ace Bailey doesn't end up on the Jazz's regular season roster, at this point, it's because Giannis becomes available. Like, I feel very comfortable with that. It's a superstar has become available that the Jazz didn't think they were going to, and they just said, okay.
Is Giannis the only name? Is Trae Young possible? Zion
Wouldn't
Williamson?
trade him for Trae Young.
No.
Wouldn't trade him for Zion.
I mean,
it's like Giannis. It's Giannis, and Jokic isn't going to get traded.
He's going to be a key piece for the Jazz. He's
barring something really dramatic like a can't miss star, Ace is going to be a face of the Jazz.
The Jazz are excited about him.
Yeah,
I think so too.
Yeah, they're really excited about him.
Let me ask you guys this: if your name was Arias, would you go by Ace or would you go by? I think Air Bailey is an all-time classic basketball
Ace
name.
is a great name.
But then you risk being called Air Bally, which I think you don't want to be Airball guy if you're.
I think Ace is tremendous.
Ace is a good name.
Yeah,
Ace is a good name.
Yeah. Ace is pretty good. I don't know how you go away from that. But thanks to Ace Bailey for jumping on with us. That was fun. Had to cut it, keep it a little bit short because draft night is such a whirlwind for those guys. So appreciate him jumping on. Let's go to the Thunder pick now coming in at 15.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Thomas Sorber from Georgetown University.
All right, so there's the pick right there, Thomas Sorber from Georgetown going to the Thunder.
I love this
at
pick.
15.
Not to get too lost in it. I love this pick because they're going to have to replace Isaiah Hartenstein coming up in the next 2 years. This is exactly who they're getting. I mean, he's not Hartenstein to a T, but he's big, he's young, he's very tough, he's extraordinarily intelligent. He's going to be able to do whatever you ask him to do. He's going to fit really well next to Chet. So the Thunder keep hitting home runs, in my opinion.
The Grizzlies are now on the clock, but this is a pick that's been traded to the Blazers. So the Grizzlies would be picking for Portland here at number 16.
So as my time kind of comes to a close here, I'm a bit in shock that the Jazz took it 5 and that everything is falling shock and the Jazz appear to take it 21. And it's looking like this is lining up that they're going to take their picks, probably play them Summer League, probably put them on a court. We're going to see a mix of Sensabaugh and Hendricks and Phil Pawski, and we're going to see Keontae George, and we're going to see a lot of losses.
Yeah,
and,
a lot more losses.
And as things currently gear up, I'm excited to see who Ace is. And I'm excited for the prospects. And I hope that the Jazz are finding that SGA or that Halliburton with 11th or 12th.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they're finding that diamond in the rough that becomes one of the big 3. But we haven't seen it yet. It's not Collier. It's not George. It's not Phil Pawski. You're hoping that it might be Ace. We don't know if it's Taylor Hendricks. I'm assuming probably not at this point. And guys, I just kind of sit here like, all right, well, gear up, man. That top 8 protected pick, it means something to the Utah Jazz, and they are going to hold on to it. Because remember, once they get past 2026, Coach, it's over.
It's over.
It's over. 2 second-round picks, right?
All second round.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hans, thank you for jumping on with us, buddy. A lot of fun. It's great to see you. Appreciate all your insight.
You bet, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Hans.
The one and only Hans Olsen, NBA Draft Night Roundtable continues on. PK is going to jump in with us. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, Coach Steve Cleveland, live from the cage. More next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, San Diego.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Hey, Utah! Get ready for high-flying action. It's your Salt Lake Shred take the field Friday, June 27th against the Oakland Spiders. Professional ultimate frisbee. It's more than a game. It's fast breaks, layout grabs, and big skies under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium in Harriman. Bring your crew, wear your jerseys, and feel the energy as the Shred defend their home turf. Kickoffs at 7 p.m. Tickets are going fast, so grab yours now at saltlakeshred.com. Kids 7 and younger get in free. Salt Lake Shred versus Oakland Spiders, June 27th, under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium. Be there. Be loud. Shred on.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Draft Roundtable 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from the cage. Come see us, 2688 South Redwood Road. What a great place. Great host for this year's draft coverage. Big news of the day, Ace Bailey goes number 5 to the Utah Jazz. Jake Scott, Van Anderson, Coach Steve Cleveland, and joining us now, the one and only, you hear him 6 to 10 every single morning, Patrick Kinahan. Hello, PK. We'll get Memphis's pick for Portland here in a second. But your initial reaction to Ace Bailey?
Well, I think they had to take him. You know, it worked out that he was different and didn't want to work out. So it worked out by him not working out and refusing interviews and all that stuff. And there was no choice that they had to take him. I think they would have rued the day if they didn't take him and went with a safer pick. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I think they had no choice but to take him once he fell that low.
You hope it's not a Dante Exum situation where a guy falls to you that you didn't expect and then you feel pressured to take him without being familiar with him. The difference being
big differences.
The Jazz were truly only watching high school tape of Dante Exum in Australia when they picked him.
Massive difference.
You have seen Ace Bailey play live 30 times in college.
Yes.
You've seen him play 40 times before that in high school, plus the All-American games, plus AAU, plus every major competition he's been in.
I watched at least 20 Rutgers games this year because they were on earlier in the evening,
Right.
with the time difference.
Right, and you're a Jersey guy.
And I am. So I thought the Jazz were going to get picked higher or lottery. So I watched Harper and Bailey a ton. I probably watched them more than any other combo outside of our own guys, Yegor Denham, obviously.
Let's get to Memphis's pick for Portland.
With the 16th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Yang Hansen from Zibo, China, and the Qingdao Eagles.
Now, I think he's going to go by Hansen Yang. No, look, if anyone would know, it would be the commissioner, so maybe he's going to go by Yang first. But this was a guy most people, and again, this is your biggest pet peeve, draft experts. You're not a draft expert. He just went 16 overall. Like, you're not an expert if you had him in the 40s. You were off by 30 picks. But like the projection coming into tonight was a second round pick and a late second round pick. Yeah. This is the biggest so far, quote unquote, surprise and reach of the draft.
Well, he's at the draft. I mean,
he did get.
There.
I think he got a green room invite.
He did get an invite. And then again, that's Memphis making a pick for Portland. Minnesota is now on the clock. So
the hope
maybe
is that Yang is Jokic, by the way. I mean, that's the goal. That's how he plays, Nikola Jokic style.
Well, I think also they're hoping in the second round to get Ying, because then they'd have Ying and Yang.
PK, this has been a draft so far that has not been full of a lot of fireworks. We were talking about how this is kind of the first reach. Everything's gone a little bit expected. Are you surprised?
I think a couple of things on Knipple going as high and Malawach going as low, because I think he was on the come.
Yep.
And Phoenix, if they keep him, because I realized they're going to make the deal with the Charlotte kid. I think, and I was listening to Phoenix radio today. I think they were really excited to get him, and he's one of a kind. So those two so far, a little bit of a surprise. Figured Bailey might drop 2. Didn't know that he would drop to 5.
Well, the narrative was he was going to drop to 6, 7, or 8.
Yeah.
That he wanted to make it to Brooklyn.
Yeah, but I don't think the Jazz were ever going to pass on him if he was available, is what I had heard.
I didn't think he would get past 4, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I thought somebody would trade up to get him.
Yeah.
If he was there at 5, someone was going to get him.
Let's get to the podium. Here's Minnesota.
Pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Johan Birangi from Strasbourg, France, and the Olympia Club in Slovenia.
7-foot raw center from France. Sound familiar? Of another player who plays for the Timberwolves? In all honesty, that's what they just did. They just drafted Rudy Gobert's apprentice and replacement. That's exactly what the goal is here.
His protege.
His protege. Apparently, he didn't start playing basketball until 3 years ago because he outgrew his soccer cleats. And so they said, well, you've got to go try and play basketball. He fell in love with it and is now playing not high-level basketball overseas, but professional-level basketball after just a few years. Awesome motor, super length, great athlete, and you saw how well that worked out for Derek Lively and the Dallas Mavericks. That's kind of the goal here.
You're talking about surprises. I'm still really surprised that Yegor went at 8.
I'm not.
You're not.
No.
I just.
No. I knew, Coach, he was going to kill it in the workouts. He comes over. Everything is brand new. All this pressure.
Yeah,
he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know his teammates. And then he goes and he has a good off-season in the camps and stuff. And plus, I talked to Travis Hansen. I texted Travis tonight, and I said, dude, when you get back in town, I'm taking you to Vegas.
Yeah.
You don't miss.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He knows what he's talking about. And he had insisted. I talked to him 20 times, and he said 7 to 12, 7 to 12. I actually thought 11 at Portland, so maybe a little higher.
Well, I made this joke earlier, PK, but how quick do you think Kevin Young was on the phone? I mean, recruiting. BYU, his whole sell is we will get you ready for the NBA, and he's got.
I really think instead of stacking days, they need to change that phrase to stacking paychecks.
Hey, when you got the number 1 player in the world coming in next year, AJ, I mean, everything's coming together for them.
This is a big win too, and don't underappreciate this. This is where Yegor was expected to be drafted when he committed to BYU.
Originally, yes.
And they didn't hurt that at all.
At all.
And that can be a bad sign. If you bring a guy in and he falls to 20,
what's
up?
up?
He says, I was supposed to be 8? Right. Why would I go to your school if the last guy that was supposed to be a lottery pick fell to the 20s?
No,
and I thought there was a real possibility that was going to happen tonight.
Well, because I watched them practice 10 times. I watched all their games. In the first half of that season, it was somewhat of a disaster.
Right.
He couldn't make a basket.
I know.
He couldn't find the rim.
He seemed so tentative, though.
He was really
at the time.
tentative. And you know what? Just acclimating to another country, another
Everything.
Smitty, a new university.
You're asking an
so you
18-year-old
understand
to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
But people build people up before they really have an opportunity to really see the kid do this. So I mean, I couldn't be happier. And you're right. Yegor is an 8, is a 9, is a 7.
Right.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But I didn't see that in his first 4 or 5 months here because there was a transition that he had to go through.
Yeah.
Even though he had Travis, because Travis has kind of been like his dad here.
He has, but he
home.
can't hold his hand out on the court.
No.
And he's talking to him before and after, not during.
Yeah.
The rumor is he shot the ball extraordinarily
He did.
well in his game.
Travis was there every step of the way.
Yes.
And he was on your team, Coach, and I was the beat writer at the time, so I got to know him very well.
Exactly.
And we've continued the relationship. And he just hammered home, don't worry about it, don't worry. In fact, he would yell at me, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay. And then he goes and he shoots the ball very well. Plus, he's got all that other skill, man.
Oh.
So he's got a ton of upside.
Yeah.
Plus, he's a really, really good teammate.
Right.
Okay.
And he wants you to have the ball.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to play with that guy.
Yeah, it's like
Everyone wants to play
that's
with
how
that
Joe
guy.
Ingles got in.
Yeah, right.
Because he was going to give you the ball. He was going to make you look good.
Yep.
And Brooklyn is a place where you can go and have an opportunity to make an impact. There's room on a young rebuilding roster. By the way, right now Washington on the clock with the 18th pick. Then you've got Brooklyn 19, Miami at 20, and then the Utah
And
Jazz
if
at
the
20.
Jazz can get Jakašonis, I'll hug you all.
I would be. I legitimately thought that's a dark horse number 5 pick because
That high?
had he stayed healthy all year long, he hurts his forearm midway through the year, and his shooting numbers totally drop off. But you look at his first 13 or 14 games of the season, shooting 40% from threes, close to 50% from the floor.
NBA body.
Yeah, I mean he was legitimately in talks for a top 5 or 6 pick before the injury. If he's there at 21, I would think the Jazz would have an extremely hard time passing.
And
him.
Take him.
He is the one falling.
He definitely is the faller.
Yeah. No question.
So we'll see if he makes it down through the next 3 or 4 picks.
I hope he does. If not him, I want the kid from UConn.
McNeely?
He didn't go yet, did he?
Yeah, no, Liam McNeely's still on the board. No, a lot of interesting names. Jakašonis, you mentioned. Liam McNeely's very interesting. Maxime Reynaud from Stanford is a kid I like a lot. Walter Clayton from Florida is a very good player. Asa Newell's dropping. Asa Newell, this is a surprise to me. He was on the Montverde team with Cooper Flagg and with Derek Queen and with Liam McNeely. He was kind of their big guy, their big defensive center. And apparently he had some really good workouts as well, so it's a little bit surprising he's dropping. But the Jazz are going to have some talent on the board. They're going to be happy about what they get at 21, which we knew would be the narrative, right? There was 15 guys being talked about between 10 and 25. Well, you're at 21. You're going to get one of those guys. You should be excited about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Anybody gone yet you expected to be there at 21?
Hanson Yang.
Outside of our guy Hanson.
Taken at 21.
I thought there was a chance Berenger, who just got drafted, could have been there. I thought there was a chance he would have been there. He's kind of been in this conversation, and I don't know if the Jazz would have drafted him. But the fact that there was some talk leading up to the draft that maybe the Jazz would be interested in Kamen Malawach, and as Tony Jones said a lot, resetting the timeline of trading Walker Kessler for a haul.
Yeah.
Maybe you draft his replacement Berenger at 21.
Right.
And you could still move Walker if you wanted to, but he's off the board now. So I think that really drops that.
I think that we'd had to get Seiler from NBA Radio brought that to my attention of taking Malawach and then trading Kessler.
Right.
But I wouldn't think so now.
But also Nick Clifford. Nick Clifford he
A
worked
little
out
older.
in Utah. He is older, but I wonder if they don't want Will Hardy to have to put diapers on another player, which is why you go
I
for
don't
a
have a problem
22-year-old.
with it. He's 20. I think he's 23.
Yeah, he's 23. He played 5 years. He got a COVID year.
And obviously in the Mountain West with Utah State, got to see him play a number of times. I like this game.
And legitimately, outside of Cooper Flagg, might have been the best player in college basketball over the last month of the season. I mean, Colorado State was not particularly close to the tournament in mid-January and went on an absolute run.
They did. They were really good.
The Wizards are on the clock, and the pick is in. So we'll see what happens when they make this announcement. Expecting to maybe go Walter Clayton. So PK, maybe your guy slides another pick closer to the Jazz.
Is that what they're going with, Walter Clayton? He's just a great shooter, and I think of guards that can really shoot the ball just have value. So I would recognize that.
Coming up.
Yeah, we've got Shams on, so maybe get a look at if there's a trade out there. That's something that's going down.
Can I say a quick aside? It's cool to see all the young kids here playing baseball.
Yes. Amen. Thank you, Ben.
Oh, wow. Washington is trading Walter Clayton Jr. at number 18 to Utah, sources tell Shams Charania. So we'll see what happens. Utah is either moving up or trading in to get Walter Clayton Jr. at number 18.
Walter Clayton was a guy I talked about on the podcast. I've talked about him earlier today. I was mentioning him earlier in the show. Walter Clayton, at 22 years old, was the championship point guard on Florida's team. You know, I suspect when you're bringing an 18-year-old Ace Bailey, when you've got all these kids, I mean, true kids on the roster, bring in somebody a little bit older. I'm shocked it's not Yakashonis. I'm with you, PK. If Yakashonis is still on the board there, I thought that would have been a pretty obvious choice, and I might have liked him more than Walter Clayton. But Walter Clayton is just a flat-out shooter. I mean, he is going to step in and do a lot with the ball in his hands. And I'm not kidding. There's a chance he's the Jazz's starting point guard on opening night. He's got that type of NBA readiness.
So the 18th pick was just made. It's Walter Clayton Jr. from Florida. The trade is the Jazz are trading for that pick at number 18. We do not know yet the details of that trade, but Washington making that trade. Walter Clayton Jr. at number 18 for the Utah Jazz.
Move over, Matt Harpringer showing football highlights here. He was a quarterback and just made a pick. Looked like he had a pick six.
My bet would be the 2 second-rounders to move up here. That would kind of be my guess.
And still make 21?
And still 21?
Oh, they still have 21?
We don't know. We don't know.
No, 21 and the 2 second-rounders. Sorry, I thought that already
If that were the case, I'd give Austin a lifetime contract. Yeah.
Utah, here it
Excited me
is.
for a second.
Utah sends number 21 and a second-round pick and second-round picks to Washington for Walter Clayton Jr. Yep. So that's coming in
This
from
is
Shams.
their Jeremy Fierce pick.
Absolutely right. No, if you're passing on a point guard at 5, it was because you felt confident you could get one in the 20s.
Yeah.
And they go with Walter Clayton. Again, I'm really honestly surprised they took him over Yakashonis. I loved Yakashonis' game, and he's younger and have a little more upside. But maybe they don't want younger. You know what I mean? And maybe you do want a guy who just steps in right away and shoots the ball. And I was watching Florida games a couple of days ago, and he really does have the ability to blow your socks off with his maturity.
Well, they're not tanking this year is what we've been told.
I think
Ready to announce, as part of a deal to be finalized later, the Portland Trailblazers are trading to the Memphis Grizzlies the draft rights to Cedric Cowart, the 11th pick, and the Grizzlies are trading to the Trailblazers the draft rights to Jan Hansen, the 16th pick. And with the 18th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Walter Clayton Jr. from the University of Florida.
And that pick is indeed for the Utah Jazz, who have traded up from 21 to 18 in order to pick Walter Clayton, and have included multiple second-round picks to Washington as well. Walter Clayton Jr. with a very emotional reaction on the TV right now. So
I put 5 players to. I wrote an article, 5 players to watch for the Utah Jazz with the 21st pick, and Walter Clayton was the first player I listed. 18.3 points, 4.2 assists, 3.7 rebounds, 45% from the floor, 38% from 3, 87% from the free throw line. He's just going to shoot. You know he's going to shoot. And the question becomes how much of his point guard stuff is there and how much of it can develop. But he can shoot in a lot of ways. He helped Florida win a title with quote-unquote hero shots. You know, the guy who you just say, I need a bucket, and I need you to create something for us against the guy, in isolation. And he found a way to do it.
Yeah,
so he's got a lot of talent. He's got really a ton of talent.
what does this mean for the guards already on the Jazz roster?
You're on notice. You are on notice, absolutely.
I remember a coach who resurrected BYU's program, and he kept telling me in the beginning, there's no entitlement. We don't want any entitlement. No one's guaranteed anything. You know who that coach was, Coach?
Yeah.
That was you.
But I'll tell you what, I love Walter Clayton Jr. I mean, that national championship was all about him. I mean, he made big plays after big plays. One of my favorite championships that I've watched over my lifetime, but I was glued to the set. He can come in. Don't you think he can come in and play significant minutes?
Oh, well, I mean, he's older than Isaiah Collier. He's older than Keontae George.
Exactly.
Like, he's not been in the NBA for the last year or 2 years. But the thing, again, it's the money ball. He gets on base. Moneyball, he makes shots.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so valuable to have guys who can put the ball in the basket, especially if you have to make decisions with the ball in your hand. So I think that's what you're drafting here. And yeah, absolutely, it puts guys on notice that you're got to step in. You've got to be able to make shots and compete for the spot, because I promise you, Walter Clayton's going to make shots. So you better start shooting well, or you're not going to be here.
All right, so here's the further details of the trade. Utah sent 43 and second rounders in 2031 and 2032 to Washington in the deal.
So they still have 53.
We'll still have one coming up tomorrow, but they trade 43 and number 21, and then second rounders in 2031 and 2032 to move up 3 spots to 18 to get Walter Clayton Jr.
He's got a young family. He's got a daughter.
He does
I
have
believe.
a daughter. Yeah, he has a daughter.
No, I think this is a home run pick for what you get at 21 or at this point in the draft. And again, to the point where the Jazz felt like, hey, we can't let him slip any further. And I'll tell you why the Jazz moved up. I know why the Jazz moved up. Miami was going to take him at 20. Miami was going to draft Walter Clayton at 20. That kind of been one of the cemented picks all week long of guys, and apparently he had just worked out unbelievably well.
Let's go to ESPN for his interview.
The 2025 NBA draft class. What experience did you gain at the University of Florida in terms of winning that's going to help you step into your NBA career with confidence?
Man, I feel like I, gained a lot. Just being around those guys, my teammates. I don't think people understand, just the chemistry we had on and off the court and the time that was spent together.
As you begin this journey, what's going to be key and what will motivate you?
My daughter, for sure. She's been motivating me for a year and a half now that she's been here, so definitely my daughter.
She's beautiful, Walter. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Walter Clayton Jr., the newest member of the Utah Jazz, going at number 18. The Jazz making a trade to move up from 21 to 18 to pick the guard out of Florida. And, yes, they're showing his young daughter right now. She is very cute. Cute. That's awesome.
You're going to be a sucker for young daughters.
I know. It's
now
my thing. Yeah. But that's awesome. Good for him.
The thing that I like is that Pitino saw something in him because he started at Iona when Rick was there and obviously transferred down to Florida. And Pitino, the guy knows basketball.
He does.
He knows how to coach winning basketball. He knows how to get players who can play the game. So that's something that it's a small thing, but if Pitino would sign off on him, which I would wonder if the Jazz had talked to Pitino during this process, I think that's a great recommendation.
I would imagine Danny knows him. Danny knows everybody, but I'm sure Austin knows him as well. But no, Florida was awesome this year, and he was the engine that made it go. And look, they're loaded with talent. Elijah Martin's going to get drafted in the second round. They've got another wing that's going to get drafted in the second round. Condon, I believe, is their big man. I have to go back and look now. He's going to get drafted next year. They were loaded with NBA talent, but he was the centerpiece. He was the guy who got everyone moving, got everyone pulling in the right direction. So
he was MVP of the Final Four.
Yeah, he's a great player. Now, the last time the Jazz drafted it, my favorite, Jared Butler. Last time they got an MVP of the Final Four.
Well, and then Trey Burke before that,
was
right?
that second round too?
Second round.
Yeah. But they didn't have a first that year?
They did not have it. Well, they did. They traded back.
Right.
They traded out of it.
How much do you put in that, Coach Cleveland? The translation of that type of thing, the winning mentality, those winning shots Ben was talking about to the NBA level, because we've certainly seen college stars really make it, and we've seen some that did not so much. So what usually translates there from that standpoint?
I think one thing that it has nothing to do with X's and O's is just the maturity and the perspective that a young man has. And these guys spend there's a lot of due diligence. And I know I've talked to enough coaches and got their thoughts, NBA coaches, on what they're looking for. And never did I ever have a coach tell me that the most important thing was his skill set basketball-wise. First and foremost was, what kind of human being is this? Is he solid? They've watched enough basketball. They know that this guy can play. But I think the intangibles sometimes we forget about. But really, if you start looking at the greatest players that ever played this game, they all had that intangible piece. And what made them that maturity that helped them become who they were. And obviously, how you play the game and obviously just the sheer talent that these guys have. But I think the intangibles oftentimes get neglected at the lower levels, high school and college. Sometimes collegiate coaches ignore the intangibles, just want to go with the player and the skill set. and then it can sometimes come back to bite them a bit. And so those are the things that I think that are most important.
The Jazz have now made their second first-round pick, taking Wendell Carter Jr. from Florida. They trade up from 21 to 18 to get there. That comes after they take Ace Bailey at number 5. So we'll continue to Ben, Coach Cleve, and PK's thoughts live from the cage coming up right around the corner. It's the NBA Draft Roundtable right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice-Echo Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Complete coverage of the NBA Draft and the Utah Jazz. This is your Utah Jazz Draft Night Roundtable Show, live from the cage on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Nolan Traoré from Charenton, France, and the Saint-Quentin basketball in France.
The Miami Heat are now on the clock at number 20. It's your NBA Draft Roundtable 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live here from the cage. Come on out and see us 2688 South Redwood Road. If you were just joining us, the Jazz made the 5th pick and selected Ace Bailey. And then in our previous segment, the Jazz traded up from 21 to 18 with the Washington Wizards to acquire Walter Clayton Jr., the point guard from Florida. And Ben, I would guess the Jazz night probably done.
I would imagine it's done. I mean, you could add another rookie, unless you're making moves for something different, but you don't have draft picks now to trade at this point. So I would imagine, yes, we have seen the Jazz make their selections, and clearly, at least in Clayton, the guy they felt like they needed to move up and get, a guy that they felt like they had to jump up.
I think they did because I didn't even really consider him because I didn't think he'd be around at 21.
Yeah, he was a little bit all over the place, and there are some people who said, 30. to the Clippers, which I didn't think he would be there. And there are people who liked him in the late lottery because he's really that type of player. And look, we've seen these types of players before go way underdrafted and undervalued in the draft. And most recently, I would say a guy like Fred VanVleet, who goes undrafted, is just a great leader and a great shooter who steps up and can play really well.
I got a line that you guys can use tomorrow on your show, and you can tell your family.
You're not doing the show in the morning?
No, I'll be there.
Okay.
You guys can use it.
Yeah, you don't
I'm
want to
giving
use
it to you.
Okay.
I've got enough credibility. Here's the deal. The Jazz didn't get fears, but they got fearless in Walter Clayton.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we use that one.
Let me write it down.
You can have that one. I'm bequeathing it to you.
Can't believe you're giving this stuff away.
You won't be up, so you won't know if I said it.
Jameer Nelson is another guy like this, right? Big-time college player who kind of goes undervalued. And then Jake's favorite player in the NBA, Jalen Brunson, another undersized guard who can really shoot, who
He's
goes
6'3",
undervalued.
so he's a little bit bigger than those guys.
He is. Yeah, he's a little bit
He's
bigger
legitimately
than those guys.
6'3".
Yeah.
All right, let's get Miami's pick at the podium at number 20.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Kasparas Jakučionis from Vilnius, Lithuania, and the University of Illinois.
So they didn't get Wendell Carter Jr. and go with Jakučionis.
Yeah.
Walter, what did I say?
You said
Sorry.
Wendell Carter.
Wendell
Who was
Carter.
another
Walter
player?
Clayton Jr.
Another
Apologies.
WCJ.
Yeah.
They didn't get Willie Cauley-Stein either.
No, apologies. It's a long show.
It is a long show. There's a lot of names.
But there you go, Ben. You have further evidence for your motivation for the Jazz moving up to 18.
Hey, this gets pretty interesting. Clayton at 18, Traore at 19, Jakučionis at 20. I mean, this is a run of guards, and we will see 3 or 4 years from now what was the right order. You know, who should you have taken in this order? We get this, and the last time this really involved the Jazz, I believe it went Trey Burke, Michael Carter Williams, C.J. McCollum, and the Jazz whiffed. The Jazz got the worst player, and they traded up to get him as well. So we will see of the players here.
Or Darren Williams, Chris Paul, and Raymond Felton.
And they hit a home run. It wasn't Chris Paul, but it was certainly way better than Ray Felton. So, I'm curious to see what this looks like in a couple of years. But
that's what we do.
Yep.
The Jazz wanted shooting. That's what I'm getting, because Traore can't shoot a lick. And Jakučionis, again, shot really well to start the year, shot really poorly to close the year, and is another 19-year-old who's going to need a lot of time to develop. I just don't think they want to do that anymore. I think that's part of it.
I like how this puts pressure on Keontae George.
If he's on the team.
Yeah, maybe he's not.
Yeah, he might not be on the team.
But it's like, all right, you're not going to get free reign anymore. You're not going to get playing time just because.
Yeah.
We won't have anybody else, so you're going to get the time. No.
What's his contract look like?
Keontae? He's still on his rookie deal. He's got 2 years left.
2 years.
But,
yeah.
If we've said this, if you're going to trade Keontae, this is the time to do it, right? There's still some mystery, which teams like a little bit of mystery. He did score almost 17 points a game last year. You still hope the upside is there for him to continue to grow into a player. You haven't fully cemented in what his warts are. So a team might say, hey, we're our second team. We think we can get something more out of him. But I would definitely think that would be in the cards.
Whereas there's probably not a ton of value for Collier at this point.
And I think they like Collier. I think they really like him.
But he's the guard you're talking about would do everything but shoot, and it may limit his role that he's able to play.
He might be better up as just a backup point guard.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
But I really think there's a chance. Again, of course there's a chance. There's always a chance. He's on the roster now. But Walter Clayton might be the Jazz's point guard of the future. Like I really held him in that high regard coming into the draft. I wherever he was picked, I thought he was going to be that type of guy who 4 years from now, you're just like, I can't believe that guy went in 25, 26.
And I think Bailey puts Cody Williams on notice.
He absolutely does.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question about it.
We're not going to play you just because last year we were our highest pick. And Hendricks will get an opportunity. I assume he'll play because of the injury situation.
Look, Nate told me they hired me to put you on notice.
Absolutely. I'm coming off my best year.
They said you've gotten better.
24.
They said that
feeling the heat.
Yeah. Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah. I noticed you've been a little cold to me. Yeah, I understand. You want my gig? I don't blame you.
But I think it's the point of
I can't wait to get up at 6 a.m.
It's the point of the scatter shot of young players, right? Is give them minutes, give them opportunities, and see who plays. And it doesn't matter at one point or at some point where you were drafted or how high or what circumstance you've got to put up or shut up because they're looking for anybody.
Did the Jazz bring these guys in?
I'm sure Walter Clayton came.
Yeah.
I'm would be sure he came in.
I just and I go back to what you were doing when you were trying to build that program. That first year was so frustrating because guys knew they weren't being pushed and you weren't getting the best out of them. And, by the time they were older, they were getting pushed because from year 1 to year 4, the talent was night and day. And I can remember you harping on that, not publicly. It would be like when we'd be sitting at an airport or whatever. And it was just frustrating to you. And now we're further along in this rebuilding process. And you got some guys who got some stature to them coming out of college and push these guys. And best guys play, man.
Yep.
I mean, you used to, you drilled it into my mind 20-some years ago.
Well, the one thing you learn in that business is that you can't coach with your heart because sometimes we've kind of helped guys and guys and finally you just go, this guy's he doesn't have to go, but he's not going to play anymore. Right. And that's where we finally got to, where we had guys that were good enough. And but it when you're living through that, it can be really difficult at times. But I appreciate that because that's the only way I felt I could get through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
only way I could get through it.
So the Jazz are technically on the clock here at 21, but again, they're going to be making this pick for Washington. Part of the deal for the Jazz to move up to 18. They also give up a second-round pick in this year's draft, and then second-round picks in 2031 and 2032.
That's a ways out. Those second-round picks are a ways out. Those could end up being terrible, or they could end up being in the 30s.
Yeah, who knows?
Is Cedric Howard gone?
Yeah, Cedric Howard went to he went to the Grizzlies. They traded up to get him at number 11.
It was a trade.
I had that here. Okay.
So Jazz end up with Walter Clayton and Ace Bailey. They're going to be happy about what they got tonight.
By the way, that's a small price to pay if they needed to move up 3 spots to get him.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he's their guy, though,
turns out
they could have given him a couple more things, and it'd be a small price.
Yeah, if for the Pelicans, who traded an unprotected pick next year to move up 10 spots, you moved up 3 spots for a second-round pick or a couple of second-round picks. Yeah. That's gargantuan.
Well, and if it gives you the choice if you want in those guards, I think that's the point in doing it. Is you don't get the leftovers and what happens to fall. You trade up and you take the one that you want.
You know what's funny is that Clayton was viewed in high school as a better football prospect. And I was there this winter with basketball coaches or football coaches from BYU watching guys play basketball at Corner Canyon. And you always hear that they like them to play multiple sports, but usually it's the other way. The football guy plays basketball and they're all excited. Here it's reverse. And we got a little Allen Iverson going.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. There. You can use that too, huh?
I watched
AI.
I don't watch a lot of local high school basketball, but I saw Puka Nacua play here too, and I thought, that kid could go play D1 if he wanted to. He was a heck of a basketball player too before he chose football. And thank goodness he did. That was the right decision for him. Yeah. And look, this has been good for Walter Clayton. This is a great choice for him.
Yeah.
He's in the NBA now.
Let me ask you this. What's his flaw? Because usually when you see players at 21, you're drafting a player that has a significant flaw that needs to be overcome.
He's 22. So, and I don't mean 21 like where he's drafted. I mean, he's 22 years old.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I should clarify that. That's his flaw. The question is he a point guard or is he a 2-guard? Is he actually like a true floor general point guard? I'm going to get everybody involved, or do I want to shoot the ball? And I think that's going to be the big question for him is what type of a guard is he going to be? Is he happy to get everyone involved, or is he going to look for his own shot? I will tell you he's more of a true point guard than, say, a Keontae George type, but certainly less than what Isaiah Collier offered the Jazz. So that's where I would say some of the differences there. And then we'll talk some defense in a second.
Here's the Jazz pick for the Wizards at 21. Let's go ahead and throw it to the podium.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Will Riley from Kitchener, Canada, and the University of Illinois.
Now the Jazz, that's taking Will Riley for Washington as the Jazz moved up to 18 to draft Walter Clayton Jr.
Will Riley, extremely raw. Yakashonis' teammate at Illinois.
Yeah.
Great size. It didn't have a particularly great freshman season, but people are excited about his upside. Get back to Walter Clayton, though, quickly. So he wasn't like a bad defensive player by any means at Florida. He was able to gamble a lot because they had a bunch of really good centers behind him, a bunch of good big players behind him, and a bunch of good defenders around him. So his steal numbers are maybe a little bit inflated because he could just jump passing lanes because they were never going to punish him. Because if you drove past him, you ran into a bunch of 7-footers. They have Ben Handlogden's son is on that roster as well. So he had good support around him. But I don't think that explains why he was such a good shooter, necessarily such a good shooter off the ball, which is his value. A point guard who's going to come off the screen and is going to light you up if you give him any space.
I like big shots. What are you? Shaq used to talk about, I'll make them when they count, right? I don't know if he did, but he would talk about that. It's like in baseball, what's your batting average in the 8th inning with two runners on, you're down 1?
Yeah.
I don't care what you do when you're up 6. You're free and easy. But when the pressure's on, this kid has shown some pressure.
Yeah.
He's shown some ability to thrive in pressure. And I like that type of stuff.
Coach Cleveland, how do you help a point guard find their niche when it comes to, maybe you get a guy who likes to defer too much, or maybe you get a guy that likes to shoot too much and you want to thread that needle. Is that a difficult thing with young point guards?
Maybe a little bit with young point guards, but I think the challenge for point guards initially for me, and I haven't been blessed to always have the true point guard where he's just delivering the ball and make shots. I mean, it's usually it's more of a combo guard. Most of my guys that I have coached have been kind of combo guards.
Ray Ralston.
Yeah, exactly. And I kind of that's what I adopted in terms of when I was coaching. That guy that can actually go off the ball and handle it. I think it's really good. I mean, if you could have just an elite point guard, you have one of them. But there's something to be said about having two guys that can handle it in transition, in shooting, in all of those things. And when we run our sets, and guys are in specific positions and run certain action, but I never got too caught up in just having you got to be my point guard. It was more I've got to have combo guards here who can do both.
You know what I like about Walter Clayton is he can play with Isaiah Collier because of how well he shoots the ball, and maybe he's best off as a secondary playmaker.
Yeah.
Maybe he's that second side guy who, when your first action is gone, you kick the ball over to him, and he's your next option. And I think he'll be exceptional at that. I think it's important to note too with Walter Clayton, whereas some 22-year-olds don't become real draft prospects until they're 22, and that's suspicious because then they're just beating up on 18-year-olds.
Right.
His second season in college at Iona, he was averaging 17 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, shooting 43% from the three-point line already on 5 attempts. Like, he has been on NBA radars for 3 straight seasons, and he transferred up to Florida from Iona and only got better. Yeah. So he has matched the level of his competition everywhere he's gone, but he's been an NBA guy in this conversation for 3 straight seasons. He just kept going back to school.
Yeah.
Right now, the Atlanta Hawks are on the clock with the 22nd pick. However, this pick has been traded to the Nets, so Atlanta will make this pick for Brooklyn.
They keep punting because this is the pick they moved back
to get
already with the Pelicans. It's still interesting here, so I'm curious. I kind of the rumor was they have really liked Asa Newell to step in and play there, and he's slipping a little bit certainly in the draft. So, some name. This has been an interesting draft.
All right, we'll step aside for just a moment. We'll have one more segment with PK. Scotty G is mulling around. He's going to jump on with us coming up a little bit later on in the show. But the Jazz have their picks. Ace Bailey at number 5, Walter Clayton Jr., the guard out of Florida, at number 18. We'll have more for you straight ahead, live from the cage, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey, it's Mike Rowan. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to. when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair. Oh. Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow. And Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice-Echo Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Live from the cage, NBA Draft Roundtable right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live 2688 South Redwood Road. Come out and see us. Right now, the Hawks are on the clock, but they're making the pick for the Brooklyn Nets, and then the Hawks actually have the next pick courtesy of the New Orleans Pelicans. So things get a little confusing. The Jazz actually traded up from 21 to 18 with the Washington Wizards to pick Walter Clayton Jr. And, of course, earlier in the night, the Jazz drafted Ace Bailey with the number 5 pick. For what it's worth, Bobby Marks, the ESPN analyst and former front office guy, thinks the Jazz have had the best draft of the night thus far.
The best draft? Wow.
According to Bobby
I like
Marks.
what the Mavericks did.
I was going to say, that's where I was going. You took them right out of my mouth. Yeah.
Look, Walter Clayton is a very good player. I think Walter Clayton's going to make the NBA and be in the NBA for a long time. And he's going to shoot the cover off the ball, and that's what the league is about. And, he doesn't have elite size, but he's good value there, and I think Ace Bailey's good value at 5. And look, you've got to put the infrastructure around these guys to succeed and win. But if the reports on Ace Bailey are that he's immature, and that's kind of everything we've heard, right? Immature, though, I thought he was just fine in our interview with him, even though we got 3 questions. I thought he answered questions well and sounded prepared. Walter Clayton is the perfect person to come in his draft class with him, because I will tell you, and Jake, you've seen it a lot. Coach, you've seen it with recruiting classes. Obviously, PK, you've seen it covering sports as long as you have. Guys that come into the league together or come into classes together, they bond. They stick together. Like Keontae, Taylor Hendricks, Bryce, they're tight. Like they're close because they went through the process together. They played summer league together. Yeah. Walter Clayton is going to be side by side with Ace Bailey for a long time in Utah. And you want those two to rub off on each other. And Walter Clayton comes in with a daughter as a 22-year-old, having won a championship, having transferred schools, having not had everything handed to him. I would bet you go back and he's not a huge recruit, hence going to Iona as a freshman.
Yep.
That's a guy who I think you want rubbing off on Ace Bailey, and you hope that maturity breaks through.
I think that they need to sit down with Bailey and say, son, you've got a golden opportunity. Look what OKC just did. Now get your head on straight, work your butt off, and everything you want, you can get right here, and you can help us grow. You wanted shots. You didn't want to go to the veteran team in Philly with Embiid and those guys. All right. We don't have that.
Yep.
So now's the time, man. Now's the time for you to really explode onto the scene starting next week with Summer League.
Who will be his mentor on the floor?
I'll be curious if the Jazz bring somebody in. Honestly,
Yeah.
I'll be curious if they try and go out and get somebody.
How about Collins?
Not yet. If you want to keep John Collins around,
Man.
it will be John Collins.
I love Collins.
And I think he's a very nice person. Like, I think he's a legitimately nice guy. The question is he here or not? But yeah, you got to find a vet to team with him. Again, the nice thing about John Collins is he's a Georgia kid, just like Ace Bailey.
Yeah.
Ace Bailey was born in Tennessee but played high school ball in Georgia. And you know, it's funny, those kids become legends in those areas, right? Like, everyone knows that John Collins was a Georgia guy, you know, and that's his background there. And same thing with Colin Sexton, also a Georgia kid as well. So people know that. People are familiar with the guys who come from their
opportunity that
state.
Ace Bailey has is something that you just dream of. And so many people would love to be in his spot. And now go take advantage of it. Come out here and just, this is your job. Go to freaking work, man. And you can achieve everything you've ever wanted right here.
We talked about this logic. We didn't understand why the Jazz wouldn't be included in this list of players where he could come in and be the guy and have the runway, because the Jazz would gladly hand him the keys to the franchise.
I
That's
think
what I was saying.
Yeah,
Not like Philly.
I think he'll really like the opportunity once he gets here. I mean, all the side narratives. You know, he's going to have an automatic role. He's going to be a star. We love our players here. I mean, Gordon Hayward made an all-star team in part because of the attention that the local fans and the noise that local fans made to get him there. And you could say the same about Mehmet Okur and Andre Karolinko. I mean, we media fans, people around here, we build players up.
He spent 1 year in North Jersey. I spent 14 years there. I was born there. I'll bring him aside, and we'll get this thing
You'll
done.
fix it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't even know if it needs to be fixed. I'm not going to go in thinking, oh, my gosh, this guy doesn't want to be here. I am so sick of that narrative. Why in the world wouldn't you want to be here? Carlos Boozer was up golfing at Promontory yesterday. Go talk to Carlos.
Yeah.
He knows what this place is about. He's a big-time player at Duke and all that stuff. And talk to those guys, man. That's who can counsel him if he needs it.
And Boozer has always been an advocate for this community,
Hardcore.
even after he left.
Yes.
And so, I mean, get him here and show him what it's all about.
Right.
And you would hope he would embrace it. But there's a lot to embrace. Players just don't know. I mean, they don't know until they get here.
Reading up on Walter Clayton, and maybe you read some of this, so I apologize. This is from Rick Pitino. He had offers from Notre Dame, Georgia, and Florida to play quarterback.
I know.
Yeah.
Move aside Matt Harper. We got a new quarterback in
Chose
town.
Iona to play basketball.
I like it.
That's gutsy.
So he takes the harder road.
Yeah, it's gutsy. You
Probably
gotta go
called,
the easier
road.
Probably called Charlie Ward and said, "Hey, where can I play until I'm 40?"
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Can you still walk? If so, maybe
Although at
basketball's
quarterback,
for me.
you can do that. It's not like he was in the interior.
Yeah.
But still, he made the right choice, man.
Yeah.
Now go. He's another one. Go prove it. And I think he comes in with an attitude of, I got to prove myself, man. I've had to prove myself every step of the way. Why wouldn't I have to prove myself here?
Well, as the 18th pick too, you have nothing handed to you. I mean, we get wrapped up in it on a night like tonight, but he's going to come in and have to earn it like anyone else. And we talk about lighting a fire under Keontae George or Isaiah Collier. Well, he's going to have to compete with those guys too.
Yeah, it works both ways.
Yeah, it absolutely works both ways.
That's what we're talking about with Coach.
Yeah, he's going to have to
the competition.
Beat those guys out in order to play. So, all right, let's get to the podium. Here's the Pelicans pick at 23.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Washington Wizards are trading to the Utah Jazz the draft rights to Walter Clayton Jr., the 18th pick, and the Jazz are trading to the Wizards the draft rights to Will Riley, the 21st pick. And with the 23rd pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Asa Newell from the University of Georgia.
So a Georgia.
Asa Newell taken by the Pelicans, but this pick is really for the Hawks. So the Hawks made a move to move back 10 picks in the draft earlier tonight, picking up an unprotected first-round pick for next year, and they land Asa Newell there at number 23.
The Hawks have had a good week. I like going out and getting Kristaps Porzingis for essentially nothing. Terrence Mann or whatever, George Niang. Who cares? With all due respect to the minivan, George Niang.
That's a lot of respect there.
But and then
cares?
to get Asa Newell. Asa Newell, as I mentioned, was on the Cooper Flag, Derek Queen. Who else was on that roster? Montverde team that was so good in high school, and all those kids went on to play high-level college basketball. And I thought they were going to take him at 13, and they traded back, so they get the unprotected pick. And I wouldn't be surprised if they still got their guy in Asa Newell at 23 or 22. It's been a good night for Atlanta. Good night for Quinn Snyder, who is doing some of the GMing.
Well, I'll tell you what, to get an unprotected pick next year, to move back 10 spots is a real coup.
Yeah, it is.
Especially from the Pelicans. It's better between the Pelicans or the Bucks. Either one of those could be lottery picks next year, very easily.
And they already have the number 1 overall pick from last year, Reza Shea, on their roster, and they've got youth. They've got some young players, so they don't necessarily need to do that. Liam McNeely was the other player that was on that Montverde squad. So there's a bunch of good players. These guys have been playing at a high level for a long time.
The Thunder now on the clock at number 24. PK, as we wrap things up with you, any final thoughts on the Jazz night tonight, picking up these two players in Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr.?
Well, I'm going to go with Bobby Marks. I think it went about as well as expected. We won't know. We'll see over the time in the next 2 to 3 years. But I've got no qualms with either of these picks. I like the concepts of what they're thinking, and Bailey falls to them. And I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt until I see or hear otherwise. I'm not going to come in and say he's an enigma and he's a malcontent. He's a teenager.
Yeah.
Who isn't malcontent? I don't think my parents spoke to me from like 17 to 22. They went away to college and they said, stay. Can I come home for Christmas? Maybe Christmas Eve. So let's give the kid a time to get out here, Jake, like you said, see what this place is about, see what the franchise and the organization is about, everything that they've got going for them, and then away you go. So I would grade it out as an A, but it's just in pencil. We don't put it in pen for another couple of years.
Coach Cleve, PK and I were at Pac-12 Media Day once talking to Chris Peterson, the coach of the Huskies.
Yes.
And I can't remember what context, PK, but he was talking about, he said, we've all put our careers in the hands of America's dumbest demographic.
Yeah, age 18 to 22.
18 to 22,
Oh, we
young
busted
man.
up when he said that.
That was such a
The
great line.
Dumbest demographic that we have in our country.
Put our careers in their hands.
Oh, yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah. And, Will Hardy's a younger guy, and everybody wants to try to be more competitive this year. So you got a couple more guys who can help you be more competitive. Notice I didn't say win a whole bunch of games. I said be more competitive. That's what they need to do. Last year was like a dark cloud the whole season. We got rid of that. You got a pick that you would have jumped. If they would have, back in May, if they would have got third pick, we would have been jumping up and down.
Yep.
And that's who Bailey was, where he's expected to go. So he goes to 5.
Get him.
Now, you dropped, son. You dropped. Those teams didn't believe in you. Everything about you since the season end has been a negative connotation. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an easy message to deliver.
OKC apparently is the pick is in, but they're trading it to Sacramento, according to Shams. So we'll get further details of that coming up right around the corner. Hey, PK, you're a baseball guy. You gonna take some cuts before you get out of here?
The only thing I'm going to take as a cut is a slice of pie when I get home.
Cut a pizza.
Yeah, there's still pizza left. You can get it right over there. Thank you, PK. We really appreciate you.
All right.
All right. That's Patrick Inahan, Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, Coach Steve Cleveland. Scott Gerard jumps on the show. Coming up next, it's your NBA Draft Roundtable live from the cage right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222. or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Amanda, every business needs IT help. And sometimes you've got that guy who already works for your company who knows how to do this stuff, but sometimes you don't. Or the guy who knows the IT stuff, that's not his actual job.
Right. So Les Olson IT they can be your 24/7 help desk. They can support your existing help desk. They can do advanced cybersecurity protection. Maybe just come and take a look. Are you subject to phishing or ransomware or other things? What are the cyber threats you're facing?
And you've got to make sure that your data is secure. So both cloud and data backup solutions, they can help you with that. Plus, everybody's got to use a computer. That's where hardware comes in, infrastructure support. You don't have to know all this stuff because Les Olson IT knows it.
And most of the time, they can help you fix whatever's going wrong remotely, just off your computer. Plus, of course, they have copiers and printers. They always will at the very best price.
Les Olson IT is your trusted local IT partner. They've been in business for 70 years, and they've got 9 locations from Logan to Las Vegas.
Find out more at lesolson.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midband. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Complete coverage of the NBA Draft and the Utah Jazz. This is your Utah Jazz Draft Night Roundtable Show, live from the cage on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And with the 24th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Neek Clifford from Colorado State University.
NBA Draft Roundtable. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, the coach, Coach Steve Cleveland, and Scotty G. Scott Gerard, noon to 3 every day here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, throwing on the headset. Hi, Scotty.
Hi.
You seem to come in this same time every draft night. I love it because we get a chance to rap with Scotty and get it all kind of consolidated in one thorough opinion.
Yeah.
Now, we know the Jazz need to trade for Sam Merrill. Outside of that, what do you think about the Jazz night tonight, Scott?
I think they've had themselves a fantastic night tonight. And, you know, the question was, if Ace Bailey is there, do you have the guts to do it? And the one thing that I kept hearing over and over is that they were not going to play this thing safe. That they didn't feel pressure of needing to hit a home run, but they needed to make sure but they were not going to let the outside noise persuade them otherwise. They were going to, if they felt like this guy could be good, they didn't care one bit about that he didn't want to come to Salt Lake City and work out. They didn't care one bit about any of that. It's like, oh, he can help. He could be a difference maker. Bam, let's go get him. And I think that was a fantastic hit. Sometimes the noise can create a lot of diversions for you and can create a lot of havoc in your decision-making process. If you think he's the best player and you can get him in your situation, this is like the whole maturity thing, I think is really interesting because it's your job as a coaching staff to take an 18-year-old and essentially say, okay, your body needs to be better. We're going to give you food, nutrition, weight training. We're going to give you everything you need. You need maturity. We've got everything available to you to coach you up and treat you right. We'll have an assistant coach specifically for you and your needs and your development, like everything you need the Jazz will provide to him, and it's up to them to make sure that they can that he can live up to his potential.
All right, let's go to the podium. Here's Orlando's pick at 25.
With the 25th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Jace Richardson from Michigan State University.
That's the guy Ben had going to the Suns.
He's a Michigan State guy.
We're hopefully going to talk to Walter Clayton Jr. coming up here in a mere matter of moments, so make sure and stay tuned. We'll talk to the newest Jazz man who the Jazz selected at number 18 after moving up. Any thoughts on Clayton before we talk to him, Scotty?
I'm really
well. In fact, with that, save that, Scotty G. Let's get out of the zone phone. Joining us now, the Jazz selected him at number 18, the newest Jazz man, Walter Clayton Jr. with us on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Walter, congratulations. Thank you for a few minutes.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
How did you find out the Jazz were trading up to get you, and what was your relationship with the Jazz like during the pre-draft process?
Yeah, for sure. They was having a few conversations with my agents. Ended up, getting on the phone a little bit, just talk to them some. But, yeah, man, they told me they was trading up. It might be me. And then I got handed the phone, and then I kind of, had a couple of tears come down.
Did you work out here?
No, sir.
Okay.
We all had a chance to watch in the NCAA tournament. Obviously, amazing stuff. But talk to Jazz fans about the player they're going to be watching.
Man, just simply a winner, man. A guy that's willing to do anything to win. Gonna be in the gym every day, man. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna do my best. Just to put some W's in the win column.
What does your experience allow you to do, and how is that an advantage for you that you were 4 years in college? How can you use that to your benefit in coming to the NBA?
For sure, man. Like you just said, experience. I feel like I'm a little older, so I got physically stronger, and then just mentally, I feel like I've just got mentally stronger over my 4 years in college. So just mentally prepared for anything that come my way.
Walter, this is Coach Cleveland. I was a college basketball coach at Brigham Young University and at Fresno State University.
Mm-hmm.
As a player, tell us a little bit about what you're doing to get better. And are you working with workout guys or with your family? What's happening right now as you prepare for this to get ready to be ready for this experience?
For sure, yeah. On the family side, it's going to be some adjustments. It's going to be a new life. So just with the family, everybody's adjusting. So we just communicating through that. And then on the court, man, just a lot of time in the gym. Whether that's working out, a lot of time in the treatment room, taking care of my body. So obviously we're going to have team practices. We're going to be in that film room.
Yeah, I want you to know from a personal standpoint, man, I absolutely love your game, man. I love watching you. I love watching your championship. It's really inspiring to see the impact you had on that team and what took place.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
Hey, how do you feel about playing with Ace Bailey?
Hey, man, we're finna get to work. I know Ace is a very gifted athlete, a very gifted scorer, so we're finna get to work.
Well, we all got a chance, Walter, to see your beautiful daughter on the television broadcast, and let me tell you, we do kids well here in Utah, so a lot of people are excited to see you. Congratulations again, and next time we see you, hopefully it'll be here.
Okay, yes, sir. I can't wait to get out there.
Thank you very much, Walter. Congrats again.
That's a man who knows how to say all the right words.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very good. Walter Clayton Jr. Joining us. That was fun to talk about. Yeah, I love his attitude. Absolutely, Scotty. You can sense that enthusiasm.
I watched him when he was at Iona, and I was really excited. I called games for Utah State, and they were playing in a tournament in the Cayman Islands a couple of years ago, and Patino had his Iona team there, and both teams were kind of expecting to play each other, and they both lost their first-round games. And so I was kind of bummed out because I wanted to see Patino and then this guy that everybody was talking about in Walter Clayton. But he ends up going to Florida, Coach, and just there are certain guys out there that just live for the moment. And he's one of those guys that you want in that foxhole next to you.
He inspired me. I mean, I watched that whole NCAA tournament, and I followed it, and I got to know a little bit through, just reading the internet and stuff. But, wow. I mean, he literally took that game up on his shoulders and made big plays, big moments, and fun guy to watch. And it's going to be great to have him here and get to know him and be a little bit of part of his life.
next year, can we stop asking if guys worked out with the Jazz? Because apparently it doesn't matter at
Doesn't
all.
matter.
They took 2 guys that didn't work out here. Which, you know what? Good. Yeah, right. If you've done your homework, it shouldn't come down to did they come over on a Thursday in between being in Phoenix and Denver. Like, it really shouldn't come down to it. Did you watch these guys? Did you watch them play? Have you seen every rep that they've done 4, 5, 6, 7 times? If so, and you like them, take them. I don't care that they didn't come to dinner at Ruth Chris with you one time. Unless there's bad intel that they're bad guys and you need to see through that, I think you should be comfortable with them.
At least it's not the whole story, right? I mean, we have heard the legends about Donovan Mitchell's workout, right? And Rudy Gobert's.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you, Ben. It's just not the whole story. And you shouldn't let it scare you off of a player that you feel like you have enough information to draft, because it's not the entire story.
And you know what the flip side of the story is? How many good players did the Jazz work out that they didn't draft that they missed on?
Right.
You know, like, what did they miss in the workout that they chose to take Dante Exum over Julius Randle, who I saw watch here? You know, Julius Randle's a much better player than Dante Exum. Why didn't they take him? He came to Salt Lake City and worked out. I think some of that stuff, again, continues to get overblown. You have to look at both sides.
I had a football coach tell me once that he worries about his players. The further they get away from playing actual games, the worse that sometimes scouts can look at him, because they're like, oh, we brought him in for a workout. We brought him in for an interview. His measurables aren't great. And then you flip on the film and you're like, okay, this guy's great. But sometimes you get so caught up in the numbers and verticals and stuff like that. And it's still just about playing the game of basketball. And this dude's a player. He's really good.
I think that's really overrated too. I mean, you talked about relationships and getting to know guys. I mean, I think it's great to bring them in, and as a head coach or an assistant coach, and kind of get connected with their family. The idea that nothing, the guy's going to come, they're nervous anyway coming in. They're nervous, and they're not. It's like, let this kid feel as comfortable. We already know we're going to bring him in. We have already drafted him.
Right.
You don't have to prove anything to us in a 45-minute workout. That's not going to change anybody's mind, because you've watched hours and hours of tape and talked to everybody. So I've always felt like that workout is overrated, way overrated, and I'm surprised it's even used much, to be honest with you.
Love the fact this guy's a 38% three-point shooter too.
Yeah,
and that might be low. To be honest with you, that might be one of the lower numbers you ever see from him. I think he's going to be an elite shooter.
In this day and age of the NBA, I think this is an interesting pick, because you want guys that can help right away. Let's go to the podium. Here's Brooklyn.
Yeah.
With the 26th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Ben Saraf from Ganyo Shia, Israel, and the Club in Germany.
Okay, Sarah.
By the way, if I'm Kevin Young, I'm on the phone right now and saying, come play at BYU, don't stay in Europe, because if you stay in Europe, you're Ben Saraf, and if you come play at BYU, you're getting the 8th overall pick. That's myself right away, because those are very comparable
and maybe
players.
Get a lot more money.
Yeah, absolutely. yeah, definitely.
Well, the difference between 8 and 25 is literally a lot of money, and
BYU in Europe is a lot of money too. Yeah. Anyways, you're saying something.
But I think that to have a guy that I especially in the latter part of the draft, I think you're going to see a value of guys that are 3-4 year guys, because they can help you. And what you've seen out of Oklahoma City and what you've seen out of the Pacers are teams that have, you got to start, and then a lot of really good role players as you divvy up all these minutes with a extended bench that seems to be in vogue in the NBA. So I think you're going to see a little bit more of a run on these guys that bring a little bit more experience, that may not be your surefire Hall of Fame perennial all-star guy, but a guy that can come in and play 22 to 23 minutes and really help you out. And I think Clayton certainly fits that mold.
Well, I mentioned this to Ben the other day. If you're a one and done guy and you're going to go 25 to 30 or 25 to second round, you're going back to college.
Oh yeah,
because you're going to make more money. So we're going to see. I think we're going to see these late first round guys and a bunch of second round guys all be upperclassmen. And I actually think, for the reasons that you're laying out there, Scotty G, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
It takes the gamble away, or it lessens it so much for these later picks that were always just crazy crapshoots, because you were just taking flyers on guys that you had no information about. Maybe you can get somebody at 22. Maybe somebody like Royce O'Neal doesn't have to go play in Israel, because you can actually get drafted as a 3rd or 4th year guy.
Being a one and done player who falls to the second round has got to be devastating.
Well, you're going to wait.
You're getting a two-way contract. anymore. You know,
Yep.
you're getting $500,000.
Unless
yeah,
you're Bronny
you're
James.
tripling that if you go back to college. So yeah, you've got to be careful here. If you're a one and done guy, you can't make that gamble anymore. And then the league is so tough because it hasn't expanded in so long. There's just not a lot of really available spots to make it in the NBA. Scotty, you asked me earlier today on your show, the Jazz fell to 5. Do they have to draft a player that justifies losing 65 games? Which is really interesting. And what's funny is what I told you. I said, no, of course not. You play the hand that you're dealt. Like, you're not at 2 anymore. You didn't get the number 2 overall pick. You don't have to take a swing. They still got that swing. Like, they absolutely satisfied anyone whose goal was to get the high upside swing in this draft by losing 65 games by getting Ace Bailey number 5 overall.
I mean, Ace Bailey may end up being the second best player in this
he
draft.
could.
I really believe that, in a weird way, Ace Bailey's getting somebody fired. Whether it's somebody who passed on him or somebody who took him. Somebody may get fired one way or another. And I know that's a little extreme, but that's. I remember talking about Sam Presti and Chet Holmgren. It kind of felt the same way. Do you take him and have maybe a generational player, or do you pass on him and he ends up being that guy and then you get fired because you didn't take him?
Right.
Or you take him and then he gets injured and you get fired for taking him. I'm like, some of these guys make you a little nervous, but Ace Bailey, it's just such a no-brainer. I'm so glad the Jazz took him, Coach, because it just made too much sense.
No, I think everything we've seen and heard about him and the athleticism that he brings, his ability to penetrate, his ability to make plays, you can't have enough of those kind of guys, and especially a young one. And it's at 6'7", he's not 6'3".
Yeah,
I was looking at the draft and looking at Jeremiah Fears, and I don't even know where he went, but at 6'3", 180, he's long and lengthy. He's got good and solid shooter. But I'm thinking to myself, how does he go at the 5th when you have more athletic guys that are more ready to play now?
Let's go to the podium. Brooklyn's got another pick here at 27.
The 13th pick to the New Orleans Pelicans for the draft rights to Asa Newell, the 23rd pick, and a 2026 first-round pick. And with the 27th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf from the University of Michigan.
They were television producers are the coldest people on the planet, by the way. Looking at you over there, Nate. They keep showing these players that are sliding, and Danny Wolf is just tears running down his
headline,
face.
The boy who cried wolf.
Waiting to get picked. Just desperate for somebody to pick Danny Wolf to get those tears off my television.
He is the
when
most
you get the camera out of his face as his heart breaks.
He's the most interesting player in the draft, no question about it. He played. I mean, he's basically a 7-foot point guard. And he looks like a 7-footer. He doesn't look like. It's not Yegor Demin. He looks like a dumpy 7-footer. He plays point guard at times at Michigan last year. So good for him. Yes, a couple of guys drafted. Liam McNeely slipping in the draft right now. Maxime Reynaud, who I really like, slipping in the draft as well. So a couple of names still on the board.
I heard McNeely had some. That's a guy who we talk about workouts that may have hurt himself with some workouts.
Oh, interesting.
I heard that he had a couple that were not very good, and that might be working against him right now.
Well, his whole thing was he was a shooter.
Yeah.
The best shooter in high school a year ago. He goes to UConn, has a horrible year. Doesn't shoot the ball well. I think he shot like 31 or 32% from 3 for a guy that you're thinking is going to be a 40% three-point shooter. So, yeah, if you go to a workout and you don't shoot well there, guys, they will move on from you. That's the point where, okay, now we got you out of context. It's 1-on-0. You're just shooting in an open gym. You don't shoot well there. I can absolutely see why he's falling in this. Back to Ace Bailey, though, quickly. We were talking about some of the upside. And, Coach, I want to ask you, what happened to Paul George from when you had him to what was the jump? Because everyone knew how talented he was when he was with you. But what surrounded him in Indy that allowed him to make the leap? Like, what helped him?
First of all, I can tell you how painful that was when we came into my office and his parents and told me as a junior that he says, and I told him, hey, Paul, this is exactly what you should be doing.
Yeah.
And as difficult it was to see him leave. But I think in Paul's situation, I was actually living in Indiana at the time. I was working for our church as a mission president there. I was there, and I was there for 3 years. The same 3 years he was in Indy. So I got a chance to go watch him play. I had an opportunity to have him come over to dinner, and just continue that relationship. But I think that watching him play, and I don't know what it exactly was, but I saw a maturity that I'd never seen at Fresno State. I'd never seen really in Indiana. And as we lived there and were about ready to leave, we had him over to the house, and there was a maturity about him that told me that he's ready to get to another level. You know, he's not a silly kid. He was a young man that had good thoughts, and he thought things out. And watching him play in Indiana that last year, I knew a draft or a trade would be coming, because his game was better than what was happening at Indiana. He wasn't better than I don't want to misquote how he felt about this, but he was ready to make a move, and he had that opportunity to do that, and it just opened the door. But I loved it when he was in Indiana, because not only just because we could go to games, but he was around my family. We were around him. We were over getting to know some of his teammates. He's just a great human being. I mean, and he still is. And my greatest dream is that Philly will send him out to Utah or send him out west so we can go see him play more often. But he's just genuinely a great man, and he got a good family, and it's carried over to everything he does in his life.
You hope that is Ace Bailey, right? You hope that you.
Yes. That's why I asked. You
need
need that maturity jump.
Right.
You need him to take it seriously and be ready to take on that responsibility, because he has that potential.
Yeah.
But when you had kids for 3-4 years, you probably saw some 18-year-olds like, man, this guy's a real knucklehead. And then 3 years later, he's an outstanding young man and he figures things out. And that's just, that's just how kids are. I mean, if I were 18 and I were getting drafted, I'd be a knucklehead too.
No, I mean, you can't all of a sudden become something you're not.
Yeah.
He's playing video games half the day. He's doing different things. I mean, I have 13 grandchildren, and so most of 3 or 4 of them are the age of these guys.
Yeah.
And you can't expect them to be all of a sudden change their life. That'd be really disruptive. And I know with coaches, I can't even imagine NBA bringing in an 18-year-old. And the conversations that you're having with the GM or the president, and here we got Austin and Danny, and just dramatically trying to make changes in their life that could really influence how they play and the confidence they have. They can lose your confidence pretty quickly. That's one thing I've seen about this generation, is that kids are a little bit intrinsic about making mistakes, and it's not, we don't have people pointing fingers anymore like we did when we grew up.
Yeah.
But it's more like they're really sensitive.
Yeah.
They really are. I don't care if you're an athlete or not. They're more sensitive today than the guys I coached.
I do think if I'm Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge, one of my first sells to Ace Bailey is, hey, we did bring in Jaylen Brown. We did bring in Jason Tatum. Like, we have developed guys like you. I know you might be tentative about what you're walking into, but my sell to you is that we have developed guys like you to the highest levels of the NBA. Jason Tatum's already going to be in the Hall of Fame. Jaylen Brown has a finals MVP. It's like, believe us, trust us. We will put you where you need to be, but we need you to buy into us with that maturity.
All right, let's get to the Boston Celtics pick here at 28.
25 NBA draft. The Boston Celtics select Hugo Gonzalez from Madrid and last played for Real Madrid.
So there you go. Boston making the pick. We have 2 more left, and we'll step aside for a moment here at the cage. We'll get you those last 2 picks. We'll continue to talk about the Jazz big draft night. Coming up next, NBA Draft Roundtable right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Introducing the Cage Baseball, Utah's first high-tech entertainment-based batting cage. Just the fun parts of baseball. Whether you're a rookie or all-star baseball player, everyone can experience the thrill of hitting a home run. Swing away with friends, families, coworkers, maybe even a date night. The Cage Baseball, just off Redwood Road around the corner from the Maverick Center. Use code THEZONE for 10% off your 1-hour session. Step up to the plate at the Cage Baseball.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing. Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I hope she's not listening, but I once heard a divisional leader announce in a corporate meeting that she was outraged and would no longer share information with a colleague. She expected us to do everything we could to make that person fail. The media tells us that outrage is an appropriate reaction to the misbehavior of others. Marketers leverage outrage to get you to buy something you don't need. Managers use outrage to get you to do something you shouldn't do. The media uses it to gain a wider audience because they know through experience and research that you're more likely to believe the worst than the best. But outrage triggers the body's stress response, releasing cortisol and adrenaline. Over time, it can contribute to issues such as anxiety, depression, and high blood pressure, and is contagious. There is never a time when outrage is appropriate. Learn more about how to build collaboration in an MBA program at Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
NBA Draft Roundtable from the cage, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 2 picks left to go in the first round. The Phoenix Suns are on the clock now. The LA Clippers will make pick number 30. And then, of course, the second round will be tomorrow night. We will have a special draft show, which Ben Anderson will be doing for second round coverage coming up tomorrow, which I know you're looking forward to. Although
Thank goodness the Jazz still have up here.
The Jazz have one fewer pick than they did as they traded up to pick number 18 with the Washington Wizards to take Walter Clayton Jr. And, of course, the Jazz take Ace Bailey at number 5. So that's where we are. They will have a pick coming up tomorrow, and Ben, you'll be there to talk about it.
And, maybe they like somebody, they'll trade up. They should be.
I'm really curious to go back, speaking of Walter Clayton, though, and I want to rewatch that game against Houston. Because in that game, look, his previous games in the NCAA tournament, he has 34 against Auburn, he has 30 against Texas Tech, 23 against UConn, and then Houston holds him to 11 on essentially 3 of 10 from the field. Only gets to the free throw line 4 times. That was his lowest amount in the NCAA tournament. He had 14 free throw attempts against Texas Tech, 7 for 7 against Auburn. So he was living at the line in the tournament. But with that defense,
That's what Houston does.
Houston was shutting down everybody.
Oh, yeah, Houston they have defensive guards that shut you down.
But it does, I remember talking to Sam Merrill, and Sam, the one guy that really, we'll go to the podium here.
A draft, the Phoenix Suns select Liam McNeely from the University of Connecticut.
McNeely goes off the board.
Yeah, going to the Phoenix Suns.
Dan Hurley, I got my first round pick.
Yeah.
Well, at least Phoenix didn't take another center, huh? Phoenix.
And this is getting traded to Charlotte, right? Yeah.
But
pick's going to Charlotte.
The one guy in college basketball that I watched really shut down Sam Merrill was Matisse Thybulle. in the NCAA tournament. And that's what Matisse Thybulle does, is he's a great defender in the NBA. And it'll be interesting. Those are the kind of guys that Walter Clayton's going to run into every night now.
He is.
In the NBA.
Walter Clayton, though, to your point of how well he did play in the tournament minus the championship game, 9 tournament games. This includes the SEC tournament. 21.8 points, 3.8 assists, 3.4 rebounds. But I think what excites you is the shooting. 46% from the three-point line. Took 72 attempts in 9 games. Like, he gets the ball up. He gets the shots up, and he makes them. So 91% from the free throw line also. He's a pure shooter.
Turnovers concern you a little bit?
Yeah, he's just not a pure point guard. He's just not a guy who's going to go out there and have 8 assists and 2 turnovers a whole lot. That's not who he's going to be. He's 4 or 5 assists and 2 or 3 turnovers. I think that's probably who he turns into in the NBA.
The combo guard that Coach Cleve was talking about earlier.
Yeah, more of that style. Again, more of the Jalen Brunson style. I mean, that's kind of what I expect. I'm not expecting him to be Jalen Brunson. He's all NBA player, but that type of, I can definitely score, I can definitely shoot, and that's what I'm looking for. But if you buy it on that, I can beat you as well with my passing.
The league is full of combo guards.
Oh, that's where it's gone to.
That's just the way it's
There's
gone.
not a lot of
It's hard to
pure
find
point guards.
A true point guard in the NBA. I mean, that's just not what guys are prepared for. Players always want to be able to say, they don't want to be pigeonholed. He's a 3-man or 4-man. No. I can play. I can play all 5 positions, and that's how they think. That's how these young people think. And it's especially true for this situation. And it's just how the game has changed. We're not caught up in who's what, where we can all play, we can handle it, we can shoot it, we can pass it. And the more guys you have, you spread that floor. You watch college basketball, yes, there are bigs, but that floor looks way different now. It looks more like the NBA where the floor is spread. You can attack and dribble drive and kick. And really, the NBA in some ways plays a lot more like the college game than before. I mean, everybody always, this is the way we play. Well, I think the NBA's taken something from the college book and said, we like how you play. We like how you spread the floor. How you get open shots and you're able to have more creativity. And that's what the NBA likes.
You better be able to. The NBA is just too good now.
Yes.
You can't lack versatility.
No.
You can't only have one skill if you want to make it. If they're going to leave you open, you better be able to kill them from 3. And if they're going to guard you close, you better be able to make some passes.
Exactly.
See, but you don't usually get that versatility at 18.
No, you don't.
Is what I keep coming back to is we're talking about all that versatility. Usually you don't get a player like that at 18. You get a player like that at 8, or something like that. So if the Jazz were able to get a guard who can do that, Scotty G, I mean, that's a coup if it's true.
So I don't know if this has been brought up with you, Coach. I don't want to bring up any bad memories here. But there's a lot of people out there that are looking at this Rutgers team and saying, you got 2 top 5 guys. Why didn't you win more? And I think a lot of people say, well, Paul George, his last year at Fresno, I know there were a lot of injuries and things that you guys dealt with, but everybody's like, well, if Paul George is this great player, he should have been able to elevate it. What's your response to that?
I would say this. Number one, Paul, his freshman year when he came in, we thought he was going to go to Pepperdine. He ends up coming to Fresno, has a good experience. He was 6'6", maybe 170, okay? That first year, we just put him in the weight room. We were kind of a 500 team. I mean, that's what it was. That second year, when he got healthy, we became a lot better basketball team, and we added Greg Smith, who would eventually become an NBA player at 6'10", and we started to become a team. And that team won 17 or 18 games, but it was a very disappointing conference tournament that we expected to hopefully get to the finals. Ironically, it was after that second year that Paul went out, that Greg Smith went out. And I think the best basketball, maybe the greatest team I would have ever coached had they stayed in school, would have been that. But it was really hard. For me, emotionally, and it was really hard for me when we had worked so hard. Fresno had gone through all sorts of legal issues. There was a murder. I mean, there was so many bad things that were happening that we could turn this thing, and we had turned it. I really wanted to do it by, putting ourselves in the tournament.
Yeah.
And to this day, that still bothers me.
Yeah.
but it's just what it was, unfortunately.
Oh, That's got to be so tough as a coach, where you've just got it aligned, and then things change, and you can't blame players for doing what's best for themselves or whatever. I
can still remember when they came into my office, and we were all crying before we all left.
Yeah.
It was so emotional, but it was the right thing for Paul.
Yeah. Which is ultimately, what matters,
Yes,
of
exactly.
course. But that's got to be hard. You're like, it's right there, the rebuilding. I remember the Tark days at Fresno and what they were coming off of there. And, that was no small job, sir.
No.
So it's just got to be.
There's a book and a movie that I will not write or publish,
Yeah.
but it would be enjoyed by a lot of people,
I bet.
especially in sport. The Jerry Tarkanian story.
I bet that first year at Fresno, you're like, wait, what? What?
Oh, no.
Like there were discoveries, I'm sure, right and left there.
The conversations that my wife had with me after I had left BYU in a really good situation. But it is. There were some crazy things going on then, and I'm glad it's over. And look back. Funny thing is, I am a very good friend of Jerry. I mean, he was really good to me, helped me open some doors. And do you remember Lynn Archibald?
Oh, yeah,
you remember Lynn?
Yeah.
He's the one that got me into this business, and he's not with us anymore. But I love that man, and he just took good care of me. Outstanding coach, great dad. Went way too early.
Yeah.
And interesting. I had such a relationship with him and Jerry. So a lot of stories there to be told.
Considering what the last week was, and we're one pick away from the end of the draft.
The Clippers, yeah.
You get surprised there wasn't more fireworks tonight?
Yeah, we kind of prepared ourselves for that, and it just didn't seem to come to fruition.
Let's get to the podium.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Yannick Conan Niederhauser from Freyschel, Switzerland, and Penn State University.
Another player that's still there at the draft. But there is the 30th pick.
Not in the green room. He's sitting in the crowd.
Oh,
he did not get the official invite.
Yeah. We did kind of see a lot of fireworks tonight. It was just not veteran moves. It was all moving in draft, including the Jazz moving up from 21 to 18. But we did see some maneuvering there. I just don't think we saw we didn't see Giannis move tonight.
Yeah.
We didn't see the big name move.
Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown.
I think the biggest move is the Pelicans trading an unprotected pick to the Hawks to move up 10 spots. That was shocking. Honestly, I think the other big move is that the Jazz took Ace Bailey at 5, that they didn't balk. I think that's what people are going to be talking about tomorrow morning. You tune in Pat McAfee, you turn on it's not Cold Pete's anymore, was it First Take? That's what they're going to be talking about is Ace Bailey going to the Jazz.
Yeah.
This is going to be everywhere.
This is the Jazz are the storyline of the draft. I mean, we know Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, everything was set in stone. There was no storylines there. You and I, when we talked earlier today, Ace Bailey was the storyline coming in, the Jazz taking him, now become relevant, and then they're going to get a lot of props for the pick of Walter Clayton too. You're going to see now. Again, don't read anything into it. I know people like to puff out their chest, but you're going to see a lot of these draft grades that mean nothing, but are going to be very high in what the Jazz did tonight.
They do mean nothing.
Yes.
They mean absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
Unless you go back and read them 5 years later and laugh. Yeah. Just for a good chuckle, because that's how accurate they really are. So there you go. The first round is in the books, and let's get some final thoughts really from the roundtable here. And again, Ben's got a draft show for round number 2 coming up tomorrow on the station, so we'll certainly have all that covered for you. But let's start with you, Coach Cleveland. Thoughts on what we saw tonight from the Utah Jazz and the draft in general?
Well, I think, obviously getting Ace Bailey, I think that's the marquee thing that happened tonight. It'll be something that we remember for several drafts. You will continue to do this. So that was really fun for me. And it was interesting because everything I read about him prior to preparing for this, no workouts, his length, why has his stock dropped? Can he shoot it? He's got aging issues. Everything was kind of negative. And it turns out to be such a positive thing, and especially for Utah. And so that'll be my memory of this draft. And I just think that I have a great passion and love for this game. And when I think about several players that I had that were drafted, I think about what a moment that was for them. And it's a memory and a moment. And even though some of them, it went great, and others, it was a short time in the NBA, that's a special moment for coaches to be part of that and to be involved with that. And that's a great takeaway for me in terms of coaching for 35 years.
What are your thoughts, Jake?
Oh, like I said, the bold pick at number 5. I like trading, seeing the Jazz trade up to get who they want out of those guards in 18. I think they had a really good night. If Austin Ainge wanted to make a positive impact or make a splash or whatever cliche you want to use, I think he did exactly that.
I had heard that because I was throwing out Colin Knippel to some people in terms of the Jazz, and obviously he goes number 4. But I think the reason he goes 4 is because he was safe. And I think when you've got LaMelo as kind of the face of that franchise, you want somebody who's going to come in and provide maybe a little bit more stability. I don't know if Ace Bailey going to Charlotte right now is probably the best in his best interest. Coming to Utah might be in this structured organization where there's not a lot, he can, you can bring him in and really let him develop and really focus in on his game without a lot of outside influences. And I think that's a great opportunity for him to come in and with a lot of adults in the room and hopefully settle in and become a really, really good player. Because as Ben, you mentioned, the Jazz were able to swing at 5, and we didn't think that was going to be possible. But here's a guy that I think a lot of people thought before the season started could be number 1, number 2, or number 3 in the draft. Jazz get him at 5, so off you go.
I think for all the understandable frustration with what the Jazz season looked like last year and how difficult that was for everybody involved, including those who did pre, half, and post, or watched the games, or wrote about the games, or talked about the games, whatever it was, to walk away with Ace Bailey, you can legitimately say it was justified. Because he is that type of a recruit. He was that type of player. And you went into last season tanking to get a player like Ace Bailey. When we talked about why this draft was special and why the Jazz were going to lose 60 games, it was because Cooper Flagg was in the conversation, because Ace Bailey was in the conversation. So I think it does. Jazz fell backwards into it, but it justifies a little bit of their approach last year. And I still won't be surprised if 2 or 3 years from now we're talking about this draft the same way I think we're going to be talking about last year's draft and maybe even 2 years ago, where the guy they get in the 20s is the better player of their 2 picks. And Ace Bailey is a very high upside swing. And if he connects, I think you've got a home run. But I think you're going to have Walter Clayton become a real player for the Jazz. I think this is going to be a face or that you're going to have to get familiar with, and it's going to be a difference maker in the NBA. And if that's all you do is you get a very good player in this draft, and his name's Walter Clayton and not Ace Bailey, it's still successful, and it's why you wanted so many cracks at the bat.
All right, we want to say thank you to you guys. Appreciate you, Scotty G. Coach Cleveland, man, another year doing the draft with you has been a real pleasure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me.
For all of that. Ben, we appreciate your fine work. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be watching all of your work, too, at KSLSports.com, which you've already been very
Time to
busy.
get to work, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, Ben, we'll keep that up. Let's talk to Ethan one more time. We've been here at the Cage, and they've been such great hosts. 2688 South Redwood Road. Ethan Jonan joining us now. And, hey, seriously, thank you. What a fun environment for us. What a fun environment for all the people who are coming by. This is a great thing you guys are doing.
Oh, dude, thank you guys so much for coming. Like, honestly, it's been such a pleasure having everyone's been so freaking nice. You know, you meet people from the radio, you're like, I don't know. You know?
Yeah.
But like, you guys are all just super kind, and it's been so awesome having all of you guys.
Hey, man, on the flip side, I mean, the demographic of people who is coming here, it's little kids, it's dates we've got here right now. Clearly, we've got a bunch of women who have come through. You've got families. Like, this is a really cool environment to bring anyone down. You've got baseball teams that were clearly down here trying to get reps in when it gets dark outside, still have a private opportunity to play. This is really cool.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Like, I think whether you're a rookie or you're an all-star baseball player, anyone should be able to experience the thrill of hitting a home run, right? And I think we did that here. Like, even that's my girlfriend right there behind us, and she's hit a home run already, and she's like never swung a bat before, you know. So
hey, she's a natural. She's never swung a bat before.
Yeah, she's never swung a bat before, so she's killing it out there. And you know, the little league teams are the funnest to have, man. They just great. I mean, they were probably a little bit much for you guys. I'm sure you guys have
it's
had
awesome.
worse, but
we got kids. We get it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Hey, if you've played, Wii baseball, and I'm sure a lot of our demographic has played Wii baseball, you've gotten on this, come down here and play. This is the real deal. This is the real thing. This is where it gets really fun.
Also, I love your takes on the Ace Bailey stuff. I've been listening in and out.
Well, thank you.
I agree. I think you just got to take the best talent there.
Yeah, how did you think the Jazz did tonight? What do you think?
You know, I think they killed it, honestly. I was kind of scared they were going to take Jeremiah Fears. Like, I don't have anything against him, but when you're looking at teams built around a 6'2" guard that can't shoot, I mean, you're not looking at a lot of great teams. So I think picking the best talent in the draft is best move, and then that Walker Clayton, steal of a trade, I think was awesome as well. I think there's a lot of positive things you can say about tonight. So
no question.
All right, so for our folks listening out there who want to get a group going, or like Ben said, maybe a date night, or just do this thing and check out the cage because it is so cool. People you really got to check it out. What's the best way to do it?
Yeah, so our website's pretty easy to find. If you just Google Top Golf of Baseball or the Cage Baseball or the Cage in Salt Lake City, you'll find us on Google. Our website is thecage-baseball.com. Or our Instagram is also really easy to find and fun. It's just Cage Baseball. It's no hyphen, nothing in the middle. Just Cage Baseball is our Instagram. So either of those ways is easy to find us for what we're doing and get to pay for yourself.
Do you recommend reservations?
Yeah, reservations definitely. We only have 3 bays here. We do find ourselves on the weeknights and weekends fully booked. So I would recommend getting a reservation ahead of time because if you walk in and there's not a bay available, there's not much we can do for you.
All right. Well, Ethan, thank you for having us. Seriously, you guys are great, and this is a great thing, and it was a great spot for our draft coverage tonight. So thank you for everything.
I'm a huge fan of the zone, and you guys are just killing it all the time.
This is
so
awesome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah, we'll be back out. We'll be back out here for sure.
Yeah.
Bringing
Privately,
the girls out.
probably
Yeah,
privately.
that's what I'm saying.
We're gonna come down by ourselves.
Ethan, thank you very much.
Yeah,
we
you're the
appreciate
man.
it.
Yeah, of course.
We also want to say a big thanks to everybody else who helped out with the draft coverage tonight. On air, of course, we're talking about Hans and PK and Jeremiah Jensen, and of course, we mentioned Coach Cleve and Ben.
Speaking of Coach Cleveland, if you're listening, I think you left your phone here. Come back,
Coach Cleve, come back.
If you're in your car, come on back before you get too far down the road. You got your phone.
Yeah, good call there, Ben. But we also want to say thanks to Nate, who ran this whole setup here, all on the YouTube and
Hey,
the
Nate,
cameras.
How many players did we not have video for tonight? Was it 1? Was it Hanson Yang? 2 players. Ben Saroff and Hanson
That's
Yang?
pretty good.
Oh, okay, last one. Oh, yeah, Yannick. My bad.
That is.
Hey, 28 out of 30. I think Nate made, 34 videos, 33 videos? And you hit on 90% of them?
Pretty good.
Hats off to you, my man.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I mentioned Lloyd. We want to say thanks to Lloyd, but we also want to say thanks to the Jazz picks. Ace Bailey, we got him interview on the phone. That was great. And Walter Clayton Jr. was also able to join us, and we've got those up in podcast form. And want to say thanks to them for joining us. Also, Christian Esparza back at the studio producing, making sure this thing ran on the track. So great job for Christian. We appreciate all that he did.
And thanks to the Utah Jazz for putting those guys on.
Oh, Madeline Crandall. Shout out to
people
Madeline.
in New York getting them on the phone.
Yeah, their PR staff, wonderful to help us out so much. So big thanks to everybody who are involved. Ben will be back with second round coverage tomorrow night. And, of course, DJ and PK will be all over this tomorrow morning. You've been listening to the NBA Draft Roundtable right here on